start the meeting. Invocation. Henry, all about flight sim.
Our Father in heaven, we praise your holy name. Lord, we thank you for the abundance of blessings that you bestow upon us. Sometimes we don't realize that we have so many more blessings than a lot of the rest of the population of this world. Lord, help us be mindful of those blessings. Lord, help us to remember that you're in charge. Let us trust you. Lord, having said this today, give our elected officials, our commissioners, your guidance and wisdom in the decisions they make today. And let all of us that come here today remember that we're all brothers and sisters, and to treat each other with courtesy and respect. Lord, I offer this prayer to you today in the name of your Son and our Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Administrative business, Tina?
Okay. In your packets, you had several informational items, some just reports that were submitted by departments that are not scheduled on the agenda today. Or that maybe they're scheduled for other business, but its reports are in here too, so. Another point of information, we did receive our permit from the state for the land farm, so that was in your packet for your information. Commission had asked for a list of any ongoing maintenance type contracts that we haven't generally bid, and those are included for you in your packets. I wanted to make you aware that we do have an upcoming technology expense. This is a budgeted expense for an upgrade to our servers, and it will be approximately $9,500. That will come out of the courthouse computer line item that's set up for that.
Has there ever been any consideration to bidding some of those larger maintenance agreements, or do companies bid on maintenance agreement? I'm not even sure.
Are you talking more like the heating and
like
air?
on the generator and that sort of thing?
Yeah, there hasn't been. I mean, that generator was installed, and we just have the company that installed it do the maintenance, on it. Same with the elevator, the HVAC has not been bid. That is kind of specialized equipment. I mean, I don't know that it couldn't be bid. It's just,
I was just wondering, like on the generator, I know that there's several local companies, I think, that sell and install generators. I'm just wondering if, we could get a better price by having someone local take care of it.
something that I've never looked into. So.
I agree with you. Can't, I don't know if it becomes technical. I don't know how technical that thing gets. We've got quite a bit of electrical right there that was designed right there beside it. So, that would be just a concern of mine, and you're just talking maybe the maintenance of it.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the maintenance agreements, because they're pretty pricey. I mean, even on the elevator.
Oh.
The elevators, I guess it's used regularly, but I don't know, is it heavily used?
I would say yes.
Yes.
And we have to have it.
Yeah,
of
I
course.
understand that. We have to have them.
We also have, the elevator's getting kind of aged. And so a couple of years ago already, they were talking about certain things that we may want to be looking at replacing within the elevator. I mean, nothing that was coming up on an inspection is not working right or anything like that, but there may be some expenses in the next couple of years in regard to that elevator.
Is it approaching 20 years old?
I think so. I don't know what year that was put in. I haven't, it was well before I was
Yeah.
here.
Would that be, those kind of repairs be covered under the maintenance?
No, this would be some news, you know, if they're gonna have to reconfigure certain things, then that would be additional to the maintenance.
You know, those postage machines are just kind of ridiculous. Very, I don't know, do you have any maintenance on those things?
Well, on the postage machines, they come out and maintain them. If we have a problem, Pitney Bowes comes out and takes care of it. And that has been under the sole discretion of the treasurer. She's the one who has always been in charge of the postage machine,
Okay.
so.
And Pitney Bowes is a very popular company, almost everybody uses them.
They're pretty expensive too.
They are, they do a good job from what I hear.
Are you ready to move on to administrative, or do you
Unless
have?
Commission has anything.
Okay. Let's see. I have the minutes of June 17th.
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes of June 17th as written.
Second.
Okay, then moved and seconded to approve the June 17th minutes as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
We do have several change orders.
bike.
Oh,
I have the rest of them.
What's that?
I have the rest of them in my hand, so
Oh, okay.
you can stick them all in that
Okay.
folder, that'd be great. Thank you. We do have several salary sheets for approval.
Okay, salary change for Tina Gearing, Treasurer's Office, from 2136 to 2182, 5-year longevity. Aaron Lowen, Planning and Zoning, new part-time assistant, $12 per hour. Sheriff's Office, Gary Slater, Certified Reserve Officer, from $10 to $12 per hour. Sheriff's Department, Mason Hines, 6-month raise as Deputy Sheriff, 1702 to 1736. Jail, Tammy Whiteside, pay step correction, 1356 to 1384.
Okay, in your packet, you had the new resolution for the Rural Opportunity Zone. And we do this resolution every so often just to keep that program going. And they have now made it to where a nonprofit or a city can also sponsor, if we allow that in our resolution, in addition to the county and or an employer sponsoring. And the commission has budgeted for 2 individuals for funding in the budget for quite a few years. So this would just be to adopt a new resolution if you want to continue that. And
All the same wording, nothing's changed.
well, it has changed. I gave you the previous one. It has changed a little bit just because of being able to allow the other agencies to sponsor.
For that.
Right.
Has the other agencies been informed of that?
I don't know
Or will
if
they be?
I don't know if the state informs them. I mean, I can send something out to the city clerks, to let them know and let their
It would be a good
businesses
idea.
know. Yeah.
They had information on it also.
If you don't know it, you ain't gonna use it.
Right. And the amount that you have been allocating is $3,000 per year, so. And then the resolution number, if you go ahead and pass this, would be 19-08.
Well, I know there's been some talk sometimes, some comments come in through the years, you know, when two's already taken, you've got a waiting list, a couple or 2 or 3 sometimes, so.
Right, and I gave you the most recent report in your packet. It shows the current list.
It's a long waiting period.
Yeah.
It is, because you have your 2, and that's a full 5 years before they're, unless they move away or something else, which we've had that happen a couple of times, and then you move to the next person, so.
Well, it'd be good to have some other entities involved in this.
Sure, especially if they had some way, and I guess what was presented to us at the time this first started was we was looking for professional people like doctors and things like that to come to our cities. And so that was one of the big pushes for it at that time, was some professional people, to, whether just dentists or things like that we lack. And I don't know the numbers of what people that's taken advantage of the program, what they, you know, what fields they went into in our county.
Do we have to stay with just 2? Could we bump it
No,
up to
you
3?
can go.
You can change it.
Yeah, you can
I mean,
change
if
that.
we're paying 3,000, maybe if we just add one more.
Try it.
Suggestion.
Yeah, I don't have no problem with that. I'll try it. You know, just, I just like to see that how it comes back to help us.
Oh, me too.
Yeah,
So we'd be bumping that up to 4,500 then?
yeah. This is the time to do it, we're gonna do it.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's a good program. If you can get on it.
Yeah, if you can get on it, yeah.
But, you know, if we have cities involved, that, you know, that might help speed up a little bit of that.
It's an
Because I know the local college is very much encouraging us to continue that or do whatever we can to.
Do you know whether they've done anything or not? Whether they themselves have done something already with college?
That I do know.
You know, was it open to colleges and things at that time?
It's open to employers.
That's what I thought, but I mean, even at the start, I thought it was, wasn't it? When we started?
No.
No, it wasn't, just government?
I'm sorry, I don't know the history. I just know that a few years ago, they opened it up to employers to be
Yeah.
able to sponsor.
Okay, well, what's the commission's wishes on that?
I think Diane's gonna make a motion, I think.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion that instead of sponsoring only 2 participants per year, that we raise that up to 3.
I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the rural opportunity zone for, that would be 2020? The resolution?
You'll do a separate motion for your resolution
Yeah.
to adopt it, but yes.
And that would, we would then be allocating $4,500 toward that. Okay? Did you second it?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
been moved and seconded. Any other discussion?
None, I
No?
don't think so.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and we have the resolution.
Okay. It's 2019-08.
Okay, this will be resolution 2019-08, resolution of the Board of Marion County Commissioners authorizing participation in the Rural Opportunity Zone loan, student loan repayment program in an amount of $4,500 allocated.
Second?
Okay. I didn't make the motion,
Oh,
I
thought
just
you were
read it.
reading it?
You want to make the
No, go
motion?
ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make the motion then, that we approve resolution 2019-08.
Now I'll second it.
Okay, moved and seconded, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 I'm trying to make our chairman work too hard.
Okay, and then the last thing that I have are 2 appointments for the Harvey Marion County CDDO Board. There were 2 recommendations in your packet. The first one, the first one that was in your packet, Deidre's term is ending, and so they are asking for approval of Anita Unruh for a 3-year term as a Marion County resident. And then the other one that is ending is Marjorie Warda, and she's a joint county representative, and they are asking for approval of Mary Gill.
I'd make a motion to approve both of those names up there for the Harvey Marion County CDDO.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded to approve the nominations. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Oh, well, in your packet, there was also a solid waste resolution in there. We adopt that every year, and you'll remember last year, you increased the fee to $100. And that is something that will need to be adopted probably next week. So just, I wanted you to know that it's coming up. We do it every year about this time, but I just want to give you a little advance notice.
I kept to give you guys an update on CDDO. We looked at the first round of applications for the new director, and that the board is the seeking board is looking at their, set up appointments and interviews with them. So it's going good so far.
Okay. All right, Bryce, area fuel bids.
Got those come in this morning. Epps was the low bid for areas 1 and 3, co-op for 2. So, oh, you can get your copy. Sorry.
Okay, I'll make a motion, then we go ahead and approve the area fuel bids for Area 2, to Cooperative Grain and Supply, an amount of $42.62.70, and to Epps Service for Area 1 and Area 3, Area 1 being $2,873.22, and Area 3, $3,983.46.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, anything else, Brad?
Yeah, been a pretty busy week, obviously. Had a good week of grading, but obviously we got hit hard again this weekend. We ended up with the floods down at Peabody. We had about 2 foot of water in the Peabody shop. Guys went down there, got the equipment out of there, stored it up on high ground. I was down there Saturday, and we actually spent some time down there yesterday too, trying to get things cleaned up and aired out. When they have to go in there and do some power washing to get things cleaned up. Obviously, just regular water is a lot better than the water that was in there, unfortunately. But I did paint a line on the inside of a building for a historical figure of where it was. I guess we've had water there before, but nobody really remembered it being that high. Let's put it that way. It came up pretty fast, went down pretty fast, but we're out checking for damage on roads again and culverts and stuff like that. So we did receive the FEMA declaration, federal disaster area last year. Everything that happened this time will be included in that, so we won't have to start a whole new process of their. Randy says, I don't like, they didn't really give us any time frame, so they just happens to fall into it. So I don't know if our commissioners are going to have anything to do, any additional to that, but unfortunately where the house is. But so anyway, like I said, we're dealing with that. I've been pulling up some shoulders and got caught pulling up shoulders on one road and didn't get some rock on it and turned into a mess, but we're working on that. So I'm still following up on that. Sent out bids for the 1/2 ton pickup or 3/4 ton pickup, and then also for our sign trailer. Try to get the backhoe out this week and see how the bids come in for your approval. The only other thing I was kind of interested in is get the commission's ideas on this. Is we're always talking about process or rock and whatever else. It's kind of a short notice thing, but I was looking on Purple Wave and stuff like that, and I happened to run across this thing. This is basically an aggregate processor that you see in quarries and stuff like that. It's for sale on this auction time. The website's up on top there if you want to go look at it. But opening bid's $100, which there's no way it's going to go that cheap. But basically, these go up to auction for the highest bid. This one happens to be in New York. It's been sitting in a quarry. It's 21 years old. I called the salesman on there and I said, what have these gone for in the past? And he said that he's expecting this in the $25,000 to $28,000 range, and we're probably looking at $10,000 to $12,000 to get it back here. It's going to be about 13 foot wide, so it's going to take special permits. But the reason I was looking at it is because I think in the past you guys have looked at it and kind of chose not to do anything about it. KDOT is still doing all the work on 5677 North Lincolnville with concrete. I guess the material is now being stockpiled on KDOT right away because the person that wanted it before doesn't want any more or whatever else. So there's still an awful lot of material up there. And I guess I'm looking at the fact it's beneficial for the county to look into that. The way I understand it is KDOT's going to let 2 more projects, one next year and one the following year for 3 more miles, so another 6 more miles of removals to get fixed. That material getting taken out of there is absolutely fantastic material as far as size-wise. This company is breaking it up. It's breaking it up into, I say, relatively small, 6 to 8 inch size. This processor here would allow us to process that material. Basically, if you look at the picture, you dump the material in the bottom side of it. It goes up the auger. It runs through 2 separate screens up on top, which you can determine what size you want, anywhere from 2 inch on down. So you could actually make 3 different sizes of material actually, because what didn't go through the front grizzly would fall off. That's going to be your ditch liner and stuff like that. Going to be concrete ditch liner. The other 2, you determine whether you want like 1 to 2 inch rock and then below 1 inch or something like that. You also, whatever fines you have left, will not absorb moisture as much as our rock does. Will break down and stuff. Even if they do break down, they won't absorb the moisture as much. So typically when you get this done, you get a lot better material that can last longer. Based on conservative estimates, we've got that concrete that would be available. We have a big pile of rubble and stuff down at the South Shop, plus other places. I roughly estimate, and there's KDOT is considering to give us a big pile up here on the mixing strip. That's kind of stuff that's been sitting there for a lot of years that they really haven't used. They're in the same way. I got rough estimates, probably 40 to 45,000 cubic yards of material we could run through that. Now, with that, other than the processing and our equipment to do that, this thing is portable. We could take it anywhere we wanted to set it there. It runs on a diesel engine. And once we were to process all that material, whatever else, if it gets to the point that we don't want it anymore, we can turn around and resell it. So I'm just trying to look at the issue of saving us rock, getting, I say, maybe higher quality rock. Not really saying that, but the problem we have is our rock breaking up, and then it gets to be so fine that it absorbs water and creates a mess. The other thing is you can process it small enough to get down kind of like a road gravel, and you could mix it in instead of using sand. You could use this in front of places, whatever else. It should cut down on the dust simply because it doesn't have the fines. So like I said, I just found this last week. Unfortunately, the bid ends at 10:30 on Wednesday. So if it's something you want to consider, I guess would need something that you guys would give me a not to exceed maximum of that to bid on it. If not, we can let it go. You just don't see these very often. Most of the ones I've seen have been even used 75,000 on up. They're $250,000 brand new, and obviously we don't want that. This was, and if you actually go to this website, you can actually look at the videos, and it actually shows it working. It doesn't show any running material through that, but they're trying to keep it clean and everything else. But just something I thought of. If we've got these extra piles of stuff like that to get rid of, it's an easier way to process it than just doing it by hand. So.
And so what would this machine do with the rebar that's inside
That you got rebar to deal with any time. You just have to do the best you can. Now, the material they're coming off the concrete, basically all you have is the dowel bars. They're like 1 1/4 inch, inch and 1/8, about 18 inches long. They're pretty noticeable. Every now and then you'd see the little, I think it's like 3/16 wire for the cages that holds those. we have to deal with that anytime. I mean, if we get rock out of there, we have to deal with sharp rocks and stuff like that too. That's just a constant battle. But one thing we could look at is some sort of install a magnet over the belt or something that would pick up a lot of that too. So, yeah, I mean, that's something we can work with. But again, like I said, just something I was looking at that we could try to, take care of that material. Like I said, with the 6 inches above, that's your ditch lining, and honestly, we've got a lot of areas that we could use that too. That helps us, or we wouldn't have to go out and buy that from the quarries too. So, but
My question to you, Bryce, is this machine built for that? I mean,
well, it's been in a rock quarry all its
I
life.
know it's been in rock quarry. Is there any difference between what they expect rock to break up as versus cement? I don't know.
Actually, this machine doesn't break up anything. Okay, it's not a crusher, and the biggest problem with crushers is extremely high maintenance.
Yeah.
If you've ever seen them work, if you go down to any quarry, you'll see that they drop that stuff, and that's the first thing they do to crush it. This just sorts the material, and basically, like I said, whatever you establish on that top end, it will start the gradation there, and then it process the other two. So, and that's the other thing is the reason this is up for sale. It's 21 years old. It's had
Right.
millions of tons of rocks, but we wouldn't be feeding it near as fast as what they would, and we can work through that. We may have to do some upgrades to it, but like I said, 10 to 12,000 to get it here is basically because we'd have to truck it. We wouldn't want to pull it all that way because you'd have new tires and DOT inspections and everything else, plus the time to do it. But
Do you have to tear it down to put it on trailer?
basically, though, it shows those booms in there. That side boom just folds in, and that's part of the reason why it's 13 foot wide. So I mean, once we get it here, we could actually pull it up and down the road as long as we had permits to it. Or if we were on state on the county roads, we wouldn't have to worry about that. Weight-wise, it wasn't really heavy, so it was like I think it says on 35,000 or something like that. So it would actually fit on a truck and trailer. Like I said, it just requires the permits to bring it down, for construction and overweight stuff. So,
But if it's just a sorter, what are you gonna do with the big stuff? You're still looking at having to have a crusher in it.
no, well, yes and no. The thing is that if you get anything above that 6 inch, whatever you determine is, it's still somewhat graded. And the fact is, the other thing that we can actually work on, we have a pavement breaker. We get any real big stuff, we can break it up ourselves. The stuff that I've looked at, I don't know if you guys have ever went up and looked at it, gradation is just, I think, incredibly well. I mean, it's really broke down good to where you won't have those big pieces. And it's so much easier for them to move it when it's smaller anyway than it is real big pieces.
I was surprised at the size of it.
Yeah, and I mean, that material there has got, the cement and everything else in there. It won't absorb, the moisture like our current material here too. I've also been contacted by Scott Burkamp with Burkamp, the quarry up there. We've talked about, some of the things. He actually has Cato approved rock, but we've talked about things there. But I'm just looking at something to, try to, and to say that we couldn't get that material anyway. As of right now, KDOT is just stockpiling it because the contractor has to get rid of it, and so.
When would you expect to use the machine?
Well,
If you got your grader operators busy right now
right.
and stuff.
It's going to be this winter time. I mean, or later on this fall. But like I said, these don't come up very often. We have have to get it now. But if you don't want to, that's fine. I'm just bringing it up as trying to use our resources. So and when the guy said that was just his estimate, $28,000. He said that's what they've gone for before. They could be more. It could be way less. I mean, they start at $100. That's basically there is no reserve. So whatever it goes for. But one of the things that I think would be beneficial is I don't know if a lot of people will really be at it unless people like us, because nobody with any commercial operation would probably want it because it's going to be well used.
I didn't know about the other 3 miles coming up, or 6 miles. You said additional 6 plus
Yes.
these 3?
Yes. And as of right now, the next year's contract will be put out to bid too, but I wouldn't see why it wouldn't be any different than what it is now. They've got to remove all the material. They're like anybody else. I don't see them wanting to come in and crush it, because it's not a lot of material to bring in their own crusher. So, but,
It's interesting that in other counties can't afford to truck it, just what we was looking at was trucking cost after it was even done
Yeah.
and stuff, so here it is, it's sitting in our lap, and we make wise use of it.
yeah.
That's the,
Well, and that's,
I mean, just looking at it, it looks like might be a good deal, but then I'd still like to see some kind of cost analysis of that, rather than us just hiring XYZ company, go crush a bunch of it, we'll pick it up.
yeah. The thing is that's nice about this is obviously with the big pile down here at the south shop, we can move it. And if we wanted to keep it and put it there on a permanent basis, the recommendation was to turn it over to electric power because it's much more efficient to run. But again, I mean, it comes down to that investment, and I'm sure even if we turned around and got rid of it when we were done, we could probably still get approximately the same amount, and it's not gonna depreciate much more than it is now, so.
you opened up a can of worms.
Well, I'm just trying to,
Not just
Yeah.
electric power to
Oh.
the south shop.
Okay, well.
That's what I'm saying. It's not electric power.
and I'm guessing,
It
the
would
other-
have to be rebuilt. Any electric to be going out there to run this machine would probably have to be.
and obviously for as little as we're going to, I say as little as gonna run at little at a time, maybe, obviously
Right.
if you bring in that power, they're gonna want the initial investment and then say how long. So, that, like I said, that was just the recommendation, but anyway, like I said, the only thing really comes down to, the bid closes Wednesday morning, like 10:32 a.m. So, that's, if you wanna hold off, fine. I mean, and who's to say maybe another one of these doesn't come up down the road? I mean, we're always looking for equipment that way and pick them up, but, I'd love to say that we could just, we still could put in a flat bid at it and see where it goes, but, so.
I'm guessing it says hours 53:55, I'm guessing that's it,
Engine hours.
engine
Yeah.
hours.
Yeah.
I mean, that engine, if that's got that many hours on it, not very far from being rebuilt.
Well, and that's the other thing too, you never know. I think it says a Deutz, and in that video, if you look at it, they actually started up and it starts up fairly quick, and, it doesn't sound bad, but anyway, that's what you get on the internet too. But like I said, it's totally up to you guys. If you want me to hold off, then we won't
I
worry
wish
about
I
it.
was more experienced in where I could make a decision, Bryce. I wish I
Sure.
wish I was.
A lot of expense in getting it here, maybe more than what it could be. Getting.
Well, yeah, and that comes down to what you're gonna run into from each state. You have permits and everything else, so, but,
I want to thank you for bringing it to us and letting us make that decision, because it's something, I see that the more cement's coming, I see that, I wondered what was happening, why all of a sudden that pile stopped over there on the west side of the highway, and then it started going over to the east side, and I couldn't figure out what was going on now.
well,
What you did tell me.
I did talk with Joe last week. He
Yeah.
said that's the plan is right now, they're just storing it, because there's a lot of extra KDOT right away right there, and that's why they're just putting it there, and, they're like everybody else. I mean, the contractors like everybody else, they gotta get rid of the material somehow.
Yeah.
It's not real big push now, and,
Right.
and like I said, the next two, and he says, Joe told me that's the plan is they're just gonna turn it over to the contractor, get rid of it. Well, if we're wanting it, we're right there, and,
At the size it is now, Bryce, is how usable for a wash, that we've got tons of washed out areas, is it too little for that kind of stuff?
oh, no, well, and that, again, that's where this machine would come up is, basically, when you do your dish line and stuff like that, you don't want the small stuff, you want more of the bigger stuff. The other thing that's good about crushed concrete, it's got a lot of jagged edges, so when it's put in and compacted, it really sticks, even more than rock. Yeah, like I said, and again, we could go out there and we could kind of work with that material that's out there and do somewhat of a gradation, but it's gonna be so more labor intensive to where I don't think it'd be beneficial to do that. But yeah, honestly, that stuff, if put in correctly, and kind of seeded down with a color or whatever else, can basically be like, concrete dish line. So it'll last a long time. And honestly, there's a lot of places that, one of them down there, 60th and Timber. East of Peabody down there, we had water over the road, water went over the side road, water and culverts, we got gas lines, everything else to worry about, so it's a perfect place for it, but.
Bryce, what would you say would be the minimum bid that you, maybe even, if we were to say, what would you say a minimal?
Well, I
And then if we
mean,
were lucky, if we were meant to have it, we would go for that, and if we're not, then it wouldn't.
that could be anywhere from, again, the reason it's up there is it's end of its useful life for the commercial application, industrial application. I have no idea. I mean, that's up to you guys what you would want to spend. I mean, we
You gotta
could,
give us an idea.
well, I mean, you could put a $5,000 bid, you could put a $10,000 bid. Well, I mean, whatever you want to do. You could say a $1,000 bid, maybe nobody else bids on it. I mean, the reserve has been met at $100. I mean, basically, they're gonna sell it regardless what it comes up with.
You're pretty sure that trucking is under 12,000?
That, I contacted Kim Ross, and
Okay.
I got an idea of, she said, you know, you'll have, she said basically you're talking like $5 per mile, and then that's rough, and then you'll have to figure extra for extra miles, and obviously the permits and stuff like that. So based on, I think it was like 500, I don't remember what the miles were, but anyway, that was just a rough guess, and you won't know it till you actually get everything, so.
But this is sitting in New York?
New York, yeah.
But the sales company's out in Nebraska? Or
That's just the sales.
It's just a sales?
Yeah. I contacted him and he said, hey, he says, I'm just running this auction time ad, and he gave me the name of the guy that owns it, so I could call him up. He owns a construction company, so, but, you know, like I said, I don't know, and if it's something you want to wait on, we can wait on, not a problem. I mean, it's not as though we don't have things to worry about.
So what did you say it was, about $5 a mile?
I think it's $5 a mile, and then you have the permits for each state. You'd have to add, and that was just a MapQuest or Google Map from here to there. She said because you can't go a direct route, you're going to have
Right.
to stay off interstates. You're going to have to go around narrow bridges. You're going to have to
Oh,
go
you
around
can't go
construction.
down the interstate even if you try.
Well, some states do, some states don't, and that's what she said. The biggest problem you have is when you get up in New York and stuff like that. She said
There's the
they all
mountains
have.
and stuff.
Well, the mountains, and they all have specific rules about what roads you can run and stuff like that. So she said it's basically impossible to try to say exactly what it's gonna be until you actually do that. But,
Well, I'd say it's about 1,300 miles. I know it's 1,200 from
Okay.
Pennsylvania, but up to New York, wherever it is in New York,
Right.
that's between 6,000 and 7,000. So what you said was.
well, and like, yeah,
close.
yeah. So,
You're gonna have a $10,000.
or at least, yeah, I would expect at least. But like I said, you know, we can always sit back and say maybe another one comes up. I mean, you never know. But obviously there's no way we spend $7,500 for a nice used one, but, so.
Well, personally, I wouldn't have a problem putting in somewhat a small bid or something and see if we're lucky. Maybe we are, maybe we're not. You know you're not if you don't put in any bid,
Well, that's,
but
I
I don't know what's
the only thing that I have experienced, and I'm just gonna pick on you a little bit, Bryce, is we've had other people come in, we buy something off the internet, and I'm gonna refer back to a bucket truck. And it come from back east somewhere. I don't know exactly where, how far it come back. It seemed to be pretty good, but we haven't used it to the extent that I wanted to use, that I thought we would.
Sure.
And so I don't want to do this, the same thing, if we get it and then we don't use it, then we haven't accomplished much.
Yeah.
So.
well, and the other thing, honestly, the prudent thing to do was, if you are interested, have somebody qualified to check it out, or myself or whoever else look at it to see it. It's like anything else, you buy it on the internet, you never know what, I mean, they make it look good, the videos.
Let's talk about that. What would you do, call a cat company up and say, I want your
Well-
maintenance person to go out and give us an inspection? Or?
We could do that, but we're gonna have to pay for that too.
Sure.
A couple $100, whatever
Yeah.
else.
Yeah.
But, you know, like I said, unfortunately, that's the worst thing about it, it's such short notice. But I mean, kind of based on what you're saying, you guys maybe hold off.
Well, I think means that there's gonna be more and more of this concrete come available over the next couple of years. Maybe something will come up a little closer. I don't know. I mean, I guess I wouldn't be against throwing a really low dollar bid on it, because you got so much in transportation.
Yeah.
$5,000, that would, I'm
I
just
think that
throwing
sounds
numbers out.
fair.
Time you
It's a
figure
shot.
another 10, 11,000 on getting it here, you're still up 16, 17,000.
And, and honestly, I think that would be an absolute steal for it, if we got it for that, because I think we could use that just tremendously. And like I said, if nothing else, we could, when we're done with it, turn around and get rid of it locally or whatever else, you know, maybe some small
Scrapyard
things.
ones.
Well, yeah, I mean, you look at just scrap price in itself is it's probably 10,000. So,
So, somebody wanna Shall we,
I'd be interested in making a minimum low bid or maximum bid of 5,000. Go for that, I don't know.
you agree with
Yeah,
that?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Small.
We need to act on it.
I think you act on it to give him authority to do a bid, maximum not to
Okay, you wanna
exceed.
go ahead and make a motion then, Randy?
Yeah, I'd make a motion to allow Bryce to go up to $5,000 for this
Machine.
1998 X-Tech 5000 Turbo. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yes.
You want a second that?
Yes, oh, yes, second.
Move to second, all those in favor?
Okay. And the only, I was thinking of something too, Jess and I were talking this morning, and you guys brought up the issue of your generator. Just wondering if, has there ever been anything talked about a generator for our shop up there? Simply because if we get with a snowstorm, hailstorm, whatever else knocks out power, we'll probably need our facilities possibly to use out at shop. Nothing urgent, but I mean, it's just something to look at down the road, even if we got a portable one or something to that effect, just in case that happens.
I thought Road and Bridge had some.
Do they? Well,
I
okay.
thought they did.
I'll say something to check into, but I
Well,
mean,
doesn't,
They brought them.
emergency management?
Well, emergency
Did they?
management has some, yes.
oh, okay, so
But
we could use
when
one.
the ice storm hit, they was using everything they could get. And I thought,
Well, that's true too.
I know that was part of the reason why obviously you had this for emergency management,
Correct.
so
Mhm.
kind of same thing, but that's something to look into, and I just happen to see generators on this auction too, which is kind of crapshoot. But other than that, I guess that's it, unless you have anything else.
I have one question for you.
Yes.
You made mention that you're putting rock on it, it's just disappearing. Are the graders and the truckers being vigilant on buying only KDOT approved rock?
Oh, yeah.
And you don't have
That's
a problem?
something, and we're actually using a lot of that Waverly rock too, which has come in, which is, they like a lot better. It works better. The other thing we're kind of finding out is we need to make sure that when we go to put rock down, if it's a hard pan, we don't want to put the real big heavy stuff on there, even though it can turn soft, because that just sits up on top, it's tearing up vehicles, everything else, and it ends up being pushed off the side of the road. So we're going with the smaller stuff on top there just to make sure that we're not causing more problems. And like anything else, we're constantly out and about looking at that stuff to try to make sure we do the right stuff. But yeah, we're trying to do the best we can.
I'd like to ask the commission, if we have mud holes that we've got to fill in, is it viable to spend for KDOT approved mud rock? I mean, it's, when you throw it in the mud, why,
It doesn't matter.
it really don't, you're just looking for to build a base and have something solid down there and you know, it's,
But
I don't know.
Isn't that a harder rock or a better quality rock? Isn't that
Well,
the theory behind it?
And actually, that's what Scott Burkamp and I talked about. He said, he's got some bigger stuff, and he brought up the same issue. Say, for instance, we're gonna build a road up 2-3 feet or whatever else. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with that non-approved KDOT rock, because it's not gonna be subjected to the moisture and the freeze thaw and stuff like that, and the traffic. Because when you build it up, you're gonna go back with either dirt or something on top of it, and then rock on top of it. So, and the other thing about, the bigger rock is that, you typically pay more, for the ton of it.
So I guess what you're saying though, I guess I'm a little confused because over all the years, in all the roads that we've built, we've been using unapproved, KDOT approved rock, and it hasn't lasted. So I mean, how could it?
this is a different base. I'm talking the mud. I'm not talking up on top and that.
Right.
You look at your Pilsen Road, we spent quite a bit, as of today, and I don't know how many years it's been that we redid that, and it's got some holes coming in it now. But that whole base was built with some unapproved KDOT rock and stuff like that. Then we went in and for the final coats, you come back with a better, after on top of the base, we come back with better rock then.
And that's when you blacktopped over top, is what you're talking about?
That's all chip and seal. That's not
Okay.
blacktop.
Well,
That is, the
okay.
Pilsen Road is
But
just
you
chip
put
and
that right over
seal.
top of the rock, right?
Yes, yes.
And like I said, that's the whole thing is, basically, it's like anything else, you're building it up, the reason you use rock is because it'll compact better compared to dirt, stuff like that. It wears better too. For instance, like places where they get washed out on the roadways 2-3 feet deep. If we went back with that big stuff underneath there and then got it built back up and then build our road with the KDOT approved rock and whatever else, that's definitely the way to go.
I'm not changing the top grading
Yeah.
of it.
And like I said, that's what hurts on the top rock is that the traffic and the weather conditions, the moisture, that's what breaks it down. It's like anything else, asphalt breaks down, concrete breaks down, rock breaks down, but down below, it's not gonna be subjected to those conditions.
And on the Pilsen Road, it wasn't right away that you put the asphalt or that
No,
you put the chip
no.
seal. It was several years later,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
yes, yes.
So,
Mhm.
yeah.
It sat there, we built it, let it set, and then come back with some more rock on top
Right.
before we chip and seal, yes. And that's the point, I spent a lot of money on that, but matter of fact, we took all the sign money from Marion County, and that's where the sign money went, was to put rock on that road to build the base up, so.
Well,
But I'm just seeing that some of the mud hole areas that these guys deal with on washouts and things, I really would like to give them the leniency to fill some holes in up to a certain point with.
And honestly, I'm not gonna put materials in there that aren't gonna do the job. I mean, I'd be shooting myself in the foot by doing that to not create a good base or whatever down there, so. But and obviously like this, Scott and I talked about it, and obviously they're setting with the quarry up in the northeast part of the county, if we can work that out, but, like I said, we're not gonna do anything that we don't wanna try to work with, so.
Well, I like buying rock from everybody, sharing.
Well,
you
right.
know.
Oh, I was also gonna tell you too, when we went out to truck bids, per your guys' request, contacted the Midway Motors and Ford and Hillsborough Ford, but also Midway deals with McPherson. Also contacted Conklin Cars in Newton, but they can pull from Hutch, Salina, and Kansas City, so they can deal with all that. Also contacted Clint Boyer, Toyota, and Emporia. So we've got a good basis of everything that's out there, so. All right, anything else?
Just for information purposes, since you're new,
Uh-huh.
going forward, if you have more than just, say, area fuel bids,
Okay,
ask for them more times.
okay. Can't do.
That way,
Yeah.
try to keep things more streamlined.
Good.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Bryce.
Okay, is Bud here?
There you go. Thank you very much.
Morning, Bud.
Morning. First thing I need to do is road and bridge needs some chemical for trees. Got bid here for them. I think there's 3 there. Might be more than 3.
Make a motion to go to Crossbow, we have 2 bids. Make a motion to go to Crossbow and East probably out of Salina, is that where they're out at?
Abilene.
Abilene?
Yep.
East out of Abilene, at $41.60 a gallon, total of $2,080.
And you said this was for the road and bridge for
Right.
trees?
Right.
Is that your motion, Randy?
Yes.
I'll second
Okay, been moved and seconded to approve the bid on the Crossgrove for 50 gallons, $41.60 per gallon from Van Dyst. Any other discussion? Not all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then, been talking about the help I need. I've got figures here to show to you that I have the money in my departments to do it. The only thing is I'd have to move some from one line item to the personnel services to cover it. So, if that is possible. And this is going to be in all 4 departments, this position will be. But the money is going to be coming out of the weed department and the transfer station.
What's this?
That's for the half and half.
Oh.
It's coming out of both. Anyway, for this year, on the weed department, adding a full-time employee for the wages would be about $3,000 over my line item. And I have money in my contractual or my commodities that I could move to cover that. And in the transfer station, well, and then for the budget of next year, it would add, $5,020.96 to my budget, but I proposed more than that when I met with you guys the other day for the weed department personnel services. So, and then the $5,633 comes out of a different fund for the insurance capers and, or insurance and taxes and stuff. And so that's that. But on the transfer station, it repays the county for the insurance and that would be, for next year, it would be an extra $23,142 going into with wages and everything. So that's what I would have to add to that out of the transfer station fund that we have. And that would be eliminating the part-time position at both the weed department and the transfer station, and like I said, this person would be a floating person working in all 4 departments wherever. Friday and Saturday would definitely be down at the transfer station because that's where we need it, and the other one would be, then the other 28 hours would be where I needed help in whichever department I needed help in.
So you're asking for one new full-time for
Right.
each?
Just one person for all 4 departments.
One full-time?
Yeah, just
And that-
one full-time person.
And that's eliminating 1 or 2 part-time?
2 part-time positions. The one that was budgeted at the weed department and the one that is down at the transfer station right now. So that would just be adding,
Is this all due to the part-time person being used to pick up trash and
no,
stuff?
no, it's not from that. It's that I could utilize the person in the other departments too. I'm needing the help, after getting involved with the musk thistle pulling and stuff and getting behind, if I could have had the help, I tried to use the part-time person, but it wasn't going to work out, so. But there
So
is
one of the part-time positions you don't have nobody on right now, right?
Right, no. I don't have anybody there at this time, but the one down at the transfer station is working right now. And this, like I said, would eliminate those 2 positions and then put the person where it needed to be.
I somewhat understand what you're telling me, Bud. I would just tell you my opinion right now as of, I think we're in a move, jump, put the fire out, do this, do that. I'd like to see your department get settled down someday after we get a new transfer station built and stuff like that, and see what we're at.
Right.
And if we put a full-time person on right now, in my opinion, we, and later on we don't need them, I don't like doing that.
Right.
I like to put somebody on that I know that I can keep a job, and that I need that job and stuff like that. So I'm just saying to the commission that I like to see, I don't want Bud to be short by any means, so I'm not finding somebody, but we're sitting out there with 1 half-time position, but a part-time position not filled right now. And apparently the part-time person didn't work on what was happening the other day or something like that.
Right.
I'm not sold yet that I need to jump to a full-time person, so that's just my opinion right now.
So you lost a part-time person that you had?
Lost them a couple years ago, and just nobody wants to work part-time, basically. I did advertise for it, and then just, it's gone by the wayside. I'd still budget for it in case I tried it.
Would this affect your 2020 budget then, what you proposed?
Yes. What I proposed would be that one, the revised sheet that you guys have there, these.
But you're
That-
saying you have the money to do it, right?
I have the money to do it, just would have to move from one line item
Yeah.
to another to cover the full-time position.
Right.
And
And we can do that between departments.
No, not,
Within each of his departments, he would have to reduce one line item to cover the additional personnel costs.
Because half the money would come from the transfer station budget, the other half would come from the weed department budget.
but that wouldn't be a problem to do that.
No, it's just moving
Yeah.
some money from one line item to the other. The budget has the funds to
Right.
do this, but, you know, it just have to move from one line item to another to cover that line.
Okay.
Well, as Randy said, you know, once we get the transfer station done and we start getting some efficiencies, I'd be a little bit concerned about being overstaffed too. Because
Well,
we add that full-time person.
The only thing I gotta say is I have 4 departments, not just the
I
transfer
understand,
station, you
yeah.
know. The other 3, I can use the help, but, you know, that's why this person would be wherever I needed him besides Friday and Saturday for sure at the transfer station.
And if you don't get the adequate help that you need, you're never gonna really settle down. It's
Well,
always-
it'll be like it's been for me for the last
Yeah.
3 years, you know. And I'm not complaining. I'm
How
not
long did
complaining.
you advertise for a part-time?
Oh, I advertise 2-3 weeks at a time, you know, but the thing of it is, the weed department part-time person is mostly just spraying weeds,
Right.
you know. So, because I have to watch out on the HHW, they have to be certified to handle that stuff. Now, they can take it in from the people on a cart and put it in a room, but they can't touch it after that. So they have to, and, you know, I don't think we want to educate, well, for one thing, part-time position would be gone when the schooling goes on to educate them in HHW. And
What we did back then, correct me if I'm wrong, Bud, is we did have a half-time, part-time secretary.
Mhm.
And we give that position, we moved some of that position out of the weed department to a full-time job.
Yeah.
And I can tell you honestly that I feel that if we didn't have a full-time person running right now somewhere to keep that up, we would be way behind.
We would.
So, full-time position has worked pretty good there. The only time I see that we're running short, from what I see visibility-wise, is come springtime and we need to be spraying for. And that's what I see right now.
Right.
Except, that's why I asked the question about if the trash deal was the problem for the full-time person. So I do see that this half-time position that's left over there in the weed department, we do need somebody, because I mean, I don't know how much spraying is, I mean, have you guys seen the spraying going on? I don't know. Yeah.
The weather this year is pretty much better.
Yeah, the weather this year is terrible.
Yeah,
Yes.
we've been out there when we can,
Yeah.
and you know, it's just one of those things that,
You try to get over.
We get it
most-
as quick
You
as
try
we
to
can.
get over most of the secondary roads.
right now, we're trying to get the noxious weeds under control that are in our ditches. You know, the Johnson grass, the cerisa, the musk thistle. This year, I've had more reports of musk thistle in the ditches.
Oh, yeah.
And I gotta go out and pop them and get them out of the way before I can even start to tell somebody to control theirs, you know, because if it's growing in our ditch, I don't feel that I have the right to tell them that it's, you know, they need to control theirs. So I get it as soon as I get a report on it, or if I drive past them and find them and stuff, but, I'd like to be able to spray like we used to, you know, but just, there's no time. There's no time. So-
Well, but I will tell you personally, when I have somebody come before me that has the money in their budget and they're asking for help, I don't have a problem with that. I always get a little more alarmed when they don't have the money in their budget and they're asking for help. So that's when I get alarmed. So the fact that you have the money there and you're asking for help, and we want to get that, all 4 of your departments pulled together, I don't know how we would get that if we don't provide you with proper help.
And I understand your point, you know, I'm trying to keep costs down too, you know, I don't wanna,
But you didn't increase your budget this year.
no,
You didn't.
No.
So.
But you said that it's gonna affect your 2020 budget.
yeah.
From what you originally proposed to us.
Well,
a week ago.
what I proposed you, it will cover, it should cover this full-time person.
What you proposed to us last week
Right.
will, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a question. I
That's
need.
the only thing is I put that extra money in the personal line item
Yeah.
for the weed department, because I
Okay.
knew that I didn't want to take very much more out of the transfer station, because we do have the payments and the building to pay for and stuff. And
So
I
you
want to
said
take as
you're-
little out of that one
Yeah.
as I can.
Your bottom line is the same, you're
Right.
just changing.
What I
it.
presented
That's
to you
it.
guys is going to be the same as
Okay.
what,
So
Okay. We're-
so do you know which line item in your 2020 budget you're reducing to cover this?
it would probably be out of the commodities. Yes. Yeah, out of both of them.
Okay, well,
Out of
you've
both
explained it
budgets.
to me now, so.
Yeah, out of both budgets, commodity, I would reduce it and raise the personnel services, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you, Bud.
Yeah, and I don't have an issue with it.
I don't have an issue with it either.
Okay. If that's good, I'm
So
finished.
is consensus that there will be a full-time person hired and the 2 part-time positions eliminated? Is that consensus
That's
of the
what,
board?
the way I understand it,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
One full-time? and
Yes.
No part-time.
No part-time, yes.
Do you have a question?
I still have to, I'm just not settled with our future yet. I would hope that if this full-time person goes on, what we're lacking, what I've seen in the last 3 years, is the sprayer out there come springtime or fall time, that they're spraying for stuff. This year's an ugly year, I'm not gonna deny that a bit, but.
Right.
But I think that's what we've been lacking, because we moved that full-time or the part-time position to full-time, and consequently, if you look and see how much our recycle truck is running, if you look at that, you'll see why that Bud don't have no time. Is that recycle truck is on the road, takes a lot of time to go to 5 different locations.
5 different locations.
5 different
in the county.
locations, one of them twice a week.
Yeah. Soon
And
to be.
so that has caused his personnel to more time over that way.
Yeah.
And so if,
So
you
with
know,
this new person, you got them certified to where they could run the spray truck?
Mhm. They'll be certified for that. They'll have a CDL to run the recycle, because that is required on that rig. It's 400 pounds over legal limit, so it's required, and everybody who runs it for me does have one. And yeah, and then they will be certified in the household hazardous waste too. So they have a class, 24-hour class in October to get certified in that. And then every year we have a refresher course, an 8-hour refresher course to get that done. That's part of the services that our Big Lakes organization provides for us, belonging to that, so.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Bud?
just for the records, I will still vote no for
We need those.
this position. We haven't voted yet.
Well, do you want to take
We
a
have to
vote since it's
to
not? a complete-
authorize
Yeah.
Bud to offer a full-time position.
I'll go ahead and make that motion to authorize him to hire one full-time position.
Okay. I'll second that. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Oh, and I forgot to tell you, the land form permit for the dirt has been approved.
Yeah, we got that.
Okay,
Yep.
just
Thank
wanted to
you.
make sure.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Kansas Legal Services? Yeah,
It's all new.
Oh, no, it's not new, it's just changed.
Change.
There you
Yeah. A lot more people here.
Yeah. Keeping us on track.
I know.
Go ahead, whenever you're ready.
I got some numbers to hand out to you. I'm Ty Wheeler with Kansas Legal Services. As I start out every presentation, I tell people that we are a private, not-for-profit law firm. That means we're just like every law firm up and down Main Street, except for we're not in it to make money. And some years we do good at that, some years we do too good at that. Lately, it's been one of those years where we have done really good at that. And that gets me doing my work. Part of my job is coming around to the counties and sticking out my hand for money and saying please. In Marion County, I think we've done very well. This last year, or about a year and a half ago, Judge Powers asked me to be on the criminal appointment list over here because he was running out of local attorneys. you are getting short on local attorneys. They're moving away, becoming judges, things like that. So we're coming over and doing court-appointed cases. We did 46 of them last year. I think we'll probably do about 60 or 70 this year. They're going up. I think that's because Judge Powers is more comfortable with appointing us now. We went from representing 49 people in Marion County to representing 78 last year. That's going up. Public defender went from 22 to 46, and civil cases went from 18 to 22. Our advices dropped down, but we're doing advices on a central basis now. If they call into Wichita to do an intake to our 1-800 number, we have 2 attorneys full-time that now do nothing but advise people. We found out we were spending a lot of attorney time advising people, calling them back and waiting to get them online and stuff like that. Whereas we had them right there, they were calling in and somebody wasn't available to advise them, so we had to do this callback thing, and a lot of times they wouldn't give us the right number, or they, you're down to writing them a letter and saying, hey, call us back and we'll get you advice. Now we have 2 attorneys doing this centrally. It's working a lot better. We get certain cases in the local office that are still advised, where they come in and we don't know whether we're going to represent them or just advise them, and they turn out being advised cases. An advised case is something like somebody calls in and has a question about jurisdiction. They haven't lived in the state of Kansas for 60 days. They want to know, hey, can I file a divorce? And no, they can't because they haven't been here long enough. Or the kids have only been here 90 days. Can we file a divorce? No, you've got to be here about 120 days before you can file a divorce with kids. So things like that get advised. The number that I'm really impressed with in Marion County is the number of rejects. Last year we had 45, that's down to 20. That is people who met our financial qualifications, who fell into priority, who we couldn't accept. Basically, we could do their case, but we chose not to. Part of that is that the VOCA grant, Violence Against Women grant, they didn't give us much more money. They gave us a little bit more money, about $5,000 in Emporia, but they lifted the restrictions on what we could do with that money. So we used to just be able to do PFAs. Well, now we can do the PFA and finish up the divorce that's attached. So if somebody comes to me and says, hey, my husband beat me up, I get involved and do the PFA and the divorce all in one case. Makes it a lot more thorough, a lot more important. We can also do other things, like we do Crime Victims Compensation Act cases, where we help somebody apply for a crime victims compensation. If somebody gets beat up and sent to the hospital and they don't find out who did it, we can apply to the Crime Victims Compensation and get their medical bills covered. I can also hold somebody's hand if they're a victim of crime throughout the criminal case. If they're a witness and they're not very sure of themselves. If Joel has a client that he's afraid to put on the stand without an attorney there, I can come in and be the attorney for that person if I'm needed. I haven't done that yet in Marion County, but we're willing to do it, and I've talked to Joel about it. The other type of cases that we do a lot of is domestic violence cases. Those are cases, if a woman calls in and says, listen, I want to get divorced, my husband used to beat me up, but he's in prison doing 10 years, I'm probably telling her, no, that's not a priority. That's not a case that we would do. If she calls up and says, hey, he's touching my kid today, yeah, I'm involved in that case tomorrow. We go out and get a restraining order, then we go and get the divorce, get custody order, finish the case up like that. The PFAs that we do, a lot of them are problematic because it's a piece of paper that gets somebody in trouble for doing something stupid. Most people follow a court order, but there's a fair number of people that are just patently ignorant. I mean, judge tells them not to be around her, and he's over there the next day. And we go in and try to help them. Safety plan, we work with the Battered Women's Shelter, we work with other agencies to make sure that they're okay. We also do disability cases, although we're not doing them in Emporia for adults anymore. We've transferred those to Topeka and Wichita because the hearings are there. It didn't make any sense for us to do it. My paralegal of 47 years retired that was doing the cases. It didn't make any sense to do the cases where we're traveling back and forth to do the hearings. with Skype and telephone communication. If a client wants to come into my office and meet with our attorney in Kansas City or Wichita, they come in, sit at our computer desk, and they're right there. Mostly it's phone interviews and stuff like that. We are still doing children's cases in Emporia. We have a little bit of money from United Way. We get a little bit of money from the state, and we're doing children's cases. Last year, our Social Security numbers didn't drop because it takes so long to get to a hearing. The Wichita office averages about 3 years. Topeka has gone up to 2.5 years because Topeka was at about a year, and they brought in a whole bunch of North Dakota cases that were waiting to have a hearing, and all those cases cut in line in front of the Topeka cases. It was horrible. And in Kansas City, don't know what to tell you, but it's about 3.5 years from the time you request a hearing to get one up there. Kansas, Topeka office has the distinction of being the lowest paying ODR office in the country. That means if you appear without an attorney in the Topeka office, your odds are about 25% that you're going to win your case. Some of these cases don't have really good medical records, aren't very good cases, but most of them are. They're really difficult. You can almost not win a mental illness case in Topeka right now. Their judges are just very strict, and we do a lot to work with Prairie View and the Mental Health Center, or Crosswinds, I guess they're called now, and we'll call them up and say, hey, your notes say this person is doing better today. For that person, that means they got out of bed. You know, it doesn't mean they could go to work. It meant they got out of bed. We work with making sure that the notes reflect exactly what's going on, how it's going on, and we work with them by sending out medical stress statements to the doctors that ask, you know, does this person have diabetes? Do they have neuropathy? You know, can they stand on their feet? Things like that. And we do very well in those cases. We did do one CAMS case in Marion County. We assisted a farmer to refinance his family farm with FSA. It was sort of complicated, but I got to learn more about hay than I ever wanted to know. I know more about big brown bales and little square bales than any other person I could ever imagine. And I know the difference between brome and prairie grass and all that.
They didn't teach that in lawyer school?
No.
Oh, they are.
Nope. So, if you ask the attorneys up and down the street, we work closely with the private bar. We don't want to be taking cases. Somebody comes into me and they got $1 million in real estate and $600,000 in their retirement account. I may go in and get them the PFA, but then I'm sending the divorce off to somebody else. More likely than not, it's somebody going into the lawyer's office asking, I need to get a divorce, and then I'm telling them, okay, my retainer will be $2,500. And they're like, oh, you can't afford that. I can never afford that. They're usually calling me and saying, hey, can you do this case? Those are the kind of cases we do. We try not to step on the private bar. We don't do fee generating cases. We don't do cases that we know the private bar is going to want. We sort of work together to figure out which cases get done and make sure that people who are trying to access the justice system have a way to access it. Do you have any questions?
The children's disability cases, is that children that lose parents? Is that children that's taken out of homes?
Mostly that's kids in foster care that are disabled, because that's our biggest referral source is St. Francis. If they've got a child that they're working with that they think is significantly behind, significantly disabled, they'll refer it to me. And usually what I'll do is I'll send a medical store statement out to the guardians that they take to the doctor, and if the doctor says they're disabled, we'll probably take that case. If the doctor says, okay, this kid's got some problems if they're not really behind, or they could catch up, we're probably not going to get involved with that case. We make sure that that's a good case before we take it, that they're really disabled. Because, you know, we only do we did 7 last year. I think our goal this year is 9. It's not very many cases, but for those families, it's really important because we get a little bit of income for that kid. But the real thing that we get is a medical card. The family can probably get housing assistance if they don't have a very good house. They get food stamps. It's the other benefits besides the cash. I mean, the cash is important because it pays for things like wheelchairs and a special bed and stuff like that. But the other benefits really are important.
Okay. Second question, last question is, you said a year, now it's, speak is up to 3 or something like that. Is that what you said?
About 2.5.
2.5?
Yeah.
Is that a national average?
National average is about 18 months. All our offices are behind.
Okay.
But in Kansas City, for example, they got 5,000 cases per judge pending. They got 11 judges. So there's 55,000 cases are pending in Kansas City.
Wow.
About 4% of our population statewide qualifies for or is eligible for disability benefits. That's a lot of people. It's not a lot of people in every county, but statewide, when you add it all up, it's a lot of people.
Well, it's just a process. You take a person that has health stricken and becomes disabled, from the time they're health stricken to the time they receive a judgment, those people, if they don't have health, they're gone. I mean, I don't know.
A lot of times they rely on public benefits and families. We used to have general assistance in Kansas, and it didn't pay very much. It was like $92, but it came with a Medican card that paid for ER visits and ambulance trips and stuff like that. They've eliminated that, and that's probably hurt us more than anything. And it's really passed the burden down to local hospitals and family members. Because if you're a farmer, you've been farming 50 years, and you're 59 years old, and all of a sudden your back goes out, you can't get back on that tractor, what are you going to do? Because nobody's going to hire you. Nobody wants to retrain you. And if you really have a back problem, if I've got a doctor saying their back has gone out and they have spinal injury, if they're on the other side of Highway 99, they're waiting 3.5 years to get a decision. Now, they'll get a back award that covers that 3.5 years, but what do they do for that 3.5 years? It's horrible.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of people in that boat.
Yeah.
Awful lot.
And one thing I will tell the commissioners, you guys get a lot of questions. When you have legal ones, send them to me. If I don't know the answer, I'll send them to somebody who does. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for the information. I always appreciate it. Hearing from you.
Same amount of time?
$4,500. It's a $500 increase. Not very much, but it goes to cover my increased costs. Because we found out we were paying our new attorneys a lot less than the county attorneys and private attorneys. I mean, we start a new attorney out at about $42,000, and the county attorney starts them out at about $55,000. That's, it's hard to keep attorneys.
Yeah. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Do we need to act on their request?
Yeah.
Okay, Purview?
Good morning. Thank you. You have my written proposal in front of you. I want to call just a couple of things to your attention there and then tell you a couple of stories. Okay, on page 2, where it talks about the crisis response and emergency interventions, those are some of the core requirements of a community mental health center. So every CMHC in Kansas is licensed and contracts with KDADS, and that renews every year. And it sets out our requirements, services that we're required to provide to individuals in our counties regardless of their ability to pay. And one of those is that we maintain crisis response and emergency services 24/7, 365, like law enforcement or like EMS. And for us to staff that availability across our tri-county area with master's level qualified mental health professionals is about $327,000. So if you just looked at the population and how that's distributed and applied those costs across Harvey, Marion, and McPherson County, Marion County's share of that, if you will, would be just over $52,000. So that's just kind of perspective, because that's something that we're required to provide. We're required to perform screens for admission to a state mental health hospital. The CMHCs are recognized as the gatekeepers to those state institutions, so no one can be admitted to a state mental health hospital, Osawatomie or Larned, without being assessed by a clinician from a community mental health center. Last year we did 156 of those screens in our counties. And conservatively, the cost of that was nearly $90,000. In addition, those individuals, if they are accepted for admission, typically need to be transported by either law enforcement or secure transport. And our cost for that last year was just over $26,000. If you turn then to page 3.
Just a second.
Yes, sir.
Could someone tell the folks down there to move to the north?
If you go on to page 3, the top section, services for uninsured or underinsured residents, and just for clarity, someone would be considered underinsured if they have a health insurance plan, but perhaps their deductible is so high that they will never meet it, or their coverage doesn't include a mental health benefit or a benefit for substance use treatment, so their insurance doesn't cover the services that they need, then effectively they are uninsured for our purposes. Last year in Marion County, Prairie View served 361 persons. 234 of them were uninsured or underinsured and met the financial eligibility guidelines, and we use the federal poverty guidelines to determine that. So they were qualified for our sliding fee scale. That's another important way that we use county funds, is to underwrite that sliding fee scale for your county. That percentage is 65%, which is significantly higher than Harvey or McPherson counties. They're about 46% uninsured or underinsured. So for those 361 persons last year, we provided 13,352 services. You could think of that as an appointment or a unit of service. And the cost of that was nearly $17,000. So that just puts some actual numbers to how we applied or how we allocated county dollars during the past year. Any questions about that so far? Okay. Then, I mentioned at the beginning, well, first, another thing that is not in the report, and I share this every year based on reports that come to the community mental health centers from our state association and the Kansas Association of Counties, and that has to do with the level of support from counties to their designated mental health authority, or their CMHC, for the past year. Last year, the statewide average per capita funding was $777. I think the year before that it was $737 per capita. If you applied that $777 for Marion County population, that would come out to $94,000 for Marion County to Prairie View as your CMHC. Last year, Harvey County funded Prairie View at $403 per capita, making them number 92 in the state. McPherson County funded us at $601 per capita, making them number 66 in the state. Marion County funded Prairie View at $537 per capita, making you number 75 in the state. And I share that information because it is slowly getting better each year, and we really appreciate that. Just as the gentleman before me mentioned, it's important and it's a struggle to just keep pace with our increasing costs, and that's true across our systems. So I'm going to give a typical scenario. This would be true in Marion County, in any other county in Kansas, as a very frequent kind of experience when the community mental health center is called to do one of those screens for a state mental health hospitalization. Typically, those calls originate in a hospital emergency department or through a contact with law enforcement. Very often, 911 is called because there's an individual that is threatening suicide, or there's a concern that the individual is harmful to others. The person is typically known to law enforcement when they're dispatched. They're often acquainted with that individual and with the family because there have been other contacts over months or years. When law enforcement arrives, they may be uneasy. Perhaps they've been told that the individual has a weapon or has access to weapons, but we'll say in this example, the person's not holding a weapon at this time. He's probably distraught, maybe actively psychotic. He's probably tearful, speaking very rapidly. If he is speaking at all, may or may not make sense. Law enforcement and family both know that this person could be using substances, or at least that possibility exists. The family's worried about the well-being of their family member. Suicide by cop, as you know, is a real thing. Sometimes when people call our crisis line and talk about their contemplating suicide and ask if they have a plan, they say yes, and that's their plan. They see that as a sure thing if they want to end their life. Law enforcement, as you can imagine, want to avoid that scenario at all costs and have to balance that with protecting themselves and community safety. Law enforcement knows substance use may be involved. It's also possible that psychosis is a factor, or a head injury, or a person that is struggling with PTSD. Sometimes there are other underlying medical conditions. So law enforcement on the scene is trying to sort that out. Often they summon EMT involvement to help them evaluate that situation. For the purpose of this example, let's say that the EMTs evaluate the person and determine that they can be safely transported to the local emergency department, and the individual is willing to cooperate with that. That's necessary for a number of reasons: to determine medical stability and keep the person safe, but also help all the professionals involved know how to proceed in that situation. So let's say, in this example, the person's at the emergency department, and labs can verify that a controlled substance is being used. That means that a mental health professional is not able to do an evaluation at this time. If a person is under the influence, then a mental health professional can't make an accurate assessment until that substance has cleared the system, until that person is no longer intoxicated or affected by that substance. Sometimes it just means time needs to pass, or other medical procedures need to take place. If the individual is unwilling to participate in treatment and they're determined to be a danger to themselves or others and in need of hospitalization, and that needs to be an involuntary commitment, then a judge and an attorney will not accept the results of a mental health evaluation if the person is under the influence. So that won't be admissible in court. So once those labs are within normal limits, medical stability can be determined, the physician will request, or law enforcement can request, a mental health screen be completed, and that's when the CMHC is called. We are using more and more telemedicine to perform those screens, so that qualified mental health professional will either be physically present, or they will use a HIPAA-compliant platform to be able to interact with that person, kind of like when we FaceTime with our grandchildren. It's almost like being there, and it is a lot more efficient with all of our resources, and sometimes can be much quicker if the clinician that's on duty is in a far corner of McPherson or Harvey County and can't be here as quickly. Very often, by the time a situation progresses to that point, the individual does meet the criteria for hospitalization. If they're not wanting to cooperate, then typically an involuntary commitment petition is filed. Often, because of the level of risk to the individual and to the community, a secure transport is needed, as I mentioned earlier. So a third party or law enforcement will transport that individual. The person then is hospitalized most often at Larned for our catchment area, but sometimes we have individuals who need to be hospitalized at Osawatomie State Hospital, and so they may be transported and hospitalized there. When the individual is discharged from the hospital, they will have follow-up appointments with Prairie View as their community mental health center, unless they're from another county, and it would be that CMHC. And the individual is expected then to follow through with those treatment recommendations. Sometimes there is a court order for outpatient treatment. So in that scenario, assuming that there's an involuntary commitment, you've had law enforcement, you've had EMTs, you've had an uninsured emergency department visit, you've had the mental health professional, you've had the transportation, you have those follow-up appointments. So the cost of that, very conservatively, of that one episode is probably $3,500 on the low end. That happened 156 times last year for Prairie View. Now, that is extremely typical. Happens a few times a week for us, as well as every other county across the state of Kansas. Now, in scenario 2, it happens occasionally, but this is the way that we would like for it to go. In my written report, when I talk about our prevention, education, and outreach activities last year, I talked about the fact that we taught a number of mental health first aid classes to help people from the community, whether it's law enforcement or healthcare or the faith community or the school system or just business people or community volunteers. Help them learn how to assess a situation where someone may be experiencing a mental health crisis or may be struggling with an addiction. Kind of like you take CPR or you take a Red Cross first aid class, you can take mental health first aid taught by Prairie View as your local community mental health center. So in this scenario, a community member who has taken mental health first aid and he feels equipped to deal with these situations, he's at work. He walks into the bathroom and there's his colleague sitting on the floor, distraught, weeping, expressing feelings of worthlessness and not wanting to live anymore. This happened. And this community member told us later, you know, before I took mental health first aid, if I had walked into the bathroom and seen my colleague, hey man, I'm sorry, I didn't know, and made a hasty retreat. But because he knew that that was a warning sign and this was quite likely a life and death situation, he sat down on the floor next to his colleague and talked about what was causing him this level of distress. And he had practiced in the course asking the question, are you really thinking about ending your life? If I ask Randy that question and he tells me yes, I better be prepared to know what happens after that. And maybe I ask him, if that's what you're going to do you have a plan? How would you do that? Well, yes, I think I'm probably going to shoot myself. That'd be the easiest and the fastest. Then I need to follow up with, and do you have access to weapons? Well, sure I do, and starts telling me what kinds of guns he has. So in this scenario, the individual is alert to this and knows how to have the conversation, is as prepared as a layperson can be, sits with his colleague, hears his perspective, talks to him about his willingness to seek help, encourages him to contact his family, helps him make that phone call just to participate and recognize that there's help. There's someplace you can get help even if you don't have health insurance. Let's call Prairie View and get an appointment. One of our new initiatives called Same Day Access. When we get those phone calls, we get the person in today. If they can't come to the office, the clinic in their community, then we can use Zoom or that telemedicine or meet the person in another location to get them started in services. Maybe they need medication and they can have a medication evaluation and even get sample meds to help them get stabilized and develop a plan to access other community supports to make sure their family is aware of the level of distress and learn ways to support them and connect them with the services that they need. So in this scenario, because this person was talking about suicide and he had a plan and he had means, he could have been hospitalized. It was taken very seriously, but because he was able to access services immediately, identify some family members, the fact that he wanted to maintain his job, he needed to have his job to be able to maintain his housing and maintain his transportation by being able to make his car payment. There were things that he wanted to live for, and he could put together a protective plan and learn to access those kinds of services. Now in this scenario, rather than being hospitalized away from home, the individual was able to continue working. This happened in the workplace, and his mental health first aid trained colleague helped him talk to his supervisor and the owner of the company and say, I'm having these issues. I'm going to need some time to go to some medical appointments and take care of this, but I want to maintain my job. It's important to me. He was able to make connections in his church and be part of family activities that helped him maintain relationships, maintain his health, and receive outpatient services. Educational services and supportive services were available to the family, so they knew how to deal with his struggle and be helpful to him. In this second scenario, we avoided a 911 call. Law enforcement didn't have to be dispatched. There wasn't an EMT call or an ambulance ride or an uninsured emergency room visit. The mental health screener didn't have to go to the site. There wasn't a court proceeding or secure transportation or uninsured hospitalization. This individual avoided an involuntary commitment to a psychiatric hospital. He maintained his job, his family, his housing, his transportation, and had much better clinical outcomes, better all the way around, and it cost the system so much less. Not just the mental health center, but all those other public systems that your tax dollars support. And that's what we would like to get to. Like so many other issues that challenge our society, being able to educate the public, build that awareness, help individuals know how to recognize when there's a need and respond to that need. When we can identify and intervene earlier, the outcomes are so much better and the resources are used much more efficiently. So in our fantasy scenario, that's the vision that we're working toward, which means we can't just provide the emergency interventions and respond to the crisis situations. We need to be investing in changing the trajectory of our entire mental health safety net of that public system and make sure that we're investing in community education and prevention and early intervention and some of those less acute services, making the outpatient and preventive services available to individuals and families across our community. Questions about those examples or anything that's in your written report?
Your first one that come across is I have been a police officer and I have delivered people to prison.
Yes.
This is years ago, but I see you said that you have to have a staff person on 24/7 hours.
Yes.
That's capable of handling anything that comes in.
Yes.
Because I think you always had somebody on call. It used to be, and this is like between midnight and 5 a.m. or something.
Yeah, and these individuals are on call, so, you know, we're staffed from 7 in the morning till 10 o'clock in the evening, somebody physically in Newton. And of course, our hospital staffing can be that backup, but otherwise, they receive a call at their home and can do the telemedicine or can drive to wherever they're needed to perform that screen.
The only other thing that I have to say is the decision-making from the contact from the law enforcement side to get to your facility. Keep trying to make that easy for the law enforcement officer because I've sat out there 3 to 5 hours trying to make a decision and with the help of the right people. So
And that's still a complaint that we have, that it takes a long time. If somebody's in a jail, if they are in an emergency department, and especially if they're under the influence and we're waiting for medical stability so that the next thing can happen. If it's someone who's aggressive or violent or just unmanageable and unsafe in a community setting, oftentimes law enforcement is asked, typically by the emergency department, to be present and help them manage that person's behavior, and that's a huge drain on resources. Now, ideally, we would be able to identify that person and initiate services before their situation has escalated to that level of crisis.
That's all I have.
So your services, do you work with like restoration or those type of ones, like if it's a drug, person that's addicted on drugs? Or do you have assistance and things to help get them in? But that has come down to the court first. Do you have any type of assistance in that or any role that you play in that?
It typically would be court-ordered treatment and funded through that public system or a stake mechanism, but not always. Sometimes an individual has private insurance or they have resources to be able to, and occasionally they're voluntarily willing to accept treatment, not always. But these cases often would involve substance use or an addictions diagnosis, and we find in an extremely high percentage of cases when there is an addiction, there is an underlying mental health issue, and so we need to treat that PTSD or the depression or the anxiety that's causing them to use substances as a way to cope with the symptoms of their mental illness.
As well as the addiction?
Yes.
You were saying you're manned 24/7. So is there someone on call out of the Hillsborough office all the time for Marion County, or just everything migrates back to Newton?
It's all in Newton. Our crisis or access team, that department is physically based in Newton, but they go anywhere within our catchment area as they're needed. And that's one of the reasons that the telemedicine option is a popular one, because if the clinician that's on call perhaps lives in West Wichita, and they can be available immediately. I mean, they have the equipment in their home to do the equivalent of Skype. It's a HIPAA compliant platform called Zoom, but they can do that immediately. Or if they're in McPherson or Lindsborg Emergency Department right now, doing a screening there, we can call out a second screener or a third screener if we need to do that. But rather than having somebody drive, we can make them available through telemedicine.
I have a question. Do you work with like the restoration that's in Marion and FACT and those and other areas, local county organizations, to kind of not be a standalone organization or entity, but help them with some of their, because the restoration's doing stuff with probation people and trying to get them back on track, and FACT is trying to do the education for the younger community. So do you guys do stuff with those?
We work closely with the FACT organization. Restoration, it would be more referral kind of mechanism, but again, as the CMHC, we serve everyone regardless of their ability to pay and for individuals that have insurance, we accept insurances. We also send staff into the community or do consultation with professionals from those entities to determine what's the best way to get this person the services that they need, the mechanism that would be most effective to make that happen quickly and at the least cost or no cost to that individual. But that is a good point about the importance of collaboration across our communities, working with other provider organizations, including private providers, but also working with the faith community and with the schools. As an example, also as part of the crisis and emergency services, not always something that results in a 911 call, but recently the high school student who died unexpectedly, when that happened at that summer camp, we were called. We were asked to have clinicians on site when the kids returned. We were asked to have clinicians present in the church to make clinical time available in the school for the children and the adults that were affected by that. When there was a car accident with multiple fatalities that affected a particular workplace, we were asked to have clinicians on site. We provide that kind of response without charging anyone and making sure that those mental health services are available whenever we're requested, certainly by a school, church, or employer in any of our counties, and that's something that we routinely do and consider that a part of our obligation. To me, that's a crisis response, and you're trying to avoid the escalation or the perpetuation of the problematic behaviors that can result from a situation like that.
I have no further questions.
No?
Thank you. We appreciate your support and appreciate your time.
Thank you for the presentation. Information. Okay,
Thank you, Jesse.
let's see, Scott here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Morning.
Who's Scott?
An assistant.
Yeah. She's in charge. Sorry. Okay. Beautiful Kansas morning. Yeah. Okay, we only got about 15 minutes here, I think.
Sorry.
Not a problem, no.
We'll make up for it later. I guess.
Yeah, we'll get it figured out. I don't know where you want to have this. Usually what we end up doing here is after we've talked to the department heads, we go through each of the budgets and just kind of talk about what you want to do, what direction you want to head. And so maybe that has to be done probably at 1 this afternoon after lunch. And then once we know that, you kind of know the big picture, you know, what the assessed value did, what 1 mil did, how much money is, it's dropping at 2 mils. If you look at that front sheet there, the assessed value is dropping at 2 mils if we don't do anything, if we levy the same as last year. So I did go through, and I haven't had a chance to look at the mandate part, but I did go through again, and Tina provided me something here, but on the 2020 budget, I forgot about this. In the general fund, the payment that the county makes is done in 19. So that's like 217,602. Does that sound right?
I'm sorry.
It'd be a radio payment the county makes.
No, ours is, that payment is not done.
But the
This
last
is
one
for
will be
the
in
district.
19, won't it?
No, I don't think so. The district radios, the last payment of 80-some thousand is done.
Okay.
I don't know if I have that in here.
Budget may be wrong then, I don't know. In the, be on your page 11, circle 11. It's a lease purchase radio project for districts, it says,
Yeah, that's the one that is done this year.
in 19, right?
Yes.
So that payment is 217,000. You see that in the 19 column there, it's about halfway down there. It says radio. Yeah,
That,
page 11.
that payment is 80-some thousand, I think. Let me- I'm
Lease
sorry.
purchase schedule shows 217.
That's
as
the
well.
one that's the USDA loan that the county got. I
Right.
believe that's our bond payment, and that is not done until 2024.
Okay, something. Okay. Because the reason I was bringing that up, I thought, oh, wow, if that one's done, then that's a 2020. Right here's what I was showing, so maybe it hadn't been updated.
Oh, these are lease purchase. This other one is a bond payment. Sorry.
It's all right. But that would be about, see, that would be about $1.5 million. If that was really, if that's the way it is played out. I didn't see that. I was just going through and looking at things that would be payout. You pay in 19, but you don't have it in 20.
I will get that here for you. Oh, no, it is, the balance that pays out in 19 is 217.
Okay, so we won't have that in 2020, and that's in
No.
the general fund.
Right.
So that's 217,000 that would be freed up. Okay, so there, I mean, there's other places, and the balance, the cash carryover there, if you look on that same page, right below there, I've got a number circled, negative 124,408, you see that number? That's the cash carryover for the general fund. That's how much work we've got to do, not the general fund in the middle column, in the 2020 column. Because we've just left, what we did is we left expenditures that were in 19's budget, we moved them to the middle, and then the 2020, we left the same as 219. But that 217 has already been taken out of there. Now, there's some things in here that need to be, addressed. I haven't addressed the road and bridge, where we take the 80% sales tax, and that I haven't adjusted that to the revenue yet, or the receipts on the sales tax. We take 80% of the total sales tax that Marion County receives, that goes to roads, the other 20% goes to other. There's just things like that that I haven't done yet. So I think what I need more than anything is a direction. Do we want to shoot for the same mill levy? Do we want to shoot for the same dollars? So like if you looked on the
Same dollars would lower the mill levy.
right, 2 mills. Okay, so what you're looking at there is on this front page, so the direction kind of to go, and I mean, we can go through and maybe you want to wait until we go through each of the budgets this afternoon to make that decision, but that's, I mean, it's the same as last year. That's why I need to understand where you want to, do you want to, like last year, we ended up coming down to kind of in the middle. So and then Tina gave me a sheet here that summarizes, I think you may have it too, I don't know, but it summarizes the radios. Okay,
Under your
so,
agenda, if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, I do see it.
Okay.
so what we have there is, I wrote that down as a 2020 budget item. We have 93,346 in the right-hand column is the amount that's outstanding if the fire departments were, is that right, were to pay that amount?
Right, that's just the fire department part, and then the law enforcement part is below that. So the total outstanding is
Is it 128?
129.
Yeah, 129. So what that is, the reason I bring that up, and that's something that will play into this, 129 would be just short of 1 mil. Okay, so that if that was reimbursed, that's 1 mil that comes back into the budget. If it's not reimbursed and the county picks it up, then that would use up 1 mil. Okay? And then the question I had, Tina, I just thought of when I was sitting in here, I was looking through the budget one more time there while I was waiting. The jail, remind me on this, the jail law enforcement balance on the bonded interest is 256,914. Thing, something like
Okay.
that. The other day, the sheriff was talking about the boiler having a problem and, just some things like that. Can that be used for that? Oh, okay. So see, then we don't have to, because the sheriff's in the general fund. If you start doing those type of larger expenses in the general fund, so that's covered. So that's good. I just thought that one.
Yeah, and that there may be some other things, I don't know, that he presented that might be able to be utilized out of that.
Yeah, okay. It has to be something with the building. Yeah. Okay. And then if you remember the other day, I told you that in 2021, it won't impact this budget yet, but the Tampa Road will be paid off. So 2021, that's 232,000. That's in the Road and Bridge Fund. So that's about $1.5 million. Other than that, I haven't went any further. I didn't want to spin my wheels until I know kind of where you all want to go with the direction on it. Or if you've had any thoughts, from after meeting the other day, if there's anything that you want me to do a little, because I'll have a little bit of time here. We'll go to lunch, but then I'll have a little bit of time before we come back at 1. There's something wrong with the calculator.
So if we leave the dollars the same, mill levy's gonna drop by 2 mills. How's that gonna affect general fund? I mean, personally, I wanna keep that 4 to 6 months cushion in there.
Sure. It can affect it in any number of ways, because the way that total dollar amount can be allocated in any way between all the funds. So that cash worksheet that Tina gave you at the end of May, I believe, we can make copies again. She made copies for me again. I went through, and this is like a 10-year history, okay? And I went through and just circled ones out of that 10-year history that,
Did you all want me to just make one for you so you can look at it while he's talking about it?
I've got it somewhere, but I guess it'd be quicker to make a copy.
I'll just make some copies.
Yeah.
This is the cash.
yeah, it's just one, there's about 5 funds I circled, just things I noted, but rest of them, I mean, just looking at this, they look pretty reasonable, you know, those do. Now, you can see that I haven't went back, and what I have to do yet, then, once I have this, is I have to go back, and like you saw there on page 11, circle 11, the general fund is a negative 124 in the 2020 column. So that's where we have to start working through that middle column to see what's gonna be paid, what's not gonna be paid, to get that back up to literally since 2008, so we're setting on, going on the 11th year, it's run in the neighborhood of 1.7 million. And that's kind of where it's been. And see that across the top, it's been as high as 2 million. If you look across the top there, that's the general fund. And so that's a pretty, I mean, we've worked at keeping that one kind of where it's at for 11 years there.
Well, in the end, we don't wanna have a cash crunch.
That's right, exactly, because you can't go down.
It's all about cash flow.
That's right, that's right. Yeah. The ones I circled, and this makes sense, the aging, if you go down to 5 down, the balance is 15,641 in the 18 column, you see that? That makes sense, because you just bought the van, I believe, isn't that right? So that cash we have been carrying, you know, for several years, and you bought that. The next one down that I circled was the Park and Lake, 195, 452 in 18, but that's the one that you ended up, I think you now finished is it water and electric?
Utilities.
Okay, and there may be some other things you're gonna do there, but there'll be a balance still in that one. The risk management, we have not, I don't think the transfer's been made yet, but it's 248, 845. Oh, maybe it was made. Did you make it?
This balance, that 248,845 was at the end of 2018.
Yeah, so we still have the 180.
But we did make the transfer, I think it was last week.
Yeah, 180-some thousand that's that difference last year that we took and put it in risk management to cover us for FEMA or whatever disasters might happen.
And I would foresee that's gonna be spent on rock this year. I would
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
It's gone.
Yeah, yeah. And so that one is one that we could put more money into for, you know, federal expenditures. Then I dropped down, this is always the discussion every year, the capital improvement fund. I'm not sure what you're doing this in 19 exactly, but capital improvement's 3.8 million. And you can kind of see the balance of that over the last 11 years. And then the last one is the transfer station. That balance, we've kind of upped it the last 4 years, you know, and then that'll be paid down some on it because you're doing the work on the building there. But this one page right here, if there's any page that I try to follow as close as possible, is this page, because it has a history, or an 11-year history here. You try to keep those, like Kent was saying, you know, that 3 to 6 months, hopefully closer to the 6 months, cash balances. It's just like a home, you know. And here you can't go down to the bank, or you can't put it on credit cards.
Right.
You know, you gotta use the cash flow to carry you. But this sheet carries. So what I have left to do now is once you kind of tell me direction, the first thing I'll do is we'll go through the middle column. Tina and I will, and Jamie. go through the middle column based on the department heads, kind of what they've told us, and see if there's things that we can take out. Because if you look up back on that page 11, you can kind of see how this works. You look at cash balance at the end of 18 on the general fund, which is really the one. The other funds kind of take care of themselves to a certain extent if you watch them, but the general fund is one to manage, it's harder to manage. The 1,659,000 is the 18, which tied to your big spreadsheet here. If you look at the middle column, you can see what I'm talking about there. The cash in the middle is 699. You see that? So what that tells me, there's about $1 million of expenses in the middle column, potentially, that need to be addressed. So they're not going to be spent in 19, or they're not going to be spent till 2020. But we need to, because all we've done is taken the 19 budget and put in the middle column. So there's about $1 million there that we'll have to go through and work on, okay? And then you can see, like I showed you, that circled number is a negative 124, okay? So it goes from 699 to a negative 124. So there's another 750,000 that we'll address, or more, 800,000 that we'll address. So the combination of those two is about 1.8 million, which is about, let's see here, make sure. Yeah, it's about 1.8 million that we'll try to figure out which column it goes in, whether it's 19 or 20, and then try to keep looking at that cash carryover in that column. And what plays a big part in this, as you know, is the roads. So the roads, there's an 80% expenditure out of the general fund that comes from sales tax. There's the, well, let's just do that while we're talking, and it's probably about time for the next person. Flip to, let's just look at that real quick, because that's another big number. We have to watch it. Be page 17. And so this is the front page of the Road and Bridge Fund, okay? So if you look at the circle number, and on 716, over here on your one page, 10 years payout, the end of 18, it's same as what's here on the page 17, is 2,628,000, okay? That's your ending cash at the end of 18. The middle column, we went on and adjusted, I think, because I don't think the expenditure was going to be made. Yeah, the 1 million in blacktop got adjusted down to 500,000 in the middle column. So that's why the cash carryover there in the middle column hasn't dropped too much. You see that 2.4 million? But then you can see we left it in, if it was spent in the 2020 column, it'd be dropped. If all the things were spent that we had set aside, blacktop, gravel, all that, we would be down to 716 in the 2020 column, which is total expenditures in that are about 400, not quite 4.8 million, so that would be 400,000 a month. So 4,000, just say 400,000 a month, roughly, times 6 is 2.4 million.
And
Okay,
that's not even including any of the things that were presented this year,
That's
the
right.
increases.
That's right.
from
That's
last
just,
year.
I'm just doing a ballpark shot, so you can see we gotta do a little work there. And then the capital improvement fund plays a big part of that. The special bridge plays a part of that, because all of those are the 80%, special bridge, the capital improvement, and the road and bridge all bring that road and bridge budget together to make it happen. Okay, so you're sitting in a good position with the assessed value increase. I mean, that's, except for probably the people that got the assessed value increase, but I mean, that's the way it works, it seems. But anyway, that's what kind of where we're at. It's kind of like last year. I mean, we're about the same position, $2 million decrease because of assessed value, and then we have, as I said on the front sheet there, 228,000 roughly is the cap on the lid, without putting that extra in if you want to, you know, for that risk management.
I don't want to sell it short, Scott, but I don't think we're setting that good, because we're sitting out here with roads, it's,
Oh, no, well, I don't know the
Yeah.
road. I'm just telling you, it's a lot better, maybe I said that wrong. It's a lot better position than the assessed value setting flat.
yes.
Oh, yeah.
Because all of a sudden, what we have is, we have that 2 mills that we don't have to work with. And we don't have, you know, and that just complicates. I mean, I still remember Harper County, they lost some big, this was several years ago, but they lost some big industry. And I was working with a budget with a negative $6 million assessed value drop. All of a sudden, you're in the hole with 2 mills that you've got to make up to keep the same as last year. So I guess that's what I'm saying. No, I totally understand. I was, Osage, St. There, all the counties, what was it, 22 counties, I think, we talked, the Road and Bridge guy talked about, there's 22 counties in this federal, you know, that they're looking at. All of them are in, you know, they got the same thing at Osage, because they got a lot of bridges and a lot of water that goes over roads and.
But my point is here is, we looked at one project and we think it's way too much, it's $7 million for Nighthawk.
Yeah.
We want to maybe to do something different, would be to do revise, do something like that. But we're not looking at spending, we don't have no road projects to spend any kind of money like that on right now. And that's sort of a, you know, this commission has struggled to keep what blacktop roads, what we talked about last week, what blacktop roads we do have, keep them blacktop.
Yeah.
And so there's got to be some budget money put into some sort of blacktop here to get a project done. If we sit and do nothing, the list gets bigger.
Oh, I totally agree. I'd written down here when Bryce was talking the other day, I thought it was kind of interesting. I mean, I've worked with these roads, I mean, the dollar side of it for a long time. I used to drive them a lot, I haven't done it for a while, just to see what they were like. But if you look at the traffic patterns, right, you know, 700 vehicles a day on Sunflower, 1,000 on Indigo, and then 190th is 1,000 to 1,300 vehicles a day. So, you know, I don't know how many of those original 48 miles are still blacktop that we, back in 2001.
Most of them
are still.
Yeah, they were all pretty much.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at the list. I don't think, cutting that off, and that's been since 2000. That was before me.
Yep.
And,
Well, like I said before, I'm thankful that we've got that
Yes.
increase valuation.
yeah.
But we've been in that cycle of ag land valuation going up every year. And that's gonna turn in the next year or two.
Yeah.
And that's gonna have an impact on us. So we need to be thinking ahead in the next year or two that we're not gonna, may not have that without some new industry in this county.
Yeah, we were talking about that in Osage. What happens if the assessed value stays flat? You know, what are you gonna do? And, you know, there's a look back period of 3 years on assessed value changes. But I think it's this year, someone told me, maybe they were talking about it, they talked to their legislators, I think they was trying to get through a 7-year look back. Because a 7-year cycle is what the financial cycle typically is with downturns. So if you have a 7-year cycle, then maybe you could pick up, you know, that amount that you lose over the next couple years if the assessed value didn't increase. So I mean, there's a lot to, and we don't have the crystal ball,
No,
so,
no.
I mean, we don't know what it is, but I think the main thing I'm needing is kind of where you want to be, and then I wish we knew better on what the roads, you know, like what the road situation was, because that eats up dollars very quickly. I mean, like if we have to come up with 1.5 million or a million.
Well, we've already seen that in what we spent on rock through the first 5 months
Yeah,
this year.
yeah. Okay. Is that, okay, just come back at 1 then? or-
See you later then.
Now, are you, as a board, do you have an idea if you want to try to keep the mill levy the same, or what you want Scott to work on?
Personally, I sure don't want it to go up. That's my thought. I
I'd
want
like
it
to
to go up.
I'd like to keep the mill levy the same we can. I think we've got a great opportunity with this valuation that we have. You know, we utilize that. Like I said, we need to also be looking down the road next couple of years, because that might turn on us.
Yeah.
Randy, I didn't hear you say. what you-
Well, if you stop and think back, the reason why we went up a little bit was to protect us for the long run. Last year, when we go up a mil, half a mil, 3/4.
Well, we kept from going, what we did is it's almost the same position where, okay, we have 2 mills if we keep the dollars the same, we drop, okay? So what you all had decided is you wanted to kind of meet in the middle there between that 2 mills, and I think it was one
something.
one something, yeah, yeah.
So we actually lowered the mill levy.
That's right, last year,
Mhm.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it shows on the front.
But we used another mill to give us a little more cushion.
Because 2 years ago,
With that.
in 18's budget, when the tax levy first started, we were 75.627 mills. Last year, it dropped to 74.237, okay? And right now, we're sitting that 2 mil drop would be, we'd be at 72, with the assessed value going up. So it could go down as much as 2 more mills. So it'd almost be 3.5 mills since the 18 budget, if that stayed that way, where it was the same dollars.
But if we were to increase the mill levy, all the chatter that I hear is preventing us from getting industry in here and things like that, because the surrounding counties and things are so much less in their mill levies than us. So even though we want to keep it the same or less, but then I also hear, we want to have a cushion and all that other type of stuff. Sounds like we want more than we can afford, but I'm just wondering, we're kind of chasing our tail, because if we raise it or stash a lot of money and then we shoot ourselves in the foot by not bringing in industry or homes and things like that, because they can go to our surrounding counties a lot cheaper. Don't we have to think about that as well?
Sure.
I think about that all the time.
Sure. I do
But
too.
that's all I hear. Every article we pick up is Marion County taxes are so high, we're losing this, we're losing that, I see that all the time. So, I'm always for not raising it. I'd like to lower it, but I understand the concerns, but
I'm just gonna tell you, it's something that, and I'm just using Galva where I live, okay? The mayor just retired, 41 years. And when I moved there in '86, there were no concrete roads except for the county road that went down Main Street and over the schools. And so he had a vision with the commission that we're not gonna be able to afford curb and guttering and all that, but we're gonna put concrete streets in Galva. And now, what happened is that right before he retired, they had that done. And what they did is a 7-year cycle. So they would do 7 years of streets, as much as they could up to the debt limit, and then they'd pay those off. And then they'd do 7 years up, and he did that over about 20-some years. The last block he paid for out of his personal pocket. That is a politician now, let me tell you. Isn't that
You must
amazing?
have been paying him too much of it.
No, he's lived it every day. And what I see there is, we don't have the Cadillac of streets, but we have some nice stuff, for a little bitty town. But it took a man of 41 years of vision and consistency. Consistency is what government is all about. This going like this really causes a lot of problems. So the consistency, if you can,
consistently go up.
you gotta stay, because, the businesses aren't gonna, it's a hard one. It's a difficult one, but I look at that, and Wayne Ford's his name, and, that's pretty amazing.
You still got to support that infrastructure.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have the infrastructure, then no one's, for sure.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll be back, I guess, at 1 o'clock, and
Okay.
we'll talk some more.
So if we've got what was it, 2 something for the appreciation increase, 2 mills? So if you use one of them back into be the same thing we did last year.
Whatever, yeah.
Sort of where
And that's about 140,000.
That would be gold for me.
See, last year, we put in, I think that 184,000 is that amount we transferred in here to that risk management. So what it would have been, it'd been a little over, been 1.2 mils probably last year or something, or 1.4 mils last year that we used.
You're gaining some cash flow, and you're also cutting the mill levy at the same time.
Okay?
Thanks, Tom.
Yep, see you tomorrow.
Okay, we've got county attorney. Joe?
Yes.
Oh, county council, I'm sorry.
Go there. Cut. Here is overall here for the proposed budget. That's on
There's 4 of us.
And then if you have an extra copy, I'll give it to Scott. So we can leave that later.
I think you got an extra
Thank you.
copy.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Alright, so only been on the job for a little over 3 months, almost 4 months now, so going back and looking at the past prior, or the 3 prior years, 16 was a little bit different than 17 and 18 due to how what things were coming out of it. In 17 it was the county councilor and county attorney positions were split, and so that's, I think, the differences in the budgets and the personnel budgets that were coming out in 16. So I may have looked at what 17 and 18 looked like. As you can tell, personal services salaries is obviously the biggest expenditure out of our office, but the next one is the contractual. Think the 2 big line items that I saw coming out of that were special prosecution. Those were 15, 17,000 past prior 2 years, and also the coroner. Coroner's obviously nothing we can do about that. It just depends on what happens. That just happens to come out of our budget. So and that was another one that's $15,000, $17,000 per year that comes out of there. Looking at how the county attorney position is with, if you're doing private practice work, you're going to have more conflicts that just arise just because you have contacts with more public. If those people come into your office as a defendant sink or whatever that may be, and you've represented somebody as a party, you can't prosecute them in that capacity. I'm hoping to not engage in the private practice and just be here all the time. And so that's the difference in the big number of the personal services going up from 133 to the 145 there. And we can talk about that a little bit more in depth if you want to. The juvenile detention, that's just contractual. That's something that we got to pay to be part of juvenile detention services. The commodities, that is paying for a lot of the technology that we have to use in order to prosecute. A lot of that is just getting the jump drives to copy all the data that's out there now. I mean, the body cams that we have, depending on what case it is, how many officers are involved. It's hundreds of hours sometimes, depending on the level of involvement of law enforcement. So that's just a lot of data that we've got to copy. I've got to get it over to defense counsel to make available to them. Looking at what our budget is for the 2019 and where we were at whenever I printed this off was already on pace to exceed that budget. So I think that's why I added an extra $1,000 in there. I don't think that'll be a decent estimate, but it's just hard to tell what that'll be. It just depends on the cases that come through and how much we can copy. The capital outlay, right now, what our actual budget is, for what we've spent 2019, it isn't a lot, but I purchased a new computer. We've got to get some new screens in our office for our part-time. She's working on just one small screen. As you know, if you work on screens and doing documents, you gotta have a wide screen at the very least in order to be efficient at your job. So I'm gonna get one of those for her and one for me. I'm also looking at a desk for me this year, just to be in my office. The way that it's set up and the desk that I have in there is just not very efficient workspace.
Room for it.
Well, I'm having somebody come in to look at our space and see what is available to best suit my needs, and the biggest desk that you can fit in the smallest space, I guess. And I think just a $5,000 budget on that, again, just the needs of an office, what we have to replace every year is a reasonable, I think, number.
I don't know. It seems like what we did is last attorney had their own, they wanted in there and stuff, you know. And I think that a good desk setup would expense from one attorney to, I don't mind you spending some money, get you a good desk and stuff.
What I have in there now is something from the attic that was brought down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that's what I'm saying, I don't have no problem with you spending some money on getting the desk and stuff, so, and that stuff's not cheap.
No, it's not, unfortunately.
I will also say that on the juvenile detention, that 13,500 will be going down. I don't know what that will be yet, but since we joined up with secure care, we're doing by far better than what we anticipated. We were gonna give refunds at the end of the year, but instead we decided to just wait and see and then just lower the payment out for next year.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it should be pretty nice,
Okay.
but
Good.
just a little extra.
So if some come back, we could fudge and use that if he went over on a desk.
Not between budget years,
Oh.
but if it was in this budget year, yes.
Okay.
And then, I guess if we want to go back to, and then coming up on Odyssey, what we're gonna be changing this year from full case to Odyssey, it's a big question mark as far as what we're gonna have to be spending next year, because how it's all set up, Odyssey is making just have to have one payment for them to be able to access, like we have to access full court or full case in order to access what the court can see and be able to file documents, and it's just a way more efficient way to do it in our office. So there's just kind of a big question mark on what we're gonna have to pay for Odyssey. I think it's gonna be about the same, but I just don't really know at this point in time what we're gonna pay. I've been told there's gonna be a patch for full case that we're gonna be able to use, and I've been told that that's not gonna happen.
Is that transition this year, or is that next year?
It's transitioning this year, but then it's gonna be into next year as well, and so we have a full year of next year, so I just don't know what those, and it's a transition throughout the whole state over the next 2 years, and we're luckily the pilot program to work out all the kinks, and so some of that, we're gonna be the guinea pigs on.
So overall, your budget is up slightly?
Correct.
2019.
Correct, and I dropped the contractual down a bit just from looking at what special prosecution would need. And then I'm asking for just looking at what the office staff is, just 2.5% cost of living raise. I don't think they had one since, I want to say 18, but I could be wrong on that. So 2018 for both Cheryl and Karen, and then Caitlin is our part-timer. She's in school right now. She's getting a criminal justice degree. She's been there about 6 months. I'm asking for a 50-cent raise for her. She's at $10 an hour right now. She's a hard worker. She's caught on really well to being able to assist in every area with both with what Cheryl and Karen do, and she has her own duties as well. So I think she's picked it up well and deserves to be.
So you think your staffing is gonna stay pretty much the same?
As of right now, I think it'll be about the same. I think we could use probably, instead of 2 part-time, 2 full-time, 1 part-time, I think we could really use 3 full-time. Just whenever Caitlin's not there, we get behind, and then when Caitlin comes back, we kind of get back to where we get caught up a little bit. So I think we could probably use 3 full-time, but being there 4 months, it's hard to really say, but just kind of how our workflow has been going. I think 3 full-time would be realistic. That would allow me to stop doing some of those kind of duties and be able to focus solely on what I can do, and that's the prosecution, and be able to focus on the cases. Just somebody's got to pick up the slack where it's just so many hours in a day. And looking at what my salary is, I think 55 currently, asking for 65, just based on, I think, what the contractual, I don't know what to call it, but that was done last year, also from other county attorney salaries, my salaries, working as an attorney, just compared to what it is now. I think that's a reasonable increase from what I have been paid to what I'm currently doing.
Is that all in this 145?
That's all in that 145, 66. It would move what I see, the said, the girls in the office, away from the office, 2.5% increase. Caitlin at 20 hours a week with 10.5 per hour. And we can kind of find some of that through the contractuals, taking off 10,000 there. But like I said, it just depends on how much. There's got to be special prosecution. There's probably going to be one that I'm going to have right now. That if I'm full-time here and not having to go to do private work, that reduces a lot of the need for special prosecution. But then that means more work in the office.
Well, I just, we haven't looked, usually all elected people is sort of looked at at one time, not individually. I mean, that's what we've done in the past. But I guess I'm proud to hear you say, because I think that, I don't know that the general public understands that in the past, the county attorney has always had a private practice too. And to hear you say that you wouldn't do a private practice focus on Marion County, I think that might change what I look at, because it's just always been, like you said, we paid for it down there in the, where we had to go out and get other lawyers because of, what do you call it, when you're involved? Conflict of interest, yeah. And I think a couple of years, these last 2 years, a couple of years ago, got paid quite a bit out because of conflict of interest. So.
Something else to remember too is that the last time you gave increases to the elected officials, the county attorney at that time waived the receipt of that raise and used it instead to help pay for an assistant. And so, no.
No?
And then also, the previous county attorney was receiving, I think, $6,000 a year before we separated out the county counselors. So that's $12,000 difference that could potentially have been in the attorney's salary.
Right.
And so now that is carried forward to the new attorney. He's going to be making considerably less than. So it would probably, even if the other elected officials are not addressed at this time, it would make sense to look at least the attorney's salary, in my opinion.
Well, that's true. I mean, because we did make some changes.
I just wanted you to remember that
Right.
there's some history attached to that of
Yes.
why the position didn't move up with the others. So.
You understand what we was talking about?
Yeah.
Have we ever had a county attorney that dedicated 100% of their time to the county in the past?
Not well,
I mean, I don't
know about
Memory.
ever.
Yeah, I don't know about it.
I don't know about it, but in the near past,
Yeah.
Not in the near past.
yeah.
And then pass.
So that's something else we need to look at.
Yep. Thanks for bringing that out.
Okay. Anything else, Joel?
No. Any questions, or
Commissioners? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the judicial here.
Yep, I see him out there.
Good.
We're supposed to sit at the witness stand?
Yes. Put you in a different
That's a good
location.
helmet.
You're going to the witness stand, he says.
We come as a team, we don't do things individually. There's no I in court. Okay, I think you all know, or if you don't, you should know Ed Wheeler, who's our court trustee. Jan Helmer, clerk of the court. Lois Smith, back row kind of a guy. Lois is a chief court services officer. And Nikki Davenport,
Good morning.
court administrator.
So I'm going to start passing this out. Here's the sign. So I'm handing you the district budget, the county budget, as well as the court trustee budget.
Oh, sure. This is for Randy, isn't it?
Yes, sir. And what does, do you need it?
So what she's handed you are 3 separate budgets. I assume you had Marion on top?
Pardon, yes, in the district.
The budget that's 196,000 is the Marion budget, and I'll go through that first. By way of reminder, you have the three budgets. The district budget, which will be the second one we'll go through, is divided between the 4 counties of the judicial district, but your portion of it is a line item within the Marion budget. And then the third budget is court trustee budget, which Ed will speak to, but it is self-funding. That's the good news about it. You're just approving the amount, but you don't have to come up with it.
Did you get that? Or did you have one?
I-
I've got two of the same here.
I believe that I usually get the signed ones.
Okay.
So,
Oh,
this is
you
the-
signed
this is the
yeah,
signed one?
I need to keep on hold of those.
I have signed them.
And then some of the other counties, they give back to the commission, to the chair, so.
Okay, that's all right.
We'll get
I
this
need
straight
that
here.
one too.
This one?
Yeah.
The county budget just says Marion County up top, and then the district expense is the one with all 4 counties listed in the middle up at the top of the page.
So,
So one we're missing.
you should have 3 sets.
Okay, got it.
I gave you my one.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay.
All right,
First page.
first page.
It's kind of like who's on first.
Yep, yep.
Okay, so quickly to restate what I said, well, I think you guys are trying to get all that figured out. Yeah, the Marion budget will contain the amount of money that you're being asked to pay for court functions. The district budget, you have to approve as well. I mean, you don't have to, but certainly, hopefully you will. But the amount that you pay out of it is contained within the Marion budget. And we'll go through those line item by line item. So if you go to what's probably the second page on what you've got, on the Marion budget, go to the second page, that one. Yep, yeah. Top of the page, indigent services, legal defense. That amount is up from last year, which was up from the year before. It's basically just reflecting the expense we have and trying to add in a little much. We don't want a little more. We don't want to go in the red. And Jan, you're the one that comes up with that number. Do you have anything you want to say about that number? Something like, I think we need that much money.
I think we need that much money.
Jan, are you feeling good today?
It's Monday.
Okay.
As you go down the rest, you've got a little bit in there for judges pro tem that, you know, if we hire a pro tem judge while I'm at a conference or something, we don't do as much of that as we used to because I can do a search warrant on my iPad from anywhere. I can do a 48-hour affidavit if somebody gets arrested and needs a bond set. So we don't need a pro tem judge as much, but we do still on occasion appoint someone. A lot of times it's Ed.
Yeah. So you're telling me that we don't have to come to the ball field and get you for a sign warrant now?
That's correct.
Wow, because we have done that.
Oh,
right?
many times, yeah. Many times. I was in the press box at the football stadium, I think it was last year, and they came up and over a game.
Okay.
Then going down trial costs, the same amounts for juror expenses, travel, you know, $90 different. As you go down, I'm not going to go through everyone, but you'll see that there's some are up a little, some are down a little, until we get to district expense. And district expense goes up $7,000 and change. 2 reasons for that. One, that line item, how your division among the 4 counties is based upon your percentage of the total cases filed in the district in 2018. You'd say, well, why not 2019? Well, we don't know how many are going to be filed in 2019 yet, so we got to go, well, we're a year behind. But Gary County's filings went down, Marion County's went up. Ours didn't go up enough to take us from 10% of the total to 14% of the total. That's a big jump. But you combine our rise with their decline in filings, and we end up with a higher percentage. And then the other part of that, well, if I can, I'd like to just wait till we get to the district budget to go any further. Printing and office supplies is the same. Office furniture the same. We once again have included CASA in this budget. That is, you could have it anywhere. Of the 4 counties in the district, I think 2 have it in our budget, 2 have it in their own budget or somewhere else. But you've traditionally been donating $2,000 to CASA. Of the 4 counties of the district, for the longest time, Marion County got the least use of, contact from, benefit from CASA, but over the last year it's exploded. They now have 2 or 3 Marion County volunteers that are CASA workers. And CASA's court-appointed special advocate. They are, any of us could be one, they don't have to be a lawyer or anything, that advocate for children in child needed care cases. They have to go through training and so on. So it's a voice just for the child or children. And so we would certainly hope you would include that in there, but, you know, include it here or put it somewhere else, but we'd sure hope you can find it. So the total, 2,000. That's
for 2020, because our budget was for 2019 was over 50.
Now, I know it looks that way, Randy, but that was for that court technology.
Technology, okay.
That, your contribution to the project upstairs.
Okay.
So the bottom line is a budget of $196,111, down a little over $3,000 from last year. Now, if we could, I'd ask you to go to the district budget, which is the one that the total on is $141,718. That budget, your share of that budget is up for 2 reasons. One, the going from 10% of the total to 14% of the total. The other is that we had to put an additional $12,000 in that budget because of our community corrections decisions that we made over the last year or so. I think you've been informed there were real concerns about community corrections, potential liabilities that had Gary County concerned would be a very mild way of putting it. They were freaking out a little bit because of some budgetary things that potentially could have resulted in them holding a ticket for like $1 million. And if I say anything incorrect there, please tell me. We wanted to avoid that ever happening again, so we went back to the way we had community corrections structured at the beginning and up until a few years ago, which was that they are under the supervision of the court administrator. So Nikki, again, is a court administrator. So we put her, she had not been in it, and frankly, she wasn't the court administrator the last time we did still have a court administrator in control. But she stepped in after Cecil Asker retired. And what we wanted was the community corrections director was kind of non-supervised because you just didn't have anyone that understood the process paying close attention. After the court said, you don't want us in, then we're out. And that's basically what happened. As Diane knows, because she's on that committee that was made up of commissioners from all 4 counties and all 4 county councilors. The decision was to change the agreement between the 4 counties to agree that the supervision of community corrections would be restored to the court under the direction of the court administrator, and that she should be compensated $1,000 a month for the extra duties that she was incurring. Gary County agreed to front that last year. All of our goal was to have that paid from the Department of Corrections under the Community Corrections Funding Mechanism. Because we know of 2 districts in the state that do it that way now. Last year it was too late, couldn't get it done. This year we were confident that it would, but they said no. And we do not know yet why. We've talked about it, obviously before the next budget year, we're gonna have to take another run at it, but I'm really hesitant to run in and say, well, you should fund us because you fund them. I mean, I don't wanna scotch anybody else's deal. But we know they are doing it, so our hope is that we won't have $12,000 in this budget next year. But we've got it in this budget for this year because BOC denied the request. Gary County, and Tina, help me out if I'm wrong, I think Gary County fronted the money last year and then they billed back to everybody else, didn't they?
I remember paying something last year. I don't know exactly how it came about.
I think that's what it was. And So this year, rather than Geary County just paying it, and then we thought we'd just, I guess be upfront about it and say, there it is, it's in the district budget, and that's what.
And every county did it, then, all 4 of us.
You're the Morris County, we haven't gone to Morris County. Gary and Dickinson have.
Okay.
And then Lois and Nikki, you can't just take the 12 and add it on there, where the increase is greater than the total budget than just the 12. So you guys want to speak to what made up the other 7?
Sure. We have about 13 computers, that we have to, or I'm sorry, not 13, 3 computers in my office in particular that I need to replace. And then, of course, travel is up to, 58.5. And so that's quite a difference when you put the miles to it versus the 54. So that was an increase just in the district expense from my office. And then Lois.
Mine is also a hit from the mileage. Going up 4 cents a mile doesn't sound like a lot per mile, but when you have lots of people driving lots of miles, it adds up very, very quickly. And then also that then kind of slides into training expenses also. So it's just kind of some small increases in training and mileage that then add up to a substantial number.
We have all of the computers under the auspices of the district courts, which would be community corrections, court services, court trustee, all 4 of the courts, court administration. I think that's it. It's a lot of computers, but we have them on a 5-year rotation. We started off on a 3, and after a rotation or 2, realized that even though things change quickly, that 3 years, we could go more than 3. So we rotate on 5 years, so that we don't end up with them all going plunk 1 year and coming in here and wanting, $150,000. Okay, and finally, well, not finally, because I got a curveball I'm gonna throw you, just warn you.
You don't need any curveball.
Oh, yes, you do, Ken, this will be fun. Ed will speak to the court trustee.
Our budget usually, we self-fund by the fees that we collect from child support and unpaid court costs and fines. Our office will change just a tad bit. One of the lawyers is retiring. We're not going to replace him, and we're also losing a staff person due to a reassignment of the military. We're not going to replace her either, so we're just kind of throttling back on staff a little bit, but able to, I think, provide the same services that we've always provided. And once again, our promise is if we can't bring it in, we close the doors.
This is all under court trustee operation?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Quite a job.
It's a great service, because if you do child support and your ex won't pay it, or the person who's supposed to pay it won't pay it, you can go to the court trustee and they will try to collect your child support for you. If they collect nothing, they get nothing. If they collect something, they get 4%. So if they collect $100, you get $96. That is one of the lowest rates in the state, I believe.
Yeah.
And that has been, it was a good, very good system for a long time. Previous governor changed it in a way that we think was not such a great idea, but that is what it is. So we've had to dramatically reduce staff, but still trucking along.
Yeah.
And the one thing we've said every time we've come into one of these meetings is we will not go in red. We get to the point we think we're going to red, then we're not turning out the lights.
But your collection's just doing that good then?
Knock on wood, yeah, we just, first 2 commissions we presented to, we were a little reluctant because we were in the process of renegotiating, which happens about every 5 years with OJA for the collection of court debt. And I'm pleased to say that we were awarded those contracts again. So we collect for this judicial district, Saline County District, and Manhattan. So
OJA's Office of Judicial Administration, and they have to approve the contracts. And most places, like Ed's operation would just collect for this district. So if somebody's ordered to pay court costs, attorney's fees, whatever, he tries to get it collected. But we were in Saline County and Riley County, just didn't have anybody, and so we agreed we'd contract with them because it makes us money.
So,
Now may I throw the curveball?
you always do this.
No, I don't.
You take one that's half.
I'd rather it be a knuckleball, that way there'd be no spin on
One
it.
for Team Ted.
No spin whatsoever.
And slow. What you have there, guys, and I did not include it in the budget, I'm giving it to you for your consideration. Is a proposal from First Choice Security to provide security in the courtroom upstairs. What I talked to this is the company that provides it for Dickinson County. This is the only county in the district that has no security. Now, we go everything from, you get stopped at the door and go through the metal detector and whatever, to you come in the building any way you want, whatever, but you get wanded before you go in the courtroom. All I'm really interested in is someone on a part-time basis to be in the courtroom when we're having dockets like we're going to have this afternoon, big dockets, child need care dockets, a lot of potential hard feelings and so on, highly contested divorces, criminal days, sentencing days when, it's just awkward as heck when I say, okay, Mr. Brown, I'm sending you to prison. You sit there and wait till I can get somebody over here to pick you up. That sort of thing. So what I propose is an average of 20 hours a week. I think I know there would be weeks when, there'd be nothing. We wouldn't need them at all. There will be weeks when we'll need them the entire week. We got a big jury trial going on. And most of the time, I think it's going to be a couple of days. And what they're willing to do, and it's like I say, this is just a proposal asking for. It's on the back page. They're proposing for the year. If my math is correct, and God knows I can't do math, so check me on this. It's $26,000. That's about 1,040 hours. So roughly 20 hours a week. So I want to have you think about it, if you will. And obviously, I'm not giving it to you so you have something to read. I'm giving it to you because I'd like you to do it. But if you have any questions, I'll try to answer.
This would be a certified person that would be in the courtroom setting that's armed and ready.
As a matter of fact, I was kind of impressed. If you look at this at your leisure, he goes through all the various things that it would be certified, body camera wearing, gun toting.
So at a jury trial, we don't have any local law enforcement.
However, our sheriff has come over and used you to provide a service through an officer, put an officer on for partially doing this, but not as a full-time security.
Came in a couple of years ago, and Randy was the only member of the commission that was on at that time. And there was a position granted that I understood to be for court security and service of process. Rob saw it differently. I'm not here to throw Rob under the bus, so I'll leave it at that.
But I think we've always had this, what do we do? Whether you come in and do the one thing, right at the top of the stairs, bottom of the stairs, we got 2 stairways, so it's just, our room is poorly supplied. The judge walks through the crowd to get to this stair, to get there. The whole issue is if you look.
But they all throw rose petals in.
That's not what I hear. But it's a security issue and to bring the prisoners through. I mean, we looked at it completely through for everybody, not just what Judge is talking about here. It's a complex issue. We tried to, when we did this building over here, we tried to come up with another building that was the dream building, to where it escorted the prisoners down and come up in a back way to where they didn't go through the crowds and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And the judge, everybody had their ways to get into where some of the security issues was sort of taken care of, but there again, we felt lucky after we got shut down on the first building and come back and ask the public the second time to get a jail. So we sort of scaled back and didn't address some of this. So it's been tried being addressed for a long time, and honestly, this is the first time that it's come back to where it's reasonable. And
I was impressed. I expected a higher number. I really did. He based that on $25 an hour. Brad Hammond is the county administrator over in Dixon County. He'd be a contact person, but my understanding is that they're real pleased with these folks. They closed all the other entrances, have a single entrance you come through, they put in the metal detector, and then they have 2 officers there, and as soon as like the rush hours are over, which I presume would be first thing in the morning, first thing in the afternoon, one of them peels off and strolls the building. And I would have zero problem with, I mean, there's going to be times, we have time, it happens all the time. You've got a case scheduled and everybody shows up and the lawyers huddle up right before and come back and say, Judge, I think we've got this thing settled. Well, you're not going to say, no, you can't settle it. But yet, in this case, we'd have potentially a security person there. Well, it would be silly for them just to sit in an empty courtroom in that case. They just as well roam these hallways.
Yeah. So you think you would schedule them like 3 to 4 hours a day then, or something, whatever, you look at your schedule?
I'm guessing, Randy, it's going to be generally 8 hours a day, because those will be the days we know we've got a docket or a hearing that's going to probably go. We tested this end of last year, like November, December, and into the spring, and just picked days that we thought we would need somebody if we were to do this, and it was easier to do. We can actually schedule it out about a month in advance. And now, obviously, if you do that, you are going to have times when you got them scheduled to be here and the thing settles, and they're already on the road, or you've committed to having them be off that day or whatever.
But the general appearance, even though, say you got through the court way for that day, but the officer being here, just walking the grounds,
yes,
doing this, still could be a deterrent for lots of things. What like?
You're comfortable with what First Choice requires for training?
I looked at it, but that was Friday, and I can't remember yesterday, so tell me what it said.
I mean, it's not like these guys went into the office and took a 1-hour course and got a concealed carry.
A lot of these guys are retired or former law enforcement. I can't want to say military, but law enforcement. And Nikki, if you'd mind, you know these guys better than I do. Do you want to speak to it at all?
If you have any questions, I'm familiar with Mr. Plank used to be a Salina police officer for years and years and years, and then he's actually, I believe, owns the company. And then Jeff Parker was also a sheriff's deputy in Saline County for years, and then also does security. I've seen him at Rolling Hill Zoo and different places like that. And then the guys in Dickinson County do a really good job. They're very thorough. I mean, friendly to the public, but they do a really good job as far as that first encounter that you have with them.
I think they have their level of training that they go through, but it's nothing to weeks at the basic training or anything like that. I mean,
No.
they do have some training they do go through, I'm pretty sure, but not to the.
They do have to be certified,
Royce,
and they have to have their concealed carry license as well.
You know these guys well?
No, but I've dealt with them in Dickinson County. Dickinson County is different than Geary County, where we have uniformed deputies. Geary County Courthouse is locked down every entry point, and you come through metal detectors with uniformed deputies, and there's usually at least 3 of them. I've dealt with those guys. I've seen the Dickinson County guys, and they're very polite, and they move you through the metal detector as quick as you can. And I think what you said is 100% correct. If they're at the door, it's a deterrent effect. If they're walking the building, it's a deterrent effect. If they're sitting in the courtroom, it's a deterrent effect. If they're standing outside this doorway during commission meetings, it's a deterrent effect. It's a wonderful idea.
Well, and something else the commission might want to consider it for some time in the future that you probably do need to be considering is limited access on what doors people can come in, and that's one monitored entrance, and potentially the metal detector
As I was saying about this, my thought was, because if we were to do something, we've got, I don't think that the company would continue to contract with us if they were constantly being told the guy's up and dressed, or gal, and halfway here and then so go home. I mean, we're gonna have to kind of fulfill that, but I would think there'd be certain times of the year, and this is just me spitballing here, so I can be real wrong about this, but maybe when taxes are due, and maybe people are upset in the treasurer's office, or downstairs the appraisers when they're doing the people doing appeals on valuations, things like that, that might be able to piggyback that a little bit too.
I'm not gonna disagree with you guys. You may throw me in jail someday, I'm not gonna
It's
disagree.
only a matter of time.
It's a reality that's there, we just have a hard time accepting it.
Yes.
So I don't wanna, I know I did spit, or curveball you here, but there it is.
I
I'm
have
sorry.
one question for
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
Judge. Did you include in your budget any money for the intake and assessment building that we had looked at the other day?
No.
I did present that to the commission, that was costly. and knew
I
that
would
we
be,
have to-
and I appreciate you bringing that up, because I had forgotten about it completely. Would you remind me the amount? Was it 5?
She was thinking 5,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she was getting estimates, but that was what she was thinking would come in about.
And you did tell them about it, so
I
I'll need to
did.
go back into that.
Yes.
If you would like to put that in our budget, absolutely no problem whatsoever. That's fine.
Refresh me where you're.
That was for the intake and assessment for when they, well, the judge should
If
explain
law
what
enforcement
that-
picks up a juvenile, and in the past, what has had to happen is that they have to babysit that, whether it's children that they've taken out of a home for their own protection, or whether it's a young person that they've arrested for committing a crime, they have to babysit them until it's decided where they can take them or where they can go. And that can sometimes be hours and hours and hours. Intake and assessment, yeah, is
Okay.
run through community corrections, and those people will come and they will do that, but you have to have a place to do it. You can't just set them in the hallway out here or whatever, for all kinds of
So
security.
they all go to Junction?
Not a bit, I mean, some do, but most don't. Most get released to their parents, actually. But you still have to go through, there's a process they put them through, there's questions asked, there's records checks done, so that they then know if they're releasing them, that they're not releasing them to the parent that was abusing them, or a parent that they have abused, or, that sort of thing.
Okay, now I'm with you on that. I have one more question after you're done with this one.
No, I'm done. I just wanted to present that,
Yeah.
however
And I-
you wanted to do it.
The, Chris Ann Phipps, the Community Corrections Director, they have a spot over here in the, well, it used to be part of the ambulance building, Marion, and now it's part of the fire department, but it was the office area or living quarters area, and Marion's willing to let that be used, but we need an air conditioner and
Flooring and so on, in case you have toddlers and young kids. I mean, it's pretty.
Some furniture.
It needs refurbishment.
But it's already got a bathroom and all that stuff.
My final question then, Judge, was, I don't like to give money to outfits that come in and demand stuff. Can I ask this in public, that a company has come in and more or less said that they're gonna set up in Marion County for alcohol or
Oh, he's talking
treatments?
about restoration.
Restoration and
Would you
stuff.
address that as
And
well?
so, I've been very touchy about it, because just because you come in and demand, I'm wondering, I've got to spend the government money or taxpayer money here, and I don't want to be swept off the floor by somebody that's not being used and not being. They may be the greatest outfit in our state. I don't know.
I think they're asking for our alcohol tax money.
Yeah.
Well, they're actually asking for more than that, because we only get like 5,000 to 6,000 a year, and they're asking for a $12,000 allocation
Right, and
of
so.
funds.
Let me just speak to.
If you can.
I can, and Jan, if I go to you, you say something, okay? We actually, we, to some extent, I guess, we invited them in. We didn't tell them, come see you folks, but they offer a service that we desperately need. And Prairie View had performed that. Mirror in Newton had performed that. Matter of fact, Mirror came over a year or two ago and said they were gonna establish a presence here and provide these services. It's drug and alcohol evaluations, and then counseling and outpatient counseling, group meetings, those sort of things. And then Prairie View, because of lack of funding for regional mental health centers, pulled back a lot of that. I think they'd still do some, but their costs are a little higher and they're just not as readily available, and it can take 30 days to get that report. Mirror just went away. I don't know what happened to there. I mean, they had me all fired up, great, we're gonna have somebody locally, and then I don't know, it didn't work out. So we reached out to these people because they were very well spoken of in other courts. And they came over, and I will agree that I found their pitch a little off-putting, a little presumptuous perhaps, but when I spoke to the gentleman who was like the, whatever,
Yeah.
he was pretty good. But what they provide is, I can say, you got a DUI, here's your sentencing date. You have to have an alcohol and drug evaluation done before the DUI so I can know how to incorporate that into your sentencing. They will knock them out as quickly as 48 hours. They will visit people in the jail. And I've been real pleased with it.
Well, I guess then my final comment would be is if we go ahead, I think, whatever we do with that, if you could be sort of keep us in touch to where if somebody's failing, let us know from what kind of money we spend.
You don't mean an individual, you mean if we're not getting good service from them?
If we're not getting good services, I'm just, I don't know if any one of us know who to rebound off of unless it would be somebody like you.
To some extent, Royce, I think that would be your people that would know before I would know.
And I'm sure if I asked them now, they'd be able to answer your question. I'm sure they would. I would echo the judge's comments with saying that it has a huge need here. I go back a long time with Marion County, and I started my career here, and at that time, Prairie View had an office here in Marion. And we could utilize them for DUI, for drug evals and those kinds of things. And when they started moving back and pulling back, it's very complicated when the judge orders an eval and an offender just simply can't get one. DUI takes away your driver's license. So you can't drive anywhere to go get an eval. So to have a local presence is very, very important, and for the follow-up. But most definitely, I'm sure my officers know if they're working out or not. And I can speak to Restoration too, because they come from Junction. They have a facility in Junction. I'm familiar with Mr. Taylor too, and he does put on quite the show when he talks. But I do think they are well-intentioned. I do think the facility gives you a pretty good return on your investment.
Well, you see these other people sitting out here that, like this guy right here, he would criticize us if we did something wrong. So that's thank you for your answers. Appreciate it very much. I feel a lot better.
Appreciate it.
Royce, do me a favor, check with Courtney.
I will.
And then if you get anything negative,
We can
Yes,
answer
sir.
that.
Just so it trickles down to us.
Yes.
okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you guys.
Yep.
Ladies.
Yeah. Hello, how are you?
It did.
Okay, where are we at? Oh, we still have something today here?
Yeah.
Morning, Dave. Morning.
Morning.
Hi, Tanner. Hi, Dave. Is it Dave? This is Dave, yeah.
We're ready.
Okay, well, thanks for putting me right before lunch. I always like to be between.
At lunch.
At lunch. I'll try to make this quick. I want to do two things today. First, I want to give you a quick update. Obviously with the flooding, that's the whole county's experienced. The crews are out there busy today, making repairs, getting water pumped, getting repairs made so those roads are fixed. The subcontractor is on site that's dedicated just to road repairs. They arrived last week and they're actively replacing culverts, getting things done. Obviously the idea is golden is golden, wheat harvest is here. They're going to try and focus on the access road culverts so they don't interfere with any wheat harvest traffic. So that's a very important issue to our landowners. So anyway, activity is being moving forward on getting those repairs made. Now, the second part, I'm going to shift gears. My job or my role is to represent landowners. And I handle their concerns and their issues. The biggest issue through this entire project, this is for Tina, has been dealing with the road consultant. So what I've got are 26 signed letters from landowners in the project. These are landowners that own land in Diamond Vista. As you can see, Kent knows every one of the people that have signed those. They all live in northern Marion County. They all own land in the project footprint. They've all been directly impacted. They're mad. They're very, very upset. We've seen the delay tactics, especially with the crane issue this past couple weeks, which you had to go to the expense of getting an opinion.
I didn't go to any expense. He works on salary, so there was no expense.
Okay, but again, it was a delay.
It's just wise,
Right.
to get, I just feel as though it was wise. Do you agree?
Sure.
Okay.
I guess-
To make a decision on something that we have a signed contract on,
Exactly.
you should realize that that is just not something you do on
That
the
is,
cuff.
I guess from the
Okay,
landowner's
good.
standpoint, a consultant that specifies just dealing with roads should know what the laws are concerning those roads.
I think they pretty much know what the laws were,
but-
so.
And
But
there's a road maintenance agreement, and it says you guys cannot violate state statutes.
And we did not, according to the county's representation. The next step is, just shortly after that, I've had landowners very frustrated. There are leftover materials from the project. There's leftover rock, there's leftover dirt. The project would like to work with the landowners to get those materials distributed to people that can use them, take advantage of them. But every step of the way, they're being told they have to stay on the haul route. A landowner, a tax-paying landowner, was caught 2 weeks ago on Friday and was lectured saying he could not take the rock that he was donating to his home. If he did, the project had to maintain that road to the end of the project.
So, do you want to speak up on that?
Yes, I don't understand that.
I don't, well, he's gonna explain.
Okay, I was waiting on the side road. This semi comes from behind me down a pure dirt road. No rock whatsoever on pure dirt road. So I look at my haul route map, and it is a non-haul route road. He pulls up, he's bearing a commercial tag on an in-dump semi, and he pulls up right by me. And I said, sir, I said, you just came from that road behind me, you cannot do that. I said, that is not a haul route road. You'll have to come around, just 1 mile over, come around, and come in this way. I'll be facing the wrong way. I said, well, you can turn that around, can't you? Well, yeah, but it's too much trouble. I said, well, I'm sorry, you'll have to do that. You cannot come down that road. He said, well, I'm a farmer. I said, okay, that's fine, but you can't come down that road. If you're hauling this rock away from this project, which is the wind farm, then you can't come down that road. Well, so what he was doing, he was coming down 330, the blacktop, coming down that road, which was a mud road, parking to where he could load. He would go up to 340, he would go west 1 mile, and then go back down. One my church is on Eagle, no, whatever the church is on, the church.
Yeah.
Then he would go out and leave. And he told me, he said, I'm taking this rock to my house. And I told him, I said, well, I'm sorry. I said, you just can't do it. You have to come in the same way that you're leaving, turn around and go right back out the same way. And he said, no, I won't do it.
And we have always had the haul routes from day one, am I right? Because I remember seeing all those signs that says
Yes.
that no wind turbine traffic. That's been in the contract from day one, so I understand what they're talking about. Some people didn't like it, some people did. We made a few exceptions earlier for some of the local people who worked to drive their empty trucks home, not loaded. And that was the only exception we made to the contract that we had signed. So what you're saying is you're just abiding by the same rules that we always had.
Well, let's clarify that a little bit. Kirk and Michael provided a very valuable service during construction. I mean, when there were thousands of trucks, and there was no way the county could handle that, and they did provide a very valuable service. So yes, material coming in had to follow the haul routes. We're now in a completely different stage of the game. We're in cleanup. There's not material coming in. There's material going to local taxpayers. And the rules are denying local taxpayers access to those materials.
But that is the way the contract is written. We're
That's
just
talking about
abiding by
material
it.
coming in.
I think that.
Once the rock is loaded, it is no longer belong to the wind farm.
We were also talking about wind turbine traffic.
Correct.
Now we're talking about local landowners that have been offered this material.
Yes.
And what we're saying is they have to abide by the same rule as the wind turbine traffic.
Correct.
Well, to me, they're not wind turbine traffic.
And how do they get home?
Is that
Yeah,
what it
so
is?
we have been allowing them to use, once they put the material in the trucks, they've been going home, and we've been allowing them to do that.
Yeah. And the only thing I'm seeing is that you have a very low maintained road in the county. All of a sudden it's being very highly used by a semi. Okay, now who's gonna fix that road?
Yeah,
Are you guys gonna pay to fix it because
Now,
he was
that
coming to get
doesn't,
his
that doesn't
own?
hold water with me, because during harvest time, we've got semis running low-maintained roads constantly, and that's 2 big windows during the year. It's not, so that's not unusual in Marion County. Every farmer in Marion County is a semi.
Mhm.
But we've been allowing them to haul the material away.
Okay.
The locals.
So what's the issue then?
I talked to Jesse this morning, and he'd heard about this, and before I got to come to commission meeting, he talked to someone, Tanner, did he talk to you about it?
Yeah, he called me this morning.
Yeah, and so anyway, I just wonder where we're at with it, and if this wind farm is willing to give us rock for, these people are using it on the roads, correct? So,
On the roads in front of their
No,
homes? or
they're using
no?
it on their
Their
personal driveways.
so they're not using it on the roads?
Not-
Well, I don't
Just-
think the county will allow that.
No.
No.
This
Okay.
is.
This is for their personal use.
Yeah, this is good for personal use.
Okay.
I know Jesse was wanting a lot of that for the roads, but was denied. They wouldn't give it to Jesse.
Well, I just, if it's being given away, getting out of it, apparently the job's being getting done, and we all know that there's not if that road's dry, and I've got a truck, and that's the closest way to my place, that's the way I'm gonna go. But I understand your point of view to where you're saying that, you know, you're feeling that the rock from the wind farm is causing damage to that, is what you're saying, I think, more or less. So maybe you're just asking for us to allow anything like that to happen, you know, for them to go ahead and haul anyway.
So-
We wouldn't be responsible at that time then.
But it'd still be abiding, like if there's any weight restriction on the structures and all that stuff.
But this is on the non-haul routes.
Well, just any county posted.
Yeah.
If a bridge is posted 15 tons, they're on 20.
What Kent just said is just what we see every day is.
Yeah, I mean,
Right. They
who's
just
gonna
follow everything.
enforce that? Somebody gonna carry scales around?
Yeah.
I mean, we know what happens when harvest comes and that sort of thing.
So my question, David, every one of these people right here have had a situation to where they went to pick up rock and were not allowed to do it? Is that
No,
what you're
those-
saying?
Those letters are the feelings of those individual landowners. Not every one of them has been pulled over and denied rock.
Okay, well, they, a lot of,
Issues, I guess.
I mean, well, it's a cookie, I think it's all the same letter, right?
There's
It's
some
just not-
variations, but it's the landowner's words, so. It's basically at the end what the landowners are trying to say is at this phase in the project, I mean, Kirk and Michael provided a very valuable service during construction. At this phase in the project, the landowner's question, is that really needed? We now have a county engineer on staff, we have local staff that work closely with Diamond Vista. Instead of all this communication going 3 different ways, why not talk directly? All the issues have been identified. We have inventory of pre-construction for closeout. All the pieces are in place, but yet you're still paying the same price per month you did at the height of construction.
Okay,
Is that
but
really appropriate?
David, we can't pay our engineer to work for for what they do. I mean, they do a lot of work, so for the county taxpayers.
You really think they're doing the same amount now as they did a year ago?
I think they're doing a lot. I don't know exactly the amount, but they still have to do the closeout, phase out, and bring up all those pictures and the comparisons and
Yes,
things. They still serve a very valid role. So you're asking us to do away with Kirk and Michael?
26 landowners are asking.
You're asking us
26
to do away with
landowners.
Kirk. They would have, actually, those same landowners wanted us to do away with Kirk and Michael when we first hired them.
And maybe they should have listened. Maybe you should
They
have
did.
listened.
Seriously.
Where at are you? I mean, I see all the cranes gone, I see all the heavy equipment gone, I see, except for what they're rebuilding with, correct? So that's what we got left now to deal with.
Pads.
The what?
The areas around the turbines.
Right, but I'm saying all the heavy equipment, that bringing all the turbines in, bringing all that, that's what the original project was, we hired you for, is to get this done, and then at the end to go ahead and do a bridge inspection and stuff on those haul routes, right?
Yeah, so typically it's from, once construction starts to once they're done with construction. So end of construction is when they're completely done. If they're still maintaining roads, we usually stay out there. So we have a pre-inspection of all the roads and structures, and then we'll do one at the end once they're done using the roads, all the equipment's gone, and they'll tell us to, and then we'll go look at the road and come up with pretty much a final acceptance list of any damages.
I mean, is there any more possibilities of damage being done of what they've done, what's been done already?
If I may, I got two points on that.
Okay.
One was on Friday, June 7th. I got a text from Mr. Bueller saying, I need your help bad. I don't know why you need my help, but on 330th from Limestone to Quail, which is the asphalt road, he wanted me to put in a good word to the county to get that road fixed, because it is very, very dangerous to the citizens. That's nothing that we have to do with, but he solicited our help.
Because
we're not doing anything.
It was nowhere in the
Then
project.
on,
No haul road traffic.
Then last week, Thursday, I noticed a hole in road on Diamond, on 350 and Diamond, 2/10 of a mile west. It was about the size, a little bigger than softball. There was a box culvert there. Diamond 350. And it's just 2/10 of a mile to the west. Goes down a little hill there. About a little bigger than softball was a hole in the road. So I stopped and I looked, and it went clear down. So I made a note of it, and then I called Ben, the guy that I have to check into with construction, and told him about it. Well, I left him a message. I didn't get to talk to him. So I checked on it throughout the day. Well, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I came by, and it's like this big around, and it's 2 foot down. Because they've been running a high loader over it carrying rock, and that high loader just pounded it in. Well, after further checking with a bunch of other guys, there's a tunnel clear underneath the road. So they brought in steel plating, put it over it until this crew that showed up from Texas can fix it the right way. So that's kind of what I'm doing.
And that's on the haul road?
Yeah. Yeah, so that's kind of what we're doing.
And then I think there's some reading this morning.
Yes.
Pretty hazardous to the public. So we can
Yes,
get that.
and I called Ben. I mean, there was one that was probably a foot to 16 inches across, 10, 12 inches deep, the rutting across the road. And so I called Ben. I said, we got to get something done. Well, we're not working today. I said, you're not working today? I said, I'm kicking up dust. Yeah, we're not working today. He said, I'm not even working. He said, I'm at home. I said, well, we really can get something done here, but he said, we'll get her in the morning.
I think also we have to consider not just the people who are in the project that are making the money and enjoy this. I recognize these names as well. But we have to look at the other people too that use those roads and stuff. And so it's a two-way street. It's a two-way street. And to work together would be the best thing. And I really would like to see David work with Kirk and Michael.
Yeah,
Rather than go over the head and come to us every week for little stuff like this. I really would like to see you work with them. They've done a fabulous job. This is my opinion. I sure don't want to do anything with them at this point in time because there's still a lot of stuff to be done that is very important to the county roads. I don't think the taxpayers should pick up the dollars that they're gonna help us get from the damage that is caused by the wind farm. You're almost to the end, you don't have much longer to go. I mean, just, let's keep protecting everybody, is my point. And I don't know that what I've heard here so far justifies doing away with Kirk and Michael. I don't, we signed a contract, and that contract says to the end. And so I don't like to turn out and go down contracts in the middle of the stream.
So what'll the issue be next week?
Well, that's whatever you want to bring to us. Well, if you work with them.
We have an open door policy.
Yeah,
I called you last week and like, you can call me whenever you want.
The other two contractors and stuff, or the other people that were there had no problem working with them. I know we had issues over the years. We had issues, but still, I could also bring in some people that are very upset too.
That's right.
On the other side, David,
exactly
and you know that too.
Exactly.
But
And
I'm not even going to go there
Okay.
because it's not worth it. We're almost done with the project. Let's just get along and let them do their job, and you do your job with the landowners and work together.
The reason I'm here is because it came to a head with the landowners. They're being denied access to those materials.
Okay, so
And they
that's
brought
the
it to
only,
me
that's the only
today.
issue you have here right now, is
So-
just that material.
Well, along with the closeout and the expense, because taxpayer expense.
So
I mean, what
that's-
is it
that's
costing
okay,
me?
because that's okay, that's kind of already part of it.
So,
Again, the landowner concern.
so what I'm hearing here and what you're agreeing to is that you're gonna let these landowners come from whatever direction they come, with any kind of vehicle they come with, load up their material and leave on any road.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what the commission's saying.
No, that's,
Because they are taxpayers of this county, and if it's been offered to them, they can use their vehicle, they can drive on whatever road they need to drive on to get it to their property.
and I think the whole goal was to not let the wind farms tear up any road with such heavy equipment. But these, I would hope these trucks are loaded just like they do most of the time for to haul off and not be somewhat close to the load limit. But and then I guess what Diane's talking about is just the amount of money that we hired you for was quite a bit. And I'm just wondering, I don't remember what the total we're at now or anything like that. I'm just wondering if it is come to a conclusion where you can start the final deal and get it over with. I mean, is it too soon for that?
So what we've asked, you know, if they want to do like an east and a west side, typically if they just do mile chunks, and you got to pay a guy to mobilize 100 different times to do the mile chunks. So like, you know, if they want to break it in half and get it done with the east side or the west side, yeah, then we can start that. But once it's looked at, they've got to stay off them. So, as far as the wind farm contractor.
And that's the way all the other counties work it too, right? That's the way all the wind farm
Yep,
people
so that's all the
work.
12 wind farms I've worked on.
And you work a lot.
It's usually, okay, we're done with the roads, go look at them. So we go look at them. It takes a few weeks to get all the pictures taken, and then we come up with that final acceptance list. I usually send it to like Jesse, let him review it, maybe the greater guys up in the area, and then we'll submit it to the wind farm and say, hey, here's the final items you have to take care of before the roads are turned back over.
And I'm glad you mentioned the grader guys, because I know over the month I've had several contacts with the grader guys up in that area. And they're very frustrated with the pieces that they have to pick up from the damage that has been done to make it accessible to the people living there to get in and out. So we've spent a lot of our own taxpayer money as it is, just doing basic grading, which we should not have had to do. But we've done it, never made an issue of it, but I know the grader guys were, I've talked to them several times, but we just done it to accommodate
And
the
I've
people.
got several calls from them too. Why are you blading all this loose gravel on the top? We have to do that because we're directed by Kirk and Michael. And that is the very day the dust complaint started. The project, the original plan and what they originally did, blade, water pack, pack, hard surface. We were specifically requested, and we have that in writing, by Kirk and Michael, 2 inches of loose gravel on top of all roads. So all that processing was dug up loose. And that was the day the dust complaint started. And the local bladers are furious about it.
I disagree
The
with that.
project hands are tied because we have to follow Kirk and Michael rules.
So we approved So you guys had like a 4-inch and a 6-inch aggregate overlay. So those, and then you also did, stabilize. We approved the road improvements, but we want a 2-inch cover on top once the project's done to help with the dust.
So again, if we could work directly with the county instead of having to blade up all of the processed roads.
You know, that's something interesting, because before the project started in Diamond Vista, I did call multiple counties. I called Ford and Kingman, and I think 7 counties. And the one thing that they told me was, keep Kirk and Michael, because wind farms always try to cut corners. And so, and as the time had passed, I noticed, and I understand what, I understand both sides, I really do. I want to serve the people, all for the best. But I have to protect the county, the whole county, because it's not just those people live up there. And I get calls from people too, who can't get, in fact, I got like 4 of them. I talked to the engineer myself just the other day, they can't get out of the road. And I know we've had rain, but again, my priority is to make sure all those roads are taken care of, and if the wind farm don't take care of them, our grader does. So, I mean, it goes both ways, David. You have to admit, it's both ways.
Yes, and the landowners are trying to streamline the process so it can be done correctly, so the roads can be done as the blade hands want them done, as the county wants it done. But Kirk and Michael is directing the project to do it differently.
They're
And
abiding
that
by
is
the
where our
contract.
problem is. That's just like the loose gravel issue saves the company a huge amount of money, but it ruins the road. If they can process the road, make it better, the road will last better. It costs the project to do it, but it's a better road.
So, David, you're saying you know better than engineers? I mean, Kirk and
No,
Michael,
I sat
they
in
work
and I
with us all the
listened to
time.
other engineers and I've listened to the county staff.
We never had an engineer on staff before, just the last speaker.
That's why I said county staff,
I said we never had, right, but they don't.
and you do now,
And you see what our roads were like with
Yes.
the county staff.
outside of the project.
So,
Well, since we're getting towards the end of this, could we direct Kirk and Michael to check with the county to see how they want them?
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
I know we
the
do,
way
our
it's
road and bridge crew basically doesn't have the time to do all that. But if they could coordinate, well, we got Bryce now too. How do we want that road in the end?
excuse me, Mr. Beck, but that's in our contract. That's the way it's supposed to be.
That's the way it's
It is supposed to be Jesse and Kirk and Michael working together with them. They're not supposed to be coming
Well,
to us like this.
But is that happening?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, so like doing the improvements, I ran it by Jesse, got his opinion on it, we were in agreement, so then we proposed, to put the SS3 down as your improvement, and then we want some material, the cap coat on top of that for dust, pretty much. And so, yeah, that was,
But what you're saying is, they're saying they have to have 2 inches loose on top, and that creates
The dust.
the dust.
no.
It's gonna create dust and put all your rock in your ditch lines, which is what's happening now. And after the rains, you have severe rutting on the east side because it's washing your road away. You don't have the binding holding your rock.
Because the loose rock washes away.
Yes,
Due to
sir.
the heavy rain.
Yes, sir.
Just like you see at Golly Wars or anything else, yeah.
Yes, sir.
So what you're saying right now, it needs to be packed as hard as it can be packed.
Yes, sir.
so the damage
Did that ever come into account when you get into a rainy season, like a monsoon season like you have? I mean, sometimes the rules kind of have to change mid-game when the forces of nature are fighting you, I would guess.
So the roads have been, when I drove them on, pretty hard.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
because they were
right.
processed.
And so now we're turning them up, putting 2 inches of loose on.
Yes.
And what he's saying, when you do this, that the loose just washes in the ditch. So we're destroying our roads by the amount of rain we're getting.
Or from the rain, and then you have local traffic. It can be harvest time.
Yeah.
It can be anything. And on
Yeah.
top of that, it can create your blade hands 5 times the amount of work to go in and work that loose stone out, bring it back across, feather it back so it's nice and neat, and it's, so.
Because they put down the 6 or the 4-inch road improvement, and now they're just maintaining that through the course of the project.
Yeah.
So what we asked is the material It's we got from the KDOT spec.
Yeah.
It's a base material.
Yeah.
It has some fines in it, so you're gonna have some dust. So we asked if they could put down some material over the top of it, an inch or 2 inches to help with the dust. So so right now they're just pretty much blowing the road and maintaining it. So, but the material is a base material approved by KDOT.
Well, we've got the issue solved where if they give rock away, farmers can get it and go. That's good, right? Okay, it's you guys. I guess maybe we need to look and see what, I'd like to go up and visit, just take a look, and I will probably, but, what's the best way for this road to be left, right now? And are you guys done with a certain part of the project, or you've got so much dirt work to do all different pads all around the whole project that you can't say east half or west half?
I'd say with all the weather and processors, there's a good quarter portion except for an area on our interior roads that we'll have to come back to, and that's between the two companies over price. Okay. But as far as the majority of it, Res has a subcontractor in now that's doing culvert work, so we can get that in. A lot of them with harvest time coming, there are some culverts, I was told, and I'm picking up bits and pieces from the predecessor.
Right.
That we said we put in or put one here, add one here, even though they weren't on the RMA, they weren't in the drawings. So hey, that's great, but harvest is coming, so they'll probably wait till after harvest season, because I'm not going to impact the livelihood of the local.
The one that you just plated, that's have you got to that one yet that they plated?
I was actually there when we plated it.
Okay.
I can tell you what that's from.
Okay.
It's not from our equipment. It is eroding from the water channel on the inlet side of that box culvert. When you come out from it, it won't compact it properly. You have no reinforcement or protected of riprap or anything. It's eroding from the inlet side all the way through. I actually left Jesse a voicemail Thursday afternoon when it was brought to my attention, and talked to him this morning about it, and I was going to call your engineer later today, tomorrow, to discuss it.
But you're going to have to fix it because it's on the haul route.
Hey, I have no problem fixing it.
Okay.
I just have questions to make sure it's done right, so it's not like this again.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So Brad, when we enter into contracts like the contract that we have with the road maintenance agreement, should we not be talking to that level of people that we want to make changes? I mean, can we just make changes from citizens or stuff like that to the contract?
Yeah, you're the contracting party, you can do it. In terms of the wisdom of making sure everybody's on the same page, that's probably a good idea. But, your ability to waive or to deal with some of these issues is yours to do.
Well, I know, I haven't been out there in the last week, but prior to that, when that was packed hard as a rock, to me, we got the best roads in our county out there. And that's what everybody is telling me. I see them out there seeding those ditches. I see them putting up those barriers, water barriers, stuff that I never even thought about, prior. So I just.
What role do you guys play in that while they're doing that? Do you have anything while they're doing that stuff, that's all part of the contract, or that's just what they do?
Yes, so our contracts for their, pretty much the county right away. So if there's a 60-foot easement, we're concerned with that. So Dave's out watching them when they're putting pipes in. So like today, they put 2 pipes in, they put them right beside each other, but you're gonna have a little area that you can't compact dirt. So typically the manufacturer says they gotta be half the diameter apart. So something that he's watching them do, anything within the county right away. And if they put a string, so there's one area that's we've been trying to work with them, or it's gonna be an issue. They cut some terraces out. Usually the water would follow the terrace down to this location, and now the terraces are cut, and it's coming to the county road right here.
We have a lot of that area, so now we just created another one.
Yeah, so then it would be the county and our concern if it's affecting the county's drainage.
I still say it sounds like you have to work together, David. I just think you have to work together.
Yeah, I'm just bringing concerns to the landowners.
Okay.
And they're mad.
But the rock hauling issue is a done deal, right? We don't have any more issues with that?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's okay. The rock hauling issue is taken care of.
I don't care if the guy's truck says commercial on it. If he's a local landowner, a taxpayer, he can go down the road.
So if he was involved with working with the windmill company, I wholeheartedly agree with each part of the project. But this is just a landowner.
Yeah, we're just talking about land, taxpayers of this county that are getting free rock.
And due to the weather, due to all this time frame is a much bigger time frame than what we signed the contract for, and I don't know where we're at on the total or anything, but if there's any way we could possibly get started where you could get some of your quarter or whatever you're talking about, get that inspected and get finalizing towards the whole thing here, and I don't know, you're expecting all summer project yet?
It says
If
September.
it keeps it, if it keeps it.
I'm gonna keep a tight lip on that one.
Okay, all right.
I've got other plans.
Okay.
How much rain did you get in Peabody?
Yeah, well, and that could happen, and the weather just keeps coming to us, so yeah. Well, but anyway, if we could get some of it start finalizing, I mean, I'd like to push the project because we did pay. We've paid quite a bit, but it's not our money, Dave. It is coming out of the wind projects. It's part of your project stuff.
Almost.
Yeah.
Now, you know, they're taking that away from us in our pilot. So actually, we are
Some of it, yes,
ultimately
yeah.
be paying the lion's share
Right.
of Cook and Michael because of the way they reneged on the pilot.
So.
Yes. Yeah.
So anyway, that's where I'm at, and I, you know, whatever, you know, if we can do to get this project going and be working with each other, that's all I care about. But I'd really like to see if we could wrap it up. I mean, I know you're not gonna wrap it up but we're paying quite a bit of money to set out there.
I don't think we expect you to be here in December and we're talking about this kind of stuff.
Yeah, we were supposed to be, thought we'd be done in January, or February.
Yeah, I mean, I thought last December.
That's why we had to move Brian to another project that started
Yeah,
and bring
because
David
that's why you're
here,
bringing that, so.
Because it's supposed to be a 10-month project, now it's turning.
If there's any way you could look at the project and say, hey, I can do this and I can do that, come back to us and give us what you're gonna do, I'd be willing to listen to that too. I mean, you know, we've got a signed contract, well, I guess we'll have to stand by it, is what some of it, but if we can relook at the issue now, since we're, how many months, or a year? Whatever we are down the road, if there's something new we can do, bring it to us and see what we can do. Yeah. And I'd be willing to work to see what we can do.
Yes, and maybe starting the post-construction early. Yeah. Yeah, because then I gotta mobilize a guy for a quarter and then send him back. That's why it's nice to do it all in one big chunk.
Yeah.
But we can try to get.
I think we were talking about a west and a east.
Yeah,
So
right.
we just talking about 15 highways,
Yes.
I
Right.
suppose. I mean, if we could start that type of a schedule, we're not talking about every mile.
Right, yeah. So if you got a big chunk ready to go, just let us know.
Yep.
Do you know when you might be able to have something like that ready?
Hey, it was perfect till the rain hit.
Yeah.
But that's been for the last how many months?
I'm talking about this past weekend.
And then I guess I'm gonna have to soak this in. Are we adding to, or are we tearing up the top 2 inches off of this compaction? Which were we doing?
I'm gonna be adding two.
Adding 2.
Yeah. And, you know, that's,
We had added the 2-inch leaves already.
Already?
And then continuously blading, it goes away.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing holding it there. And we can't keep adding and adding and adding and adding and adding.
Well, you're not blading. You guys aren't blading, right?
Yeah, they are on
Is it-
all routes.
I've got
No,
a
I'm talking
crew
about-
3
I'm
days a
talking
week
about
doing
Cook and
nothing but
Michael and
county
not blading.
roads. And then I'm getting landowners calling me every 15, 20 minutes a day because of dust. Sorry, this is what I have to do, this is what I've been instructed to do. Finally, I'm gonna police landowners, and I told them, I called our crews off it. Because it's excessive. You're turning the material to dust.
So you're saying our road graders, our county road
No,
graders?
ma'am. No, ma'am.
No.
His road grader. No, ours.
Oh,
On
your
our
road
project
graders
haul
are
roads,
doing
we were told we needed to do it 3 days a week because of that loose gravel on top that was requested to be left, the loose stone. So that's what we're doing. And it just kicks the dust out. Due to the fact that there's nothing binding it.
Tanner, have you guys, and the inspector, have you guys seen the 2 inches dumped on the road and stuff?
see, that's,
Yeah.
well, yeah, see, it was 2 inches on top of the road improvement.
Yeah.
So, sometimes I call for 4 or 6 inches.
In different.
But that's
Yeah,
on,
so I don't,
Yeah.
Tanner, you're talking about on top of our cement stabilization, our road base that we do it. The additional 2 that you requested has already been placed. that's what the lease is. So,
I have to talk to Brian to see if he was out there and stuff like that.
Well, I guess I'm.
I'm not a road professional, but I sure thought it was nice when it was packed down hard.
Yeah, that's what it seemed, and that's what the comments was coming back.
Yeah, you got two different.
You said
roads.
you're blading
There are
3
roads
times a
and
week?
Because I thought they close all the time.
Three
People
days.
that
So
are
who-
unhappy with their
Who told
roads.
you guys to do that?
So I mean,
And
they're
I
I don't get those calls.
I've heard the good comments about the packed roads up there.
And I will be the
Yeah.
first to tell you, the roads that they build are excellent.
Yeah.
They are excellent.
That's all I've
But on the
heard.
flip side of that coin, the roads that they did not build are my constituents, and they call me constantly, all the time, at different areas. And you could ask the engineer, I talked to him this weekend, I sent him text this weekend on the road, up there, that, the man said he
Well,
really needed help.
I do
That
know
went
we're
2 or
adding,
3,
we're
4
adding like
days.
500 ton of base material to roads that weren't even on our haul route within the county. I talked to Jesse about that stuff this
Yeah,
morning.
yeah.
So, I mean,
That's
you
what
know,
I heard that.
that's,
Yes. That's exactly the figure I heard per mile, right?
yes, sir.
500 ton.
Above and beyond.
Yeah, above and beyond what, so.
So,
I didn't hear what you said.
we're adding material to roads that we didn't have to.
500, what did we say?
500 ton
per mile is what I'm hearing.
per mile. For like 6 or 8 miles in the county that we don't have to.
Oh, 2 or 8 miles, okay, well.
So that's, I mean, it's a
I
give and
didn't
take.
hear that before, I don't know which
I
one
mean,
it is.
exactly, I kind of feel like this is the wind farm this, the wind farm that, the wind farm this, but we do a lot to go the extra mile. I mean, we're here for 25 years and know this, we want a good reputation.
Yeah.
We're willing to help.
Good.
So the blading 3 times a week, we actually have a road maintenance plan. And it's once every 3 weeks. After a rain event, you do have to blade it.
Yep, but we've been doing it 3 days per week for
Yeah.
Kirk and Michael.
So we didn't,
So-
did you tell them?
I'll send you this.
You guys need to get your heads
Yeah, see,
together.
they're not communicating, that's the whole problem. They're
That's
not, they're going
exactly
over their
right.
head, they're not communicating with you or you to them either. I think you're all.
I just took this over as of Monday. So like, I'm picking up pieces in air.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
then you're
then you
innocent.
need to be
You're
communicated
innocent.
with.
Yeah.
But David, you've been on this for
Yes, I have.
a long
That's what I'm
time. I
trying to
mean,
tell
why do you
people.
not communicate with
Because
them?
one side gets one story and the other side gets another
That's
story.
what you should be doing. You're supposed to be their liaison to
That's
the
why I'm
property
here.
owners. That, yeah, but you're not supposed to be
Begging
here.
for
David
help.
is the messenger.
I'm begging for help.
David is the messenger to the landowner, not the county. There's the county people.
Right, yeah. So
That's the way the
contact
contract is, yes.
Yeah.
So you need to work together.
us. Yep.
David, would you please work with them?
Well, thanks everybody for being here. I mean, that's, we got to get this project done. We want to get it over with, and if the wind farm company is pretty nice to be doing the other stuff, and I guess, you know, but like you said, you're just talking about if the hole shows up, that's why you're out there, and then you've taken care of that. And I don't know what it was, you know, like you said, I don't know whether one of your people would have found it, whether they would have done something, what I'm saying, you know, that's.
We would have because it's dead center of the middle of the road.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a danger to the public. We can't.
Yeah.
We're not going to leave that.
Well, that's true, but he,
You know,
I mean, I have to speak it,
Yeah.
he drove across it from 10 o'clock in the morning till 3 o'clock in the afternoon
Yeah.
with that high loader, because the tracks are over it.
So that, there is some needs there. You just take it over Monday, maybe you can help your men, you know, let them know what we're looking for and stuff, so. And Dave, I guess, you know, I guess we do have the signed contract, but I'm all in favor of seeing if there's, this is just, we're at a whole new, like you said, we're at a whole new stage, and if we can finish out here and get things going between us and Kirk and Michael's, I'm more than willing to do that.
I'll agree with that.
I have one question, and I'm reading through this, and down to the middle of there it says, and I don't, you tell me, it says Kirk and Michael is directed by one county commissioner with multiple conflict of interest. So are you taking directions from one county commissioner, or are you contacting the other 2 commissioners
Not
at
me.
the same time? My question to you, because it just says it right there, I don't know.
Well, usually I send the update email out.
I mean, I have heard from Tanner a couple times, well, a couple times I've called him, but I mean, not on a regular basis do I have contact with Kirk and Michael.
Right, yeah, and if anything comes up, we've been running it by like, Jesse, and we'll start including Bryce.
And- And do I contact you all the time about roads or anything like that? No? So I think, see, this is just another tactic, because I do not
Yeah.
contact them at all. David, how was the last time I spoke to you?
Last meeting.
Last meeting, that's the only time. That's when I first
think
met you.
You called me about a couple of things.
Yes, I did, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm just
Yeah, I
saying,
know.
if one of us as a county commissioner calls you with an issue, I would expect that you would bring that issue back to the other two. And I know you have come in multiple times, but there's instances that happen on a daily basis too. I'm not saying every day, but, and, I mean, good faith to the county, if one of us, if I call you and say such and such needs to be fixed, I take for granted you need to be contacting the other commissioner and said, Mr. Becker called and said, something's messed up out here.
Right.
Or maybe, it would be appropriate to include it on an informational email of, this is the, what we've heard, this is what we've done about it, and just send that out, but he can't contact each individual commissioner.
Well, yeah, or email.
For input.
Yeah.
I mean, you would
Email's
have to
fine.
only do it
Email's
as
fine.
information and not for feedback, because then.
It's just, I don't wanna hear secondhand that someone directed somebody something to do something out there, and so they ran out there and tried to do it good.
So I think we've pretty much established that that statement that you just read is an untrue statement. Because I don't call them at all on road problems.
And if we do get a call, like if I get a call, usually have David go look at it, usually take some pictures and stuff of it, and then reports back to me. And then if it's a big deal, then we usually put in our update email that we send out to everybody.
So that's a bogus statement in that letter. But that's all right, David, I'll take it, I'll take the punch. Because I know where it's
Do you
directed.
wanna go there?
I'll take it, and I know what that's directed for.
Because I've had 0 calls from Tanner. And so you can put that in paper. Anyway, let's move on here and get going, Ken.
Okay, all right.
15 minutes.
Thanks for bringing
Sorry
it
about
up.
that.
Is everybody kind of satisfied at this point?
If the county can direct Kirk and Michael, it'd be
Yeah,
great.
we're directing them to try to start the final phase of this,
Yeah.
and our landowners are good to go on rock.
Thank you.
Yes.
They appreciate that.
Good.
That is a big
Yeah.
issue.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank
Get
you.
them some rock.
Okay, we got
So
a,
Jonah wanted to say something, and I hear what Jonah wants to say.
I was just afraid of, if you have a contractual obligation, and I do contracts all the time,
Uh-huh.
a lot of time when you allow the owner to get in there too quickly, they can tear some stuff up, and then you get a finger pointing match. And then nobody wants to assume responsibility to fix the problem, and then you just have an ongoing problem. So sometimes you might open Pandora's box by granting too many allowances
Thank you.
and just let them finish their job.
That's what I say, thank you very much. I agree
And
with
it is
that.
true, but you know what happens at the end of 7 to 10 months when it was supposed to be a 2-month job?
Right.
That's when it's a new issue.
And when it carries on too fast, too far, that's why it's good to meet deadlines.
Yeah.
But I do know that there will probably be some finger pointing at the end of this.
okay, we're gonna have a
That's true.
5-minute break.
Are you kidding? Wow.
Well, yeah.
Our next agenda item is scheduled for 1 o'clock, so I guess we'll take
Ken, why
that.
did you take so long?
Why don't you go and go, like, I'm
Look,
I'm
it's
working on
Vegas.
stuff here, so go and get a lunch and then we'll start whenever you get back.
So, does everybody wanna take
20
a,
minutes, 25, 30.
let's go ahead and take a 20-minute break, so at least you have an opportunity to go grab something. That would be 1:15.
Leaving those good fun.
So that's an interesting statement. I just love it. Kirk and Michael is directed by county commissioner with multiple conflicts of interest. And I haven't even talked to him.
Budget prep?
Sitting in there just I was looking through the general fund mainly, because that's, the other funds pretty well take care of themselves. I mean, we work on them, but general fund, there's some things I haven't talked to you about. So let's just go to page 10 of that handout and show you where a few things are right now, and then we can kind of see where we want to go with them. On page 10, one that we always look at, and I haven't talked to you about it yet, is the local sales tax. And that's about a third of the way down the page. In the actual 18 column, it's $741,881. Do you see that number?
Mhm.
And we're only estimating $650 in both years. So there's about, I mean, I don't like to get too carried away there, but there's $183,000 in 2 years. So even if we only increased it 1 mil instead of 180,000 and left 20 in each year conservative below the actual, so we'd be setting at 720 in each of those years. That'd pick up another mil. Okay. You go down to, and I probably wouldn't change these. Tina, we can get some estimates on the middle column, but interest and penalty on taxes and special auto closeout, they're about 5 lines, 6 lines below that. Oh, another one up above there is county officers' fees. I just kind of went down through and looked at actual and see what we'd estimated. So go up a little bit. County officers' fee is the first one, and that's 60, and we had 122 this last year. Down from there is interest and penalties and special closeout. It's 45 and 35, and we had 67 and 64. Then you go down to income from fire districts. We got these in from last year, Tina, so I'm not sure what that number should be this year.
Well, they haven't decided.
Well,
That's,
I mean,
what's outstanding at this point is that
90.
Is that 93,
Okay.
and.
And so last year it must have been the 135, is that why we put it in there?
Yes.
Okay. So see, we had 163 and 18, and then we have 135 twice. Well, if it's only 93 balance.
It's
that's-
actually, that's gonna be, let me correct that, because that needs to include law enforcement.
Oh,
And-
okay, the 128 then.
Yes, it's 128.
Okay, but we've got it twice, see, so there's another mill. See?
Okay, wait a minute, I'm lost. Where are
Okay.
we at on this sheet?
Okay, go down about 2/3 of the way. It says income from fire districts, radio project. Do you see that?
Okay, I see you there now.
Okay, so
All
the
right.
first column is 163,040. Okay, that's what we received in 18.
Mhm.
The balance due on law enforcement and fire right now is 128.
That's for the radio,
And we're,
right?
yeah, radios,
Okay.
and we're showing 270. You see that? 135 twice?
Yes, I see that.
Mhm.
So see, then there's another, the 270 down to 128 is another 150, another mil. See what I'm
We're
saying?
gaining all this, right?
We're gaining, yes. I'm just trying to go through and show you where, these are just things you have to go through and,
So you're saying we can, basically right now, the way you're saying, if we can actually pay the 128 and we're still gonna gain,
well, based on the way this, way this budget right here is presented.
because you're
Because
gonna
all
gain
I,
that middle column.
yeah, all I did was take the 19 over and put it in the middle.
But this is revenue.
This is
Diane, this is
revenue,
not
yeah.
paying
But
out,
we're,
this is
yeah,
we
money
haven't
coming in.
decided if we're gonna contribute
This is not
toward
money
the
being paid out,
payment
okay.
Right.
Yeah,
this
okay.
year yet.
So
So-
this one actually works opposite. I'm not really talking to you exactly right here, but sales tax, when we're below what we actually receive, that would be a plus of a mil, roughly, if you choose to do that way. This one, actually, we're showing receipt twice, so actually it'd be the opposite. So actually it's a net. That there's a net, because it goes the opposite way. We're showing 270, and it's only gonna be 128 at the max. Okay, so that
Right.
went the, I'm
So
sorry,
it's the
I went the
opposite.
wrong way there. Okay, so that nets out, we just lost that mill. Okay, and then I don't have if you remember, neighborhood revitalization, I don't have that anywhere
Did you need to present that? I don't know.
in there. So anyway, that's down like about 3 lines from the total receipts there. It's 58,000 in 18, 57 estimate, and then I don't have that one in there yet. So that'd be another half mil that we don't have in there. We wait till the end to calculate that. Then I went over here to the expenditures. So that was receipts. So I don't know, it's probably gonna be about a net now, it looks like, because of that sales tax and depending on if you get the 128 or not from the law enforcement and fire. So then you go over the expenditures on the next page, page 11, and I just kind of went down through and see what these are not detailed by, you know, personnel service combined that. I just went down the first column of 18 to see where the total county department budgets are. So you start up at the top, county commission, clerk, and you just gotta go down through and you get down to jail. Jail in 18 was 338, and we're only estimating 296. And I haven't looked at his enough or to know where it's gonna be in, you know, in the middle column. And then you go down to, it's down a few there, you go to planning, zoning, environmental health. And you're at 113.
I've left one.
Just, that's right there, right there. That's what I'm looking at.
On page 11,
Yeah,
right?
page
Oh, that's page 11, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were on that.
Nope.
What's that? Oh,
Yeah, right there.
There we go.
So all I'm doing, this is what the total department, without any detail, just the total department budget
Right.
was paid out in 18. And I was
This is the
just, I was just looking at 19 and
19's
20 just to see how far off we are. You go down to planning, zoning, and environmental, and 113 was what it was paid in 18, but we've got 141 in the middle column, and I assume that's because, was she here
Yeah.
She was here last year,
Just at the very end.
at the very end. So was there some expenditures not made in 18 that normally would be?
I would have to look.
Yeah,
I
no,
don't
I'm
have
just,
that
I'm just asking,
right.
these are just guesses, I'm just
Yeah.
guessing why the.
I know that the budget was bumped up when Emma was here
Mhm.
for certain things, and
Yeah.
I'd have to look back at
Yeah.
her presentation
Yeah.
to see what it was.
Okay, and then the next one down is county administrator, and I can't remember, what, have you decided any more on that, or is that 95, that 95, 97.5?
That
You
could
see-
still be on the table.
In 19?
No.
No.
Okay, so the 95's in the
It's
middle
still a line
column.
For 20, for the 20 budget, maybe, who knows?
Yeah, so the 19 was
95.
probably zero right now, don't you think? Okay, so that
Yeah,
95 will be
right,
zero. You see
right.
what I'm saying?
Right, that'll be zero.
Okay. The next column is sales,
For
or
this
sex,
year yet.
yes, for 19, right.
Right.
Next line is sales tax, and that will adjust. What I do there is I take 20% of whatever this sales tax number we set over on the other page. So like if I move it up to 720 from 650, then that'll increase this over here, okay? And it'll also increase the road part of that. If you go down to, we already talked about this, but the radio project, down there says TBS, LS, lease, or at least purchase districts. 217's in the middle column, and then that will be a zero in the 20 column. So we're picking up 217, 602 there. The next one is transfer to risk management. In 19, we just did this last week, 189,614 we transferred to risk management. And that was the amount that we picked up of that assessed value increase last year that kept us, it's kind of in the middle, 1.4 mils, something like that, okay? So, with that said, we've netted revenue over here, like I said, depending on whether you have them pay the 128. If you don't have them pay the 128, then that's another mill that we gotta find somewhere. Because
The 128 over.
on the other page, I'm just,
On the
right now, what I'm doing is I'm
Right.
comparing,
Yeah.
I'm comparing receipts and expenditures.
Okay.
So we've netted, right now, if we get the 128, we've netted the increase in sales tax and that 128, so that's a zero. We come over here and we picked up 217,000 because of that lease purchase. We picked up 95,000 because, or 100, just rounded off, 100,000. So there's 317. And then the 141, we're not sure about. So we'll see where that, I'm not sure where that'll come out. So literally, without doing any work on the budgets, I mean, any of the, like the department heads that we talked last week with. So we've got a net of receipts probably that we can kind of, it'll just zero out, I would guess. And we have about 317,000 there. So what we're looking at there is about 2 mils that we'll pick up in the general fund just for those two things we talked about. Is that right?
Well, but you already had the lease purchase, the 217 as a zero for next year on here.
Yes, but yes, it's not gonna change, okay, I guess I'm trying to point out to them what changes from 19 to 20.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get our arms around this.
Okay,
Maybe
and
that's
I'm
gonna-
already I'm already looking at how we can adjust the middle columns. So-
Well, we have to visit the 19 column, because Tina and I was talking, there's a lot of work to do on the middle column. You know, the middle column makes a lot of difference. And it has to make a lot of difference, because at the bottom of general fund, I already showed you that the cash balance is $699. And
I'm sorry, I thought what you were saying was that we were gonna pick up another 217 that wasn't shown on their sheet, so.
Both. I'm kind of rambling really, but I'm just trying to figure out, their question to me is, how are we gonna get the cash to the 1.6 million roughly, when it's sitting at $699? Yeah. So anyway, that's just big picture there. I don't know, do you wanna start on the smaller funds and work through what the sheets were by the department heads to see if there's anything that you want to direct me to on how Tina and I can work through each of those funds? Is that how you want to do it? That's what we've usually done.
Yeah, and here's where we're getting a little bit of a pinch, because they've just presented it, and some of them's done fantastic. A lot of them, maybe most of them's done fantastic, but then there's some that's up there, that we've decided to make the cut or not make the cut. And whether you give them or don't give them.
So how will we know how much wiggle room we have when we make cuts? Do we have that? I mean, do we have an idea?
Yeah, I can.
I mean, to keep it flat, right? Let's just say to keep it flat right now, not raise the taxes.
Right.
So do you have a ballpark idea of how much we could cut off of the budget, or we need to cut off, should I say, to keep it flat, of the proposals? Am I saying that right? Do you understand what you're, or can you tell me based on what they're proposing where we stand right now?
Well, the kicker is the reason this is hard, it's hard to answer that question, is because of, and you know, I mean, you've been in this a couple years now, the moving pieces. So you kind of have to figure out, okay, what kind of, I mean, I could literally, like we said last year, we can talk about roads, and I can tell you, if you tell me what that road number is that you think you're gonna shoot for in 19 and 20, like dollar amount's gonna spend, even though Jesse and Bryce presented a certain dollar amount, if you say, well, I don't think we can afford the 7 million, you know, these different ones, you tell me what that is, to me, then I can back in, because I don't know if that, okay, let's just use that, $1 million in 20 and 500,000 in 19 is $1.5 million in the road and bridge fund for blacktop roads. Is that going to be there in 2020 and 2021, or are we going to spend it? You see what I'm saying? So that one line item right there of whether we spend that 1.5 million or not really dictates whether I can leave it at a flat or have to up it some to keep the cash balances, because that's our goal. Even though it may not sound right, that's our goal, is that in a tax-lit environment, we're in our 3rd year. If we get into year 4 and 5 and don't keep the cash balances where they're at and still accomplish the projects we're wanting to accomplish, then we're gonna be hurt, because there's no way to go out and borrow money, in a operational way. There's a way to go out and fund capital projects, but an operational cash flow in a county or city government is the Board of Tax Appeals, and we don't want to go there. Okay, so we have to, as this tax lid stays on, we have to balance it between, here's what the mill levy is if we don't do anything to it based on the assessed value increases. And what that is right now is a 2 mil decline, okay? So 2 mil decline would be $280,000. Okay, so if we decide to leave it right there, all of a sudden we just cut $280,000 out of our budget.
If we wanna maintain our
If you want,
levy right now.
if you want to keep the same dollars as last year's budget, 19, in tax revenue, you would have a 72 point, it's on that front sheet, 72.225. That would be your mill levy. But to answer your question, right off the bat, if we say we're gonna stay there,
Mhm.
we just lost $280,000 of cash balances. And the reason we lost cash balances is we're probably gonna spend the money that's in the budget.
So what you're saying, just based on what you said, we can look forward to a tax mill levy increase if we don't cut back.
Not a tax mill levy increase, but a tax increase on the people that had assessed value increases. That's two different things. We're
Yeah,
not-
it's two different things, but it's still.
Well, I'm just explaining that in a tax lit environment, because I went through this in the 90s,
Mhm.
and I had some that managed their cash carryovers, you know, and kept them as close to where they were at, you know, based on history. That's why we did this history sheet.
Mhm.
Because even though some people may question Marion County over the last 10 years, they've had a somewhat conservative approach to operations, even though they feel like the taxes have increased. You're one of the more conservative counties, probably in the state of Kansas. You look at your debt level. I didn't bring that up earlier. I'll find it before I come back the next time. The League of Municipalities comes out with a debt scale, I don't know if you ever look at that, but they have a insert in the February of each year's magazine, Kansas Government Magazine.
Mm-hmm.
And so what they do is they compare every county based on mill levy, based on assessed value, based on debt. And I would guess at 1.5 million that you have in debt at January 1st of 2019, that's counting lease purchases and
1.5 million?
1.5 million at, based on our schedule here,
Right.
and that's lease purchases, and most of those lease purchases are like road machinery or whatever. And then you have the radio debt, and then you have that Tampa Road, okay, and that Tampa Road's gone. So there, all of a sudden, there's another 500,000 that just disappears, you're down to 1 million next year.
Was it used this year, though?
No, the way the schedule is done is January 1st of 2019, the starting of the middle column, you had 1.5 million in debt. So what happens is, the reason you look at these other counties, or a lot of them, and unlike McPherson, I haven't looked at their debt level recently. There's a lot going on in McPherson County, you know, and a lot of it is private money, whether it's Vega, whether it's the refinery, you know, there's a lot of generation there of private money, which you talked about commercial. But there is a lot of debt there too. Like the Board of Public Utilities probably has 40 million in debt, okay? So you have to you look at government in Kansas and you go, where do we want to be, okay? Where would, you know, if you just stopped and looked at and this is not really, but this is just theoretical, where do we want to be in Marion County? So if I was sitting on the other side of the table, I would say, these are the parameters I would look at. I want to try to keep the 48 miles of 2 inches of blacktop where it's at. What's the cost of that? Okay, and I don't know that we know that number, but it's a pretty big cost. You look at your transfer station, and you've addressed that, but you're working on that. What is that at? And the biggest cost is personnel. Okay, so in most counties, when we did that presentation maybe a year ago or 2 years ago in the basement of Marion City, at that time it was 54% of your total budget, employee benefits and personnel. So if you add roads, personnel, transfer station, and that's probably 85% of your budget. So to know where you want to be in a budget, you actually have to, my feeling is, you have to set, what are we shooting for? You know, what is that vision we want here? How many blacktop roads, do we want? Is it a 2-inch overlay? How much chip and seal do we want? Because those types of numbers change the budget really quick. I mean, just like the $7 million road.
That's
7 million divided by 140,000, 1 mil. That's a lot of money.
You know, you touched on something just briefly a little bit ago about, well, like 3/3 will be paid off, so next year we won't have that. So just in principle, your opinion is what I'm asking for. As we go forward and we make decisions, and we have different department heads that come and want to make a purchase, and nothing extraordinary, I know,
Yeah.
20,000, 50,000,
Sure.
we gotta look for financing. But suppose it's a 20,000 or 30,000, whatever it is.
Yep.
And they say, well, I have the money in my budget to pay for this.
Yep.
Would you recommend that we use that money and just pay for it, or would your recommendation be that we should just finance as much of it as we can because the rates are low right now? I mean, just in principle, an umbrella answer there.
If we are projecting that amount set aside, like the ambulance over 3 years, and the money's sitting there, I would use it, okay? Because this is really interesting.
You would pay for it?
I'd pay for it.
Yeah, see, that's what I was told before, because you get to a point, and correct me if I'm going the wrong direction. I thought to myself a lot of times, that's what people do, well, we can charge it, and then next year, you chase your own tail because you don't have cash anyway, you gotta pay all those bills.
Yeah.
But
I guess the reason I brought the debt up is because it's just like a personal. You start comparing yourself to somebody personally, and you go, wow, I got a pretty good cost of living here. You know, I've got a new car, I've got this, I've got that. But then being a banker family, I mean, growing up family and doing bank audits, I can go through a community and a bank audit, and I can tell you who's really got the right living and who's living off of debt. You know, you can tell that. Kent knows that. You could. Some people, you look at that debt and you go, wow, that's how they live like they live. Okay, and it's the same with a county.
Right.
Okay, that's why I'm saying debt is when you're conservative. Okay, people may say, well, you're raising the mill levy, or each year a mill, but look at the debt. You've got a pretty good county here, and you're not financing with debt. I've got some school districts, like, not to pick on any, but this is all public information. Bueller, I think, has 69 million, something like that, 64 million in debt, and a lot of it is athletics, okay? And so you start looking at governments across the spectrum of a county, okay? And you just go, how did they do that? And then you start looking at the debt and you go, oh, it's the same as an individual. Oh, that's how they do that. See, so that's another piece there that, I mean, it's good to look at mill levy. But I think sometimes mill levy decision alone drives some governments, and that's not always the best decision. Even though you think you're helping the taxpayer, you may not be helping the taxpayer. Because it's like the city of Galva. I feel like he's done a good job over 33 years I've lived on Main Street, because he's never went like this. It's always been like this. He's Mr. Steady, the way he runs the city. And that's what I feel like we've done in Marion County. We've taken it, pretty steady, except for that 1 year, and that was for your time, when Mr. Just went blank, I didn't forget his name down, Mr. From Burns.
Bruner.
Yeah. That 1 year we jumped up 7 or 9 mills, to tackle those roads. That's the biggest increase I remember, I think. But the rest of the time, it's been no more than, 1 mill here or 2 mills, maybe 3 mills one time. I don't know. So there's
right there where you still using that plan to take care of blacktop roads.
Yeah.
We're still using that money that's coming in from the mills that you jumped up then, is still on our deal.
Yeah,
Right.
we still have it in there. It's still built in there, right? So I guess it's like the discussion we had last year. It's hard to answer that question until we've looked at more than just mill levy. What is the vision of you as a county commissioner for Marion County? I mean, that's what it comes down to. And what is you as a board, when you take each one of your individual visions and you bring it together, what is the vision of Marion County? Because it's really easy to look at McPherson or you know, Sedgwick or Butler or, you know, and, well, that's their vision. But how are they funding their vision? Are they funding with debt? Are they funding it with sales tax? I just told Kent this a while ago, Mayor Brown's a good friend of mine, okay? And he decided to take it to the people and say, we're gonna keep the 50-cent sales tax or 1-cent sales tax, I can't remember which one it is, that was on the Opera House and it funded other things, and we're gonna put it into a 10-year road project in McPherson City. And they did. And it's amazing, you don't really notice that half cent or cent at the time. I mean, you know it when you're voting on it, but it's amazing. You saw that with the jail. It funds, and people, there's a lot of people coming to McPherson, so a lot of people outside of McPherson are paying for those roads, which they drive on. So there's a lot of thought that goes into a budget more than just saying mill levy. Because, and that's just my viewpoint. I've done it for 36 years, and I just feel like that sometimes we have to be careful.
Scott, what we noticed on the blacktops is that if we have a good base and we go to 3-inch, we've had 2 miles or more than that, I think, done in 3-inch.
Okay.
And the 3-inch seems to be doing so much
Holds
better
up
than
better.
the 2-inch. You know, and when you add that extra inch on it,
Yeah.
the blacktop, it costs you quite a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, more. But that's one thing that we've noticed, that's the 3-inch seems to be doing.
I think we can all three agree that we don't want to take anybody's blacktop out totally. Although we have got to the point on some of our roads that might end up being a better road if it was gravel and done right. But
So let's just take that. That's the first step. So let's just say 2-inch blacktop stays. And I haven't matched this up with Jesse and Bryce's budget, okay, their proposal. But what is that, keeping a 2-inch blacktop road where they're at right now, or 3-inch on a couple of them, what does that cost in 2019 and 2020? That would be a great answer to know. I don't know if I know that right now without talking to them. Because if they come in and say, okay, we've got 1.5 million set aside for blacktop roads without touching capital improvement. So 1.5 is right at 10 mils we have in the road and bridge. Now, once you spend it, it's gone. But that's back to that question. If you have it set aside, would it be better to fund that with debt, or would it be better just to spend that 1.5 million and do the roads to keep your vision of Marion County at 2-inch blacktop? That's one decision. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't know what you have left on the solid waste utility. How much, do you know how much is gonna be paid out yet on that, or is there gonna be debt on that, on the building? Aren't you doing something on the building?
probably will be dead.
Yeah. It will be debt. What's the debt on that?
We don't know yet.
Just rough, just rough. Let's just.
We was told 1.5, but it could jump to 2 million real quickly.
Well, and that's if we fund the whole thing with debt.
I think the
Could say $1
intent-
million.
Yeah.
I think the intent was that you would fund as much as possible out of the transfer station fund.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
the balance would be,
Right.
I think the only option they have is a lease purchase on that at this point.
Okay, what I'm gonna do right now, so we can kind of get our arms around this a little bit, I'm gonna put 500,000 in the square of 2-inch blacktop, because that's what we've got set aside in the road and bridge, without touching capital improvement, and 1 million in the 2020, because that's the way the line item is right now, okay? And we'll have to look at their budget proposal and see what they're proposing to keep that.
But what do you do in a year like this, where our rock budget was, what, 680, 700,000?
Yeah, 750,000
And we're over $1
in
million
5 months.
in 5 months.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, down the road, maybe we're gonna get something from the government, but we don't know how much and we don't know when.
Yeah.
So it just throws them, I mean.
Yeah.
And I think that blacktop project line, if I remember right, in the last year was used for chip seal projects.
Those are chip seals,
I
okay?
believe.
Yeah, that's not even in this, that would probably be the next one, that's under solid waste, so let's just say chip seal. And I don't know what those numbers would be either. He's got them on the sheets. We'll look at them and find out what they are, okay? And let's go back let's, okay, that's a good point, and maybe that 1.5 will be down in that line, I don't know. Okay, let's go to solid waste, because I want to show you something here, because it proves a good point on your question. So if you look at this sheet that we wrote in the other numbers on, and we go down to transfer station, okay, and it's about 5 from the bottom, 7 from the bottom.
Yep.
Okay, now let's just look over here. When it started back in 2008, we had $336,000 in cash carryover. And this is a good fund to look at because it has nothing to do with the mill levy, okay? This is all based off of fees. So if you look along there, it stayed pretty flat up until 14, and I think that's a 14 or 15 is about when we started building funds in a line item to build a building. You know, and we had set aside, I think, 750,000. I mean, the goal was 750,000, or wasn't it, or
I think we were trying to get it up to $1 million.
up to $1 million maybe. Let me look here, because I had it in the line item there. Yeah, 1 million. So future building, the way we'd set it back in probably that time period was $1 million, okay? So then you go along there and you get up to 18, it's at 7, it was at 846 in 17, and then at the end of 18 it was 766, and now at the end of 19, so we had done some preliminary expenditures? Yeah. So we're at 544, okay. No other cash available to fund that project except for the fees that are generating the personnel services and those. So what we're going to look at, if it's a $1.5 million, you don't want to spend that 544. You might have another 200,000 there, but you don't want to go below that 300 probably or so, because you don't know what that cash is going to be needed. You know, you got to kind of keep that base there. And the expenditures each year on that one are, just try something here real quick. Isn't it terrible when you can't do numbers in your head? Okay, so each month there you spend about 56,000. And about 56,000, okay? So let's just say 60,000 for easy multiplication. So 60,000 times 6 is what? 360,000. What have we been doing there? Since 2008. We've been keeping it at about a 6-month cash flow, base. So we've got 544 that's left there at the beginning, currently right now. It's 544 at the end of the budget. So we have maybe a 250,000 that we could put towards that project of what's not finished. And then whatever that is, the total price, 1.5 or 2 million, is going to be debt. So there's.
And then how is it going to work into the equation? I mean, maybe I'm jumping way ahead.
Mm-hmm.
We're limited on our financing. We do a lease purchase on $1.5 million. We're not going to get more than a 5-year lease purchase.
Right.
That's a big chunk to pay every year.
Mm-hmm.
At today's rate of 3.5. I don't know what it'll be down the road.
Yeah, and you can't generate enough fees.
No.
Because that's 300,000. 5 into that's 300,000. 10 would be 150. And you probably don't have a net profit. The receipts coming in, well, that just shows you. The receipts coming in 18 on page 29 is where the transfer station's at. If you look at page 29, the receipts coming in are 593,000 total. And in 18, you spent 673,000, which 102 of that was the south transfer station. And I'm not sure. It says south transfer. I don't know what is that the transfer.
That's just the way you had it labeled for the building before.
Oh, because we were going to go up.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. South transfers. Okay. So if you did back off 102,000 there, you're down to 571,000, and you brought in 593,000. So the net profit difference is 25,000 maybe. 25,000 is not going to carry a debt of 1.5 million.
It's not.
They won't even carry a debt of 500,000. So I'm not sure how I don't know how that original agreement was written up, can the taxpayers of Marion County, can you use general obligation debt to pay that debt
I
on the
don't think
building?
so. I don't think so. I mean, we potentially could, but it would require an election, and it's my understanding. And we had it set to where we could have potentially funded it with sales tax, but then we didn't put sales tax on the ballot, so that went off. So,
I have a real concern about how we're gonna cash flow the debt service on that if we do the whole project.
Well, sales tax is still available, that's open, but we would have to do.
Yeah,
as you
we have
said.
to vote on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
have to vote on
so regardless, I mean, I think you're looking at, if you don't want to go out for an election, it's the only option you have is a lease purchase, is my understanding. If
Have
you
you
want
asked-
to do a bond, then you can do an election, and you could potentially do a bond to be funded by sales tax, which is
The
like
lease
what we
purchase
did.
may still be an election. Because
For the
under the
total.
lease purchase statute, I don't know this exactly, it's not, you run into it very often, but if it's 3% of your total expenditures, I believe it is, and it's on a building, because it's the Dr. Brown rule over in Hillsborough, that's what we call it. Because that's the way he built the gymnasium, as a lease purchase, because they voted down the general obligation bonds. In that statute, what it says is you have, if there's protest petition, you put it out, publish it, like, I think it's 2 times. If there's a protest petition, I don't remember if it's 10% or what, we can look all that up. They could come in and protest it, then you'd have to put it to election, even if it's a lease purchase.
That's true.
So either way, you're gonna have to, you might have to go to election. I hadn't thought about that.
But it's not just an immediate.
No. But the concern is the net profit after normal operating expenses on your transfer station. What is that profit?
And they did raise the fee from $81 to $100 for this year.
How many,
But I haven't seen,
so $20 times, I wonder how many.
I'd have to look. I don't have that in my head anymore, but it's not enough. It's not enough.
It's just not enough. Yeah, so that, see, there's of the vision, that's number 2. So we're sitting there with how to fund maybe $1 million.
That is if you have that money left after we're done paying for this first part. I don't know if you're gonna have 500,000 left.
That's what I was gonna mention. I
Yeah.
think that, I mean, because we still have expenses coming
Yes.
in this year on that phase 1, which is only just the office and shop.
Yeah.
So I don't know that we're gonna end at that number.
And due to it being a non-tax deal, then that throws us in different rules on these purchases.
No, that's true on any of those
Oh,
purchases.
it's true on any of these, okay.
Yeah. It may not meet that category, but I'll have to. You just don't run into that very often.
Well, I'm concerned how much interest you would get from lending institutions if you go out and ask them for a 10-year lease purchase. My guess is not very much interest. Not unless it's
Have you
some
talked to
type
any-
of variable rate instrument.
Have you talked to anybody on that?
Most of the bankers I've talked to said never even had anybody approach us about a 10-year lease fee.
Yeah, it's usually 5 years.
At the moment.
I might have seen a 7.
Yeah, I was gonna say sometimes maybe 7.
Yeah.
But, you know, my concern is you've got a long-term asset there and you're paying it off with short-term funds.
When you said variable interest, Kent, does that mean that if we did it like we was planning on, it'd probably be like 3% or something, like whatever it is. And so for 7 years, the bank don't want to look at that 3% in case the interest goes to 5%.
Right, because
Banks don't like to tie up rates.
Right, because what's happened is examiners are really, like I'm on the board, and they're really pushing to not go, to have like these revisit at 3 and 5 years at the most, you know, of that rate. And so 7 would be. And see, the problem is, the reason bankers don't like to go with lease purchases on the government is because there's a non-appropriation clause. So let's just say that you get in, the tax lid stays on, you get into some tight times. I've never seen this happen except one time on a John Deere tractor, is they turned the tractor back to John Deere. This is a township. Because that clause, what that says is if I can't make the payments due to budget restraints, you get your asset back. Okay, what banker is gonna want a transfer station sitting on their Oreo, which is other real estate? They're not gonna want that on their Oreo. I can just tell you that right now.
I wish I had an Oreo right now.
Marketability is very questionable.
Yeah, mention that.
Well, that's what it's called in the banking world. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Oreo? Yeah.
Oreo.
Oreo.
Property.
See, now we got her
Other
chocolate.
real
You got her
estate-
chocolate
other
all.
real estate owned. I understand what you're talking
I'm
about.
sorry. That wasn't
Okay.
long enough for lunch.
Okay, so, yeah, that Oreo does sound good. Okay, so the reason this is a non-conventional approach to your budget, okay, but I think these are things that, you have to understand before we can come back over here and say, we don't want a mill levy increase, or we don't want to use part of the assessed value increase, not a mill levy increase, but, I mean, those are two different things. Okay, so then chip seal, we can get those dollars, we can figure out what the, did he say, I don't know if he put on here, what, a mile of chip seal? I think he was like 38 miles, wasn't it?
What was it, 15,000 miles?
17.
Boy, has that ever changed, isn't that amazing?
Well, it's what was last, since he was doing it for 17.
Yeah, I think he,
Well, and we don't know what miles they're gonna go ahead and chip seal this year. He had in 48 miles when he presented his budget last year,
yeah.
and that would take that whole
Let's
amount.
just write it that way. So let's say 48 miles times 17,000, okay? $816,000 would be the chip seal in 19's budget if it was 48 miles. And then he's got 36.5 this year times 17,000. Whoops.
But did he come back and say he wasn't gonna do that? He was gonna do better blade patching, cut areas out and fix it?
Well, that has to be done before you can.
Right, that's why I thought I heard him say he wanted to change something there, but I.
Okay, well, we're just talking big picture here, but, okay, let's just say it's $816,019 you're gonna spend on chip seal, and then another $620,000 in 2020. So if you add those two together, well, that's 1.436 million, so that's literally 10 mils. There's 10 mils. And then we don't know we can't use mill levy on solid waste, but we've got a cash flow problem there if we carry out the project. And you think you'll spend, how much more you think you'll spend? You spent $102,000 in 18, you think you'll spend another, out of that cash carryover, you think you'll spend another $300,000 or $400,000?
I can tell you, hold on,
Okay.
because I figured that out. Okay. As of right now, and I don't know how much is included, we may have something outstanding between when that number was printed and right now.
Okay.
I'd have to look at that, but we still have 153,000 outstanding
Okay.
on what's already been approved.
Okay, so the 153 has nothing to do though with the 102, is that right? 102 is from 18, there's no encumbrances that we've
No.
got? Okay.
No, this would be still outstanding
So what'd you say,
potential
153 and
costs.
19?
At least.
Okay.
Because there's probably more that we have, yeah, there is, because we just did that. You guys just signed that approval. Was that, 60-some thousand, the last one?
Something like that, yeah.
So you're over 200.
Over 200?
Yep.
I'm off at 253. Okay, so now, okay, so we got blacktop, the 2-inch, we got the solid waste, we got chip and seal. Looks like the ambulance is, I was looking at that this morning, looks like it's got 2021's the last payment in that. I don't know if there's any other ambulances. That's a big number. That's one, every time you buy an ambulance, that's $1 million.
We're 3 years away probably from that,
Okay.
because we just bought 2.
Yeah, okay. Trying to think, is there any, equipment. What did he have down? Is there anything that has to be done? Oh, one thing I was looking at this morning, the Volvo, are you, Volvo motor graders,
Well, we've been told that since they don't manufacture them anymore, that the parts supply might dry up. But, you know, that's a sales pitch by
Yeah, sure.
Caterpillar and John Deere.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 10, there's another 10. So right there, we've got about, in 19 and 20, between those 3 items, if we spend that 1.5 million, are you saying would you say earlier, Tina, the 1.5 million is for the chip and seal?
I believe in 2018, that's what line item is for the chips.
Okay, so
the
say
right-
that would cover that, so then that would be duplication there. So we don't know what we're gonna do with it. We don't know what the price is on the 2-inch blacktop chip.
No.
I don't think he had anything in there, did he?
No.
Okay. Okay, so we can take 10 off. So we're sitting right at, between the solid waste utility, which can't really be a mill levy, but I'm pricing it that way, and the chip and seal roads. We're setting at 11 mills if we have to fund it, or if we use cash. Either way, you're using up 11 mills of cash, or you're having to fund it 11 mills, just in those 2 items.
No road projects on schedule.
Yeah.
And you may, I mean,
Do
I
you
don't
know-
want to say this, but, you know, capital improvement transfers
Yeah.
may not be able to happen.
Okay, let's look at that. That's a good point. Let's just look at that. That's another cash opportunity. Let's just, if you go to page 13. So what ends up happening, and it's just the way it's working out right now because of where your assessed value's at and the 1 mil. If you look right there about 2/3 of the way down, road and bridge, there's 3 lines. They add up to 1.4 million. You see that? Okay, so that 1.4 million typically has been used for any road and bridge, or is it chip and, is that the part
This
of chip and seal?
1.4 is what we transfer into the capital improvement fund, and that's what is supposed to be funding the overlay projects. And so you'll see that we every year, we're transferring money in there, and then we build that, and then we do a road project, and then we spend it on that. So
Isn't it
that's
just the
what we use.
Isn't it just the bottom 2, the
No.
transfers?
Nope,
The top one goes to?
yes.
Okay, I thought it stayed out.
Well, hold on, let me look at it.
I think the 2 bottom ones are the transfer amounts. That's the 9 mills we originally
Yeah,
set up
okay, you're
back
right.
in 2000.
The 2 bottom ones are the transfer, and then
And
the top number, that's used for cold mix.
For cold mix,
We
yeah.
buy cold mix.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
But that there, that's 10 mills that is set aside for just keeping, that's more of I would call that more of a maintenance, you know, that's kind of the maintenance arm of your road and bridge. That 1.5 that's setting in the road and bridge fund, the reason that 1 million was originally set up was to kind of try to get ahead of the 2-inch overlay, you know, instead of using your capital improvement, just have something sitting there that you could use. And I don't think it's been used a lot.
No, it hasn't.
That line item. So there, if this transfer, so if that transfer wasn't made into there, right now you have, go back to your little trusty sheet here. You have, at the end of 18 on capital improvement, which is about 7 lines up, $3.8 million, okay?
You're on capital improvement line?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the 18.
Just for the other 2 commissioners and everybody sitting here, if you go back clear to 2008 and follow this, you'll see just about our normal way of doing things. 1.6 is when we sat down here in 2008.
Mhm.
If you see, we kept saving about a million, a little over a million a year there. Then all of a sudden down in 2011 to 12, we put a project on.
Look, isn't that amazing? Look at that.
Yeah.
In 11, it's within $200 of where we're at the end of 18.
So then you go up and follow it from 12 on up 13, 14, and whoops, then 14, 15, we went another year there. Then we fell into 2017, we paid cash for the 330th project.
That's right.
And so you can see that it takes us time to
It's time to build revenue.
build revenue in order to do these blacktop projects. And that's why I keep mentioning it, that, you know, we just shot at the hip on that 330th, but it needed to be done. I'm not gonna say we got a good project. I'm not unhappy with that. It's just the idea. And back here, another one back before 2008, we did the Tampa Road project somewhere back in there, and we've been paying, what, 200,000 on it a year?
230.
230 a year on it.
Yeah, a little over that, yeah.
And so, you can see it takes time to get that money up there, but you gotta have a project to get going, so it just comes up that way.
And this, you know, we do budget to do all those transfers, but that money is raised in the general fund. And if we, you know, we potentially could not make those transfers.
Yes.
So you wouldn't be putting money into capital improvement.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't necessarily want to do that, because then you're not saving towards the road projects
Right.
that you want to do, but
Yeah.
that might be something that we have to do, is not do those transfers.
That's been our nest egg, is what I'm saying. That has been where we've been doing that.
Because since it's general fund money, you can potentially spend it on other
Yeah, the way the capital
expenses.
improvement statute is you can transfer that 3.8 million back to general fund and use it anyway. See that? Now, unlike the sales tax resolution, the 80-20, that 80% has to be used on roads, doesn't it?
I don't know what that resolution says, but we do, I mean, almost, that money is always spent on cold mix. You're not talking
No,
about
what I mean there is like if you
the, are you
look
talking
at,
about the transfer portion?
okay, so what happened when that happened back there is the sales tax 80% portion on the first line there on page 13, the 246, 978, and, well, let's just use 268, 185, and 18, you see that number?
Mm-hmm.
Is part of the 80%, and then the bottom line, that 2 mills, the way we calculate that is the 80%. So if you add line 1 and 3 on page 13 there, that is the 80% of the sales tax resolution that was originally set up back in, that's before my time. I don't know when that was.
Yeah.
And then what we did is the reason it says 2 mills there is we took that 2 mills of the 80% and added an additional 7 mills to make the 9 mills. But if you decided not to no longer make that capital improvement and clear out the capital improvement, put it back in general fund, you would still have the 80% sales tax, which would be about 520,000 that would be sitting there because of sales tax, okay? And then the rest of that could be, that other, right at million, could be put between all the other departments. The problem with that is,
No projects.
you would have no projects on in your capital improvement, you know, that you get every 4 years or whatever you've been doing, kind of is paying cash. Kind of like we talked earlier, do you pay cash or do you do lease purchase? Now, I think this is even before Randy's time, but Coke, you know, come in when the first tax lid was in here and said, we'll lease purchase your roads. I don't know if I ever told you that, you guys, you new ones. Yeah, we'll lease purchase your roads. I said, well, what happens with the non-appropriation statute if we can't make the payments? We'll put up toll booths. Coke Oil come in and said, yeah, they'll lease purchase your roads. They got rid of that pretty quick, because that wouldn't work, you know, because you couldn't take the roads back. But, so I was just dividing here, so your general fund, I was just thinking here, if it's 4 or 5, whoops. We're rambling a little bit here, but we gotta come up and see where consensus is here, where you wanna head here. About 400,000 a month is what the general fund generates right now. I mean expenditures. In 18, that's what it was. So if we take that times 6, that's setting at 2.2 million, and that's about what we've, if you look at that sheet, we're a little under that.
Yeah.
We're setting at 4 months instead of 6 months.
I can tell you where I'd be is that I'd be happy to stand at the same mill levy, but that's what we're at. But that's not dropping the mill levy or anything. That's using your extra plus still keep getting some more on there. But the only reason why I say that is because last year when we did the other, and I settled for that in my own mind, was that we was doing a little bit of both. We was dropping the mill levy and yet gaining some money to pay. How many times, we just put another person on today. You just heard personnel is your highest things to do. And so it's a spiral, and you know, I sort of thought that we did last year that we did both. We dropped a mill levy and then we gained some income for it to operate off of. So that's why I voted for that last year. But I mean, I just see that, I know that our roads is gonna need something before long, and I don't know where my money's gonna come from. And that's, let alone the transfer station. Unless we do some sales tax things, and that, I mean, I will tell you, I was disappointed because I really, after seeing what happened right over here, I felt that to the general public, that was the best way to take the tax load, some of the best way to take the tax load off. Even though it's, may put a sales tax percent on the car dealerships in Hillsborough. Those are the biggest complainers of that. They don't want it. But that's just the way it is, and neither one of them closed their doors after funding this for 6 years or 7, whatever they did over here. So that's just forethought, I mean afterthought, that I've seen that it worked.
So do you think that if we put a tax on, a sales tax increase, do you think that it would pass the voters?
Well, I don't know.
It's a general question. Do you feel that it would?
I think if we have a plain, drawn-out plan, better than they can see, and they can see it. Right over there sits one guy that said in the meeting that said, I don't want to vote for this, and I don't want it, but we need a transfer station, and I think you said, Chuck?
I never said we needed a transfer station. There's a hole out here right northeast of town that we could put all that trash in.
You said we need to do
should have put it in 15 years
with sales tax or something, though.
Well, I'd much rather see a sales tax than I would a mill levy increase, of course. I'm a landowner in Marion County.
You and Don Kraus was up there and made perfectly good statements that made sense, but he said, we want it well laid out, we don't want to vote on the iffy situations, and that's what it was, so, yeah.
The car lots would not like that. And most of the other retail stores don't like it either. That's one of the things that they...
And they got a valid point.
Sure they do.
People are going to other towns to buy vehicles because they can buy a cheaper sales tax.
Everybody's
You don't get a credit back
Right.
when you get your tag.
Yeah, you're right.
If we decided to vote on a half-cent steel tax, whatever it is, how soon would that have to get on a ballot?
I'm sorry, I'm still
Hey,
stuck
there you
on
can
his
kill
comment
two birds with
because-
one stone. Put the wind generators on the same ballot.
Yeah.
$22,000 as she said it costs for mail-out ballots and 14 for, I got the paper. Can we do that then? Can we put them both on a special election at the same time?
I don't know.
There's probably a rule against that.
It's probably not, because there's
Yeah,
a
I'm sure there's a rule
statutory.
against it.
Well, the reason I think is because there's a way in the statute that this is all laid out to implement a sales tax, and you have a statutory authority to do that. So it's not an advisory election, it is a true election, where the other question is potentially advisory, and so you cannot hold an advisory election at the same time that you hold a regular. Or special.
Who made that rule up?
And correct me if I'm
Bureaucracy.
wrong. I thought that Brad said, and I'm probably wrong here, but so, I thought he said that if we went with a special election on the election, that would not be advisory, but if we just put a question on the ballot, that would be advisory.
No, that's not what he said. And I don't know if you want to get into this whole discussion right now, but you have to have statutory authority to put a question on a ballot, whether it's on a regular election or a special election. And if you're just wanting feedback from the public, some things don't have statutory authority for you to put on a ballot. And so that's where we are with, if there are other procedures and processes in place, for instance, the planning and zoning, the only way that you would have a statutory authority to put that on the ballot is if this board would take an action, and it's not in every single instance. So every situation is different. But if a governing body takes an action and then the citizens file a protest petition within a certain period of time, that could potentially generate an election. But it depends on all the situations are different. And so.
But I think that, to what Kent just asked, how soon could a sales tax?
So that question.
Yeah, that's.
I think what you would have to do is you would need to know, you first of all need to know what your project is gonna cost, which we don't have that yet.
Right.
And then you would need to go out and you'd have to do a bond, be ready to go do a bond, and then you would have to have the question is, I need to know 90 days before, basically, to have time to do all of the statutory requirements for an election. And so if you did a special election with 2 questions on it, 1, to approve the bond, 2, to approve the sales tax. They could be on the same ballot. But you'd have to have 90 days to get that done, yeah.
Can that be the November election?
July, August, September.
I mean, is it legal? That's what I'm asking. I'm not saying whether you have time or not. Is it legal to put the sales tax question on the November ballot?
I'm thinking about that because, yes, if you are ready in time and have the language done, and you would have to pass a resolution to authorize that to be placed on the ballot pursuant to the statute that allows it by state law. So as of this point, yes, but I'd have to look to see what the actual deadline date, drop dead date would be.
If it's 1.5 million or less, I could foresee it being paid off in 3 years. At the rate that, if we went back to the jail rate and looked, I could foresee it being paid off.
By the use of sales tax.
Yes, yeah, and not a 7-year.
I can get you a lot more information on that and specific dates and everything, but I think that you're really gonna be looking at a bond issue. Regardless. And whether you finance that bond with ad valorem tax, you are under a tax lid, and so that's not exempt, right, Scott? It would be, if you're adding debt now, you have to take those payments somewhere out of your current budget. You don't have authority to increase to cover those debt payments. And so that's
There is something there that, and I have to go back and look at that. We looked at Osage County last year. There is something there, if it's certain type of debt, it can be funded outside the tax
I
lid.
think there is some, when I talked to David Arterberry last, and it's been a long time now, because I was in contact with him a lot when we were ready to put that on the ballot, but I haven't been in contact with him a lot recently. But I believe that there's a specific type of road bond that may be exempt, but everything else, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So I'd have to check. But I rehashed this with him a lot of times back then, and I think that it does not, it's not an.
I think sitting here right now, we have to feel like, I have to know that tax lid's gonna stay on. I just don't see anybody, because back to Tom Brown. Tom Brown, he has been so adamant to the legislature, and he knows a lot of about that's not fair to the to the city when you're sitting up there as a state or a county and saying you know better how to run that county or city than I do. And so there's some truth to that. They're not sitting in your chair right there. So if that's the case, that's one moving puzzle piece in a sense that we can just say it's not going to move. That tax lid is just going to stay there. So then if we go from there, second of all would be how are we going to maintain the cash carryovers? We don't want to get in a bankrupt situation. So that's the second point. So if we know the tax lid is going to stay on and we know the cash needs to be there, because look at this, this is really amazing after what you guys are just talking there. If you look at 2010 or 11 when Randy was saying that the that the capital improvement was at 3.8, so within $200 of where it is today. If you go up to Road and Bridge, I added these together. So Road and Bridge was $1.4 million of cash that year. Okay, it went up 700,000 from the year before. I think that was the year maybe we started adding the 1 million. We added an extra to the Road and Bridge to help fund, you know, the blacktop and the gravel. But if you add those two funds together, in 2011, it's $5,297,884. Okay. You go down to the bottom of that column and you look at the third number from the bottom, it's $10,478,282. You see that number?
Mm-hmm.
That's a net difference of $5,180,000. Okay, so what that means is outside your capital projects, the roads, those two funds, because that's really what they fund, is the two there. You have roughly $5 million. Okay, general fund of that is around $2 million of that, so the rest is just spread around other things. If we go to 18, okay, we do the same thing. We saw capital improvement in 18 was $3,866,000 within $200. You go up to Road and Bridge, we're at $2,006,000 at the end of 18, okay? You add those two numbers together, and the bottom number down there at the bottom of 18, 3 up, is $11,491,000, okay? The net difference between those two funds and the total is $4,996,000. We are within $200,000 of total cash between 2011 and 2018. So the cash carryover has remained flat, which it should, and we have a little bit more in roads because the Road and Bridge Fund is 2.6 million now instead of 1.4 because of that one line, because we added it in there and we haven't spent it. So the rest of the funds really, this doesn't sound right, but it don't matter, you know? And don't go tell the other.
As a percentage of the pie.
Yeah, I mean, you don't go tell all the department heads. Scott said the rest of the departments.
But one other thing though, Scott, is the reason why you put that meeting on in the basement was because people don't understand that we've got to have, at least in my books, I want to do it just like a bank does. They want money in their bank. And so we've got to have money in our bank in order to do business. If we was to do all debt business, that's just exactly where we'd be talking about, and we'd be at the top of that list of the publication. But yet we was criticized so severely for having extra cash around. The fire departments, all of them, you know, oh, you got money? Yeah, well, we got money, but we're trying to operate to where we know our projects are in the millions. They're not in, road projects are in the millions. They're not down in the
We have to look at some of our projects on a lot longer term than some of the other entities do.
Yeah. One other question, we have a piece of the puzzle there I forgot to ask. What was the last, that $7 million, what was the last per mile of it? Was it 2-inch or 3-inch on that one? The $7 million project?
Well, that was a cement base.
Cement base.
Yeah, that was a total
And was it
rebuild.
3-inch cement that they proposed on that? I'm not for sure.
Oh, which one?
The $7 million for Nighthawk?
Nighthawk.
Was that a 3-inch base?
That was pulling ditches and everything.
Yes, culverts, everything.
That's a 13, is that the 13-mile route?
No, it's about 13 miles, isn't it?
12 miles.
No, 13 miles, Indigo.
That's Indigo, right, but I mean, mile-wise, it's.
Why am I thinking 6 inches? Was it a 6-inch base and then a
6-inch
2 or
base,
3
yes,
inch
6-inch concrete
overlay?
base, and then, I didn't know whether it was 2 or 3, or maybe they put it to where we could have either.
That's 538,000 a mile. Okay, back when, you know, the highest I remember is 2008, and that's when oil prices were really high, and it was about 220,000 a mile.
But this was.
And that was 2-inch.
But that was overlay.
No, I understand. That was 2-inch.
That was overlay.
And you're talking about
A
3 and
base.
3.
No, we're talking about a base.
Base
And
and
a
a-
Base
yes.
and
And culverts.
Okay, so let's just say, and how many miles, we got 48 miles roughly in that 2-inch. That's the piece I don't have on here yet. So if we have 48 miles, and let's just say 250,000 for a 2-inch, the way it was, put it back like it is. $12 million. Okay, so if today's prices at 250,000 is is 2 inches. So that first moving puzzle piece up here, a 2-inch overlay, the replacement cost of that is $12 million. When back then it cost $48,000 a mile in 2001. Okay, so we've talked about a lot of things here. I think we need to understand that the tax lid's not gonna go anywhere. Cash needs to stay. You can see from this 10 years, cash needs to stay at a pretty good base there of 4 to 6 months, okay? And then we have these pieces of the puzzle, the 2-inch blacktop, the chip and seal, and the solid waste utility. And if we don't talk about anything else, those right there are gonna eat up whatever, if we decide to leave it at 72 mils, or if we decide to leave it at 74 mils, they're either gonna eat up cash, or we're gonna pick up a little extra, because the other thing is, it's back to that gravel road, that's not even on here. These gravel roads have already eaten up 750,000, which is about 5 mils to 6 mils already, and we don't know where that's gonna be, and we don't know what the reimbursement's gonna be on that.
We think they're gonna be 1.5 at the end. If they went to same, they went 700,000 for 6 months, why?
Yeah, we're gonna be $1.5 million.
Yeah.
There's 10 mils. And so what's really gonna happen theoretically is the 1.5 million of blacktop roads that's sitting in Road and Bridge, it's gone, and that's gonna be eaten up by the gravel road, which is another department. You know, we started breaking those out here several years ago so we could kind of track that. The gravel roads will have that 1.5 million gone, so it's.
And if you're gonna do chip seal, then that may end up coming out of capital improvement, if there's no money in Road Bridge to do
Yeah.
that.
Okay, let's think one more thing here, and then I don't know where to go from this, because these are big picture things, but I think you have to know the big picture before you can buy the pencils.
Right.
Okay, that's a
I like that
That's a quote, yeah. I always tell people for 36 years, I don't worry about your pencils, you can figure out your own pencils, I just need to know the big numbers. Because, I mean, there's some people that budget down to pencils, you know? Okay, so let's just think about this. If we were to fund, I don't even know what's realistic, of 48 miles, and it's kind of back to that, I think we had it on a 5-year replacement, okay? So let's start with that one first. How would we fund 48 miles divided by 5, which is roughly 9, let's just say 10 miles for, let's just fund 10 miles a year.
If chip and seal or blacktop?
Blacktop. And you're replacing it. See, that's originally the way it was set up, is that once we got 2.1 million and we got all 48 miles in place, we had that worksheet, we haven't used it for a while, I haven't looked at it for a while, but every 5 years down the road, when that kind of got to the point there, in 5 years, every year we would be revisiting that. Well, in today's dollars, at 250,000 a mile, at 10 mils, that's 2.5 million that you're spending every year to keep those 48 miles where they should be over the next 5 years. And you've got to look at it that, you got to look at it that way. You can't just go, oh, by the way, we've got a, Nighthawk, and we've got to come up with something. You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
So that's a $12 million project if you did it all, or if you divided it by 10, I guess that'd be 1.2. That's a lot of money. And that capital improvement fund's only got 3.8 million. So the question I would have, so if we even come close to that, and we've used all the blacktop up in the Road and Bridge because of the gravel situation right now, we might get some of that back. How are we gonna work, not just this year, but over the next couple of years, how are we gonna keep, whether it's Nighthawk or whatever? So you have to look at it, if that was a bond issue, or if that was sales tax. See, what was sales tax generating a year on the jail, do you remember? Just roughly? You need an Oreo cookie.
I haven't even eaten today.
600,000.
600,000?
Okay.
55,000.
How much?
55,000.
Okay, so 600,000. Okay, so we have to figure out, if we're gonna keep the mill levy flat, we're not gonna spend our cash balances down, how are we gonna do this? Okay?
Tell me the answer.
Okay. Tell me the answer.
Magic pen?
I got blue today, so that's good. Blue's better than red.
throw another curveball at you? Concrete's a 40-year road. You think about what you spent in 2001, and you wouldn't be talking about these numbers right now if you'd done concrete.
At that time, though, this was a dream to even get 40-some miles at that time.
But I'm just saying,
And
the
I wouldn't give
crossover
it-
threshold is 25 years on asphalt versus concrete.
Yeah.
Even though concrete's more expensive, it allows you to stretch your funds further.
So concrete would go 25 years?
It'd go 40. It'd go 40 as long as you maintained your crack seals,
Cracks.
all that stuff. Versus 20, but then at 25, you're kind of crossing over your price bracket between where concrete and asphalt meet. But asphalt's outlived by 5 years already.
Okay, let's just go down.
Curveball.
What's your name?
Jonah.
Jonah Scott, okay. Let's go back to Galva, okay? That mayor made that very decision right there. He decided not to put any curb and guttering, but he knew if he put the base down and put a concrete road in. But is that really, I guess in Marion County in that 48 miles is, I don't know what that would cost. Do you know what a mile of concrete costs?
It's relatively close. Concrete's still more expensive, I know that. 6-inch concrete.
Yeah, it's quite a bit more. My brother,
driveway, I know. If
my
I
brother-in-law
figured out the
goes
concrete on
Parga
it,
down in.
what it cost me to asphalt my driveway.
I could ask him.
Yeah,
It's
would
a
not have bought
bunch.
the concrete
Al would give you
itself per
straight-
yard.
Yeah.
Not to mention the
And he's
labor and the
doing
labor.
an overlay in Hillsborough, plus he's doing concrete streets. I mean, he's got all the numbers
Yeah, he
right
would
in
know
front of
that,
you.
yeah.
But you also talk curb and guttering, where you're not talking curb and guttering.
Yeah, but even though curb and guttering there in Galva, you know, what you got here is, we are limited by, if we go mill levy, we're limited by the tax base. And we actually bumped it back in 2001, we bumped it, it was maxed. Okay, and that was just for, there was no way we could go any higher. Okay, so I don't know what that number is of concrete, but I'll find out. But that's an incredible expenditure. I think it's probably twice. I thought it was twice maybe.
I don't think it's quite that high.
Because you have to put down a.
It'd be close. Not quite, but pretty close.
Pretty close, okay? So if it,
Yeah,
instead of
how-
250,000, well, okay, what did you say? 3-inch base and a 3-inch blacktop?
3-inch
Was on that
base.
one was 7 million?
3-inch base, but I think it was a 6-inch concrete fly ash base or whatever.
Yeah, stabilization base.
Stabilization base, yeah.
So that would be probably a little more comparable. It may not be that much. And that's 538,000 a mile. And we're using 250 right now, so that's 12 million. That'd be 24 million for that 48 miles.
You got more than 48 miles blacktop in this county.
No, that's.
The ones that you want to keep up.
Yeah, we've got
Yeah.
200 miles.
I'm betting 140th ain't included in that either.
I don't know what was in the original. We used to have that. We used to track that, and we were trying to keep up with that, but
It
then,
was never overlaid, it was always chip and sealed, and that's, it's not in there.
The 90s falling apart.
You guys go ripping it up, it's gonna be over my dead body, kinda like Randy in the window. Try to rip up 140th. That's
Okay.
money I just spent on my driveway.
okay, let's go back to the 2-inch blacktop, and let's just say sales tax. Let's just look at different types of funding. We want to keep the cash the same, and we don't want to raise the mill levy. So how are we going to fund this? So 600,000 a year is roughly what sales tax generated.
Close.
Close.
575, 550.
Okay, so we know that that's an option. There's an option of actually going to, I don't know, no mill levy. What you could do is potentially, since that's general fund money, and the general fund could pay debt, I just think this off the top of my head, that 3.8 million could be leveraged to make payments. You know, if you wanted to do a bigger project, since it's sitting there, let's just say, I don't know what's the payments on, what do we say, 2.5 million?
Those are too big of figures.
Divided
2.5
by
for what?
10 years, let's just say 10 years. I don't remember, what was it original? That was 20 years? I think it was payoff on the, originally on the 48 miles, was that on a 10-year? I can't remember what that was on.
I
That was,
don't have that, that's been long,
Yeah.
too long ago.
Okay, let's just say sales tax is 600,000. I'm not sure, since we're not doing a millage increase and we're on the tax lid.
The Tampa project was 2 million, a little over 2 million, and we set it up on 10 years.
And that was how many
And the payment
miles?
was 4 miles. That was 6-inch base.
That was 6-inch base.
Is it 3 or 4 miles out from Tampa in?
Okay.
miles in there.
Okay, that's another one right now. For the 2-inch blacktop, we could go with 600,000 sales tax or ad valorem, we're not sure. Okay, then we go down to the solid waste utility. What's the funding mechanisms there? We have a lease purchase, potentially. But I'm not sure we have the net profit, even when you increase it to $100 a thing, the net profit to pay a debt.
And service it.
Service it.
Just to answer your question on that, 2000, when we did a bond,
Mhm.
that was in 2000.
Okay,
That was 2,280,000.
okay.
And that was for, sorry, that was the 10-year bond.
10 years, okay. I thought it was 10, okay.
And the payment was, 275.
277,000 with the
Yeah.
interest, yep.
Yeah.
Wow. Come a long ways. Okay, so back to the solid waste, lease purchase, and I don't know what the net, is it gonna be $1 million? Just big picture?
Probably at least.
On the building?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, at least that, I think.
Well, it's probably more than that.
Yeah,
If we're gonna
yeah.
keep anything reserved, we're probably gonna
Okay,
end up.
here's what I suggest, so we don't just spin our wheels the rest of the day. Is I go get some numbers, let's finish these big picture items. I go get some numbers and do a little work of amortization schedules, and we can maybe talk to Arterberry, because I think now that I hear more what's going on here, we've got to figure that number out before we even know what to answer your question, because you're back to, I just think that you've got, the tax that's gonna be on, you want cash to stay where it's at, so we've got to figure out how we're gonna fund these projects we've already got in the hopper. They're already in the hopper. The net profit on that solid waste utility, even if you add that $20 a residence that's on there, maybe 50,000, and we're talking a debt of $1 million. That's not gonna fund it. And I don't know if David would know if we can fund that with general obligation bonds that goes across the entire county. Can we do that?
I will ask him.
That's a question.
Because I think that it might be a possibility.
Or sales tax, would that work?
Yes. And we have the statutory authority for the sales tax, because we included that when we, because Randy and I went and testified before the legislature.
Yeah, I remember
to
that.
make sure, and we do have the legislative authority to be able to utilize sales tax for that.
We do have the,
Yes.
so you don't have to go to election?
Yes.
No, we still have to
We
go
have to go to
to
election,
election.
you just have the authority to do it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
To have authority to put it to
So
election.
that's
Right.
another funding so we have lease purchase and sales tax. But
But
sales
the
tax
sales
would
tax
be-
is usually a bond, it's a bond with
Yeah.
sales taxes as
Funding
the
it, yeah.
generation. Yeah.
Because we need that, because we don't have a funding mechanism for the lease purchase.
We do not at this point. You are right.
It's kind of like sitting at home with a magical budget. You want a new car, but you have no way to fund it. I mean, that's what it really is. Okay,
We need
then.
to start.
Huh?
There's nothing.
Talking about the transfer station.
Yeah.
Is there any way that you can pay general operations out of general funds and stuff like that? So that way you can maintain all your revenue to build up? And then you're technically just moving money from accounts.
There was something, and I don't know, and I've never
Because
seen
that's
the
a normal
original deal
day-to-day.
on when it was bought, that it was always gonna be self-supporting, and that's all I've ever heard when I've come in about
The resolution.
When they,
on the
resolution,
solid
yeah,
waste
and I don't know what all that states.
There is something there, but I'm not sure. But see, the problem with that is if we.
Yes.
Because I know you can pay certain pieces out of
General fund could literally in the state of Kansas pay anything.
Really?
Yeah, general fund could pay anything. The problem is that's an ad valorem I mean, you have some sales tax, that's 740,000, but the rest of it is after warrant tax. But the general fund, if for some reason,
They could pay for the fuel expenses in the truck.
they can
for
pay
all the
road and bridge.
employees.
See, like Shawnee County, for example, I haven't looked at it recently, but they have 5 funds. Okay, and most of it is paid out of the general fund. They just levy everything in the general fund. The problem with that is you have departments running inside the general fund, and they don't have as much accountability because you don't have budget law. Budget law is by the total fund, and you don't have cash basis violations. See, when you have it in each fund, the major ones, you have accountability to like the aging or the, you know, the health department, because you can monitor their cash and monitor their budget. But the general fund can pay for anything. Okay, so that's a question, lease purchase and sales tax, okay? And then we go down to the next one was chip and seal. And that was, since the gravel's probably gonna eat up that, what you thought was chip and seal,
It's gonna eat-
1.5
It's gonna eat
million.
up our old chip and seal budget.
Not sure, that's a question mark. And then the fourth one was the gravel roads. And I don't know if we'll know, is there like a date that we would know? We have, okay, we just set, the other day, we set the budget hearing for August 19th. So then you back it up 10 days, that's when it goes to the paper roughly, somewhere in there. So we're having to know a lot of this by the first week in August. So right now is June 24th. So gravel roads, do we know, when's the assessment done? Do you have any idea? I mean, he didn't really know the other day. I don't know if he knows any. The assessment
You
on the
mean the
gravel.
damage assessment?
That's right. We won't know that.
I don't think they're gonna have that figured down yet.
Yeah, they're just turning more in right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's more from the other line.
Yeah. The gravel you'd already put on there.
Yeah, some of it.
What's it take, do anybody know that number? I don't think he put it in there. What's it take to do a mile of gravel?
Well, he's been putting 300 tons on. I don't know if that's total or 300 tons on it.
Does he even know, do they, I mean, this is probably a question for the road and bridge, do they even know what the damage miles are?
No.
I think they're still in
Have they got,
assessment.
they're still in assessment? I mean, just driving around, you could
Yeah, 'cause
say.
I mean, they've gotta check bridge structures and everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay, so
we
we
don't
don't,
get them to throw out a figure.
we don't know that either, okay. Okay, those 4 items right there are your budget. I mean, everything else, cash stays the same, tax lid's on, all the other budgets kind of run themselves. I mean, you can manage them, I mean, down to ambulance kind of as a self-sufficient. I mean, it seems like Travis has it, he's doing a pretty good job there of managing that.
Yeah, I don't think he's raising his at all.
Yeah, and so really we have to come down and maybe we just, I don't know if we really need to talk about anything until we can get some questions. You know, come back in another week or whatever that is.
Friday.
Next.
Aren't you back on Friday?
We're paid on Friday.
Yeah.
What, so the people though who are increasing their budget by 15, 20,000 or something, do we even need to consider that or worry about that, or maybe
Well,
cut back a little bit there?
It's
or-
kind of back to the tax lid in the 90s, okay? And I said this the other day. When we knew the tax lid was on for 3 years and we were going into the 4th year, we even had to, in that case, because the cash was, it seemed like we don't have we have built up some balances because we haven't decided what to spend them on. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That balance is up to 11.5 million, whether in 11 it was 10 million, okay, just on those 2 funds. And so we have got an extra million or $1.5 million that are compared to 2011 because of road projects. But the problem is in that year, we knew the cash was gonna be tight, so we went into the middle column, or I didn't, but the commissioners decided to go in and say, we're gonna cut the budgets in the middle column, which would be 19 right now, by 10%. So what that means is you go in and let's just say it's 100,000, you got 90 now. And so what we did is we went into the entire software system for all the department heads and changed it from the 100,000 to the 90,000, so all of a sudden, they had a new percentage of budget they had spent through July. And we helped monitor that for the rest of the year to keep it under that to 90,000 instead of spending the 100,000. And that 10% across the board funded the cash carryover for the next year. You see what I'm saying? Now, did department heads like that? No.
Well, I can still hear about it. No, I still hear about it when I started. I mean, they were still talking about it.
But when you're in the tax lid, you can see the circles right there. They're empty circles. We have no funding mechanism. The tax lid's locked in, and we want to keep our cash. We don't want to. We've worked hard to get that cash carryover, there, and it's at home. If you don't have an emergency fund, it's just like home. 3 months to 6 months is an emergency fund. If you don't have that sitting around, especially in the government, you don't have a way to borrow. So we need to come up with, maybe I just need to talk to Bryce and Jesse, and kind of hammer out that. But really the decision starts right here of what does the people and what do the people in Marion County want? Do they want the 48 miles kept up every year? I mean, over the 5 years or 7 years, whatever that time span is.
There's one.
Yeah, okay, there's one, okay.
Damn the transfer station, let's fix the roads. I'll give you a place to dump the trash.
Okay, so there's one person's viewpoint, okay. Okay, do the people, how do they want to fund it? I heard him say earlier, I want sales tax, and so he's voting again here, but I want sales tax instead of ad valorem tax. So that's another, something you have to ask your constituents.
But that's a hard thing to have for me. You ask me to vote on sales tax for the transfer station. That's like being between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah.
I don't believe in the transfer station. We got that crammed on us, and we're paying for it dearly from several years ago when we could have had millions in this county. I mean, I'm getting on my soapbox now, okay? We could have had millions in this county.
Because of outside engine support.
Yes,
Sure.
yes. We could have had millions in this county, which we wouldn't have had a transfer station to deal with and spend that money on. We could have been fixing our road and our infrastructure, which is in very bad shape, as everybody in this room
That
knows.
attitude will cause the defeat of the election.
And there's another
transfer station.
revenue stream that could have came from rents credits after that, but you'd have to have hindsight to know that you could have.
Well, I mean, that was a special
I just want to
interest group.
encourage you that it's not Marion County that has all those. I was in Harper County several years ago when they were talking about that very same thing about the landfill, and all 8 of the 4-wheel drive tractor tires on the farmer that was a commissioner got slashed because, I mean, it's a contentious, I mean, it's, no matter where you go, some people want trash in their county and some people don't. Same with the jail over here. Some people did, if you remember, they didn't want out-of-county prisoners. There's a very...
Yeah.
Same way with the windmills, I mean.
But I had to vote for it. I had to hold my nose and vote for it because it was sales tax, because I knew if we didn't get the sales tax in, it was gonna stick it on my property taxes.
Yeah, and that's
And at least with sales tax, that is a fair, in my opinion, it's a fair step.
Yeah.
Because every individual has to, every taxpayer, every person that lives there has to pay it to some extent.
To some extent, yeah.
To some extent.
Yeah.
Some of us more than others, but to
Except
some
for the
extent.
retailers that tell you we're chasing their business off.
As somebody who has a minor in economics, they would say it's the most regressive tax that exists. Except for electric rates, which is what the city bases their money off of.
You're saying sales tax is?
Sales tax.
Is the
Sales
most
tax is the worst tax. But it's the most painless.
But there's only one place in the state of Kansas that didn't pass it here this year for sales tax elections in November. Only one
I
county.
get excited,
Southwest.
you guys are trying to figure out a budget for the next year. And I know that it's so many mills on a valuation, but is that valuation not gonna change when, see, like the farm ground is assessed on the 8-year, I assume it still is it not that K-State does that on the 8-year?
It is.
According to prices.
Yep.
Well, finally, those high prices are dropping off, okay?
That's what we've talked about.
Yeah.
So that's gonna lower your valuation. What are you gonna do? Raise the mill levy or just up the
You can't.
valuation somewhat?
You can't.
You can't raise it no levy.
You've locked in on
So
dollars.
you can't project as much revenue coming in, can you, in the next 2-3 years?
No, because we're gonna be on that downside.
That's what I think. 'Cause my damn taxes have went up every year except the last cycle. They went up only like 1%,
Yeah.
and it was all there.
So that's mean, we're about to top out on that cycle.
Now, grass taxes did go up in the last cycle, because I guess finally they got beef prices up in there. I don't know why they like so far behind on how much I was paying per acre on grass compared to farm ground. But this year, actually grass prices were higher, by about 5 or 6%.
No, you're right. And, you know, that's, well, being in the banking world, these farmers have got such a, they have no margin right now. And you look at how many times they've replanted their crops this year, some are on their third.
This year's gonna be tough.
So,
Insurance can drop, yeah.
I think he understands, I mean, he understands as a taxpayer, he understands. But that's the decisions we have to make is the solid waste, these are mandates, the solid waste utility, even though we don't have the quarry out here, it's a mandate that we have to either fund it to another transfer station, isn't that right? Or have our own?
Right.
Okay, there's a cost.
Oh, yeah, I know, somebody, they just keep up above us.
And
keep
I don't,
telling
you weren't here,
what gotta do.
you weren't here the other day, but one of the things under the tax lid is if there are mandates that have been put in place after June 30th of 15, and my question back to the legislature was, if it's an ongoing mandate, either federally or state, does that get, it's remandated every year so that no one's made this law or statute defined. To me, that's a mandate we could add to the tax lid if we had to. But every time you add dollars to the tax lid, what's it do? It increases the mill levy. Okay? So we have to figure out, is that, I don't think anybody wants, I mean, nobody wants the mill levy to go up. And if the assessed values start going the other way, the mill levy's gonna go up because the dollars are gonna be higher. If they stay at 10 million and your assessed value goes the other way, that means the mill levy's gonna have to go up to fund that 10 million that you have.
I would vote for a mill levy increase, but you won't get the general public to vote for a mill levy increase. Mine would be it would have to be designated to road and bridge, and specifically to roads, you know, the roads and fixing bridges, that's it.
Yeah.
Not to hire more personnel, because as you guys all know, there's no way we can ever fix these roads and bridges without outside help. As the county personnel don't have enough hours in the day, they ain't gonna work that many hours. You're gonna have to get outside help eventually.
But let's explain to him, Scott, that if we don't if we lower, and Diane's sort of right there, she wants to cut the tax levy down, mill levy down, but if we keep cutting it, like every year we dropped it 2 or 3, and then 3 years from now we hit this peak where it goes the other way, we're in a bigger hole than if we stayed at the 74.
But I mean, I would bet you if you put a mill levy increase designated road and bridge on the ballot in Marion County, I'd almost bet you it don't pass. I'd put pretty good sized money on that. They'll vote for a schoolhouse, they'll vote because they get out on the soapbox and how we got to spend more on education, but they won't. The people in town, and I guess I don't blame them in a way, they don't care whether I've got a good road because they don't have to drive on it out there. But I've had to pay for all their schoolhouses. They love it.
Okay, moving on.
Okay, so I think we're down to really number one is the solid waste utility is mandated. So if we're stuck with this thing, we got it. So how are we gonna fund that? So that's David Arterberry. We need to figure out, is there a funding mechanism available? Is it sales tax? Is it general obligation? Or is it lease purchase? And lease purchase won't work unless we use general fund money to pay. Like we could put a line item in the general fund, I think. I'm not an attorney. But we could put a line item in the general fund that would say, here's the payments to help, or maybe not pay the full amount, but pay part of it. Because general fund can pay for anything. So there's maybe 3 ways to lease purchase, general obligation, or, because I don't know, general obligation bonds, you're gonna be able to go with a 10 to 20 year
Longer-term
life,
maturity.
where lease purchase, you're gonna 5 to 7 maybe at the max. So the payments will be a lot less.
That's just it. I mean, we gotta be able to cash flow the payment.
And then the rest of this here, blacktop, chip and seal, and gravel, the sales tax, is that something you want to do what would it take, to do that? you know, if you want to do the blacktop roads, it's 600,000 a year roughly.
Would the commission like to ask this engineer if he can give us a rough ballpark of where he thinks it might be for this project now, the transfer station, by next Friday or so?
More information we have, the happier I always am.
I think
I'd
you're
like
gonna
to-
need to know, especially if you're looking at the requirement of putting something on a ballot, you're gonna need that information.
Well, I've been kind of uneasy about the moving target. It just seems like his transfer station is a moving target. It changes and evolves and it modified. And
Right.
we start out with a figure and we're blown out of the water.
Yeah. I'll just call and ask him, talk to him a little bit, and see if we can't get us, have him send it back to Tina, some sort of figure by Friday, in the higher low, I don't care, a little bit.
We may be faced with fixing the floor and going down the road.
And-
Yeah, that would be your best option. Told you that from the get-go. Or maybe I didn't tell you, I told lots of other people.
It all got it.
It all come back, Jack.
I guess until we know those, and I'm not trying to get out of spend the rest of the afternoon with you, but I'm.
That's okay. Be honest.
I don't know. I just until the big picture is known. There's no reason to talk about the. I mean, I said that, but I mean, it really is because the more I think about this solid waste thing is going to be I don't know if we can fund it. Because we have no way to pay it.
Right.
Unless you decide to put it on taxpayers' dollars and put it as a line item in the general fund, or put it on some kind of a sales tax or that. There's gonna be, something's got to be set up.
Well, they are doing it as a phased project. You know, phase one is just about done, and we're paying for phase one.
And paying cash for that.
Right. You know, if you go just to do phase two,
So we're setting it roughly at, right now, we're setting at 300,000, 102 from 18, and another
well, and
150
some of that, the
200.
project itself was over 300,000, but some of that previous cost was some other engineering that was done that wasn't utilized.
Okay.
So some of that.
In other words, we fired him.
That was it. Yep.
But it was needed, I mean, it needed to go somewhere else.
Because if we can't get 20-year financing on facilities,
That's right.
I don't believe we can cash flow it.
The only way you get 20 years with a bond, right?
Yeah.
About
That's
25
what I'm
years.
talking about, if we can't get long-term bond.
And you're gonna
Well,
get
I've got
them.
check concrete roads too.
And I don't
Yeah,
like.
but that's not a lot of debt for a county either.
Well-
If it's just a $2 million, that's.
No, I'm gonna see if I can
Yeah.
find, the,
No, cities are all.
see if I can find the lead municipalities back in, I can get it in Excel, but it shows all the counties. And I think you'd be pretty surprised, I think we would be a lower debt county.
I'm gonna look at this guy right here, because he's sitting in Hillsborough Commissioner, but when I come in as a city councilman in Peabody, we was already set at 30 and 40 years for water and sewer rates debts that we had to make sure we had money for, but we didn't have nothing over, and they was already, projects done and gone. The water tower at Peabody was one that's already done and gone, but all of the debts was still being paid up 20 years to 30, 20 to 40 years later. And that 20 to 40 is a long.
Yeah, especially when it starts to crumble.
Yeah.
When it starts to crumble and you
Yeah.
gotta fix it and you ain't done paying for it. It's kinda like buying a new car
Yeah.
and the thing breaks down.
Yes.
It really ticks you off.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
story of municipal governments. They're in a permanent debt.
Yeah.
I mean, a
Yeah.
massive permanent debt.
And it scares you as a city commissioner or sitting here. That's why I have not really been in
Is there-
favor of over 10 years at the most.
Is there any bonding option, plus is there any grant capability for any of that kind of stuff, you know, refuge? Is there any? Because you're tying recyclables into it now, all of a sudden there might be some money.
But what's interesting is, I haven't heard it here, but up at Osage County where I work with them also, by Topeka, they can't get rid of the recyclables, you know?
Bingo.
Yeah,
Right.
you can't.
We get rid of them, but we lose money on
I
it.
Yeah,
know,
it costs
can't-
you money to
yeah, it
get
costs
rid
you-
of them.
It costs you money to get
That was one
trash
thing, remember
too,
me
so.
saying, having a little something, I said a little something.
I mean,
But
I
I
don't know
might
if
want to talk
I
about
shouldn't say this,
recyclables. Why don't you put a fee on there for people that recycle, see how that goes over. If you want to feel good about themselves recycling, they need to pay for it. My entertainment costs me money. Things that make me feel good cost me money.
Entertainment? And I just told the commission this morning, that's why we put another person on, is because the.
Yeah, see, there's another personnel down there.
And
Now,
there's
you got all
recyclables.
them people from the weed department working down there. You guys don't spray no weeds in the road ditches no more either. Bud says he don't have anybody to drive the trucks. Is what he told me last year. I
It
don't know
took
about
up
this
all,
year.
well, I see those, the reason why we had to put that person on is because it took up the time in recyclables. For that person is gone half a day sometimes, or 3/4 of the day, driving that truck around to pick these things up, so.
But Hillsboro's talking about increasing.
Well, yeah, our trash our bins are going out today. They're getting distributed around town. So this is a full effect now.
Yeah.
But nobody's ever told me that the cost per load of waste versus the cost per load of recycling. What's the tonnage? It costs
You're
more
pouring
to
a little bitty
recycle.
recycle wagon around your pickup, right?
The recycle is a lot lighter load than.
Yeah.
So that's not costing you to go in the landfill. So I'm just wondering, is it really as bad of a deal as some people are making it out to be, or is it a wash, or is it costing us?
The recycling?
Yeah.
Well, if you look at our monthly reports, we lose money every month on income, what it costs us, fuel, everything else.
The elephant.
It's just the travel, right,
Yeah.
and hauling it,
Yeah,
right?
the
But
hauling.
if we put it in with our trash, then we increase our trash
So then
amount,
you have
and then we
more
have to pay
loads.
more in dumping.
More tipping fee.
More tipping fees.
Yeah, but would it amount to one load a week?
I don't know, that's what he was saying. We
Yeah,
don't-
that's what
we never
I was
compared that
always trying to
cost.
figure out. Is it really cost us, or is it?
I don't
does
know.
Well,
save us
it
here?
would cut down on
Robbing
personnel.
people
You
to
got
pay Paul.
personnel tied up strictly with recycling, correct? One or two, how many you got?
One, but, well, Bud and her both do it quite a bit. I mean, they're both tied
Well,
up.
I
So
don't
one
know,
and a half.
because-
If we stopped recycling though, we'd have a load of people in here next
Well, no,
week.
but that's fine. You got people in here now that don't want it.
Yeah, they'll start blasting.
Put it to
you
a
for
vote.
it.
I say put everything to a vote, so that's the majority rule.
That's the bad guy.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I don't know how that would work.
Last
Yeah.
$1 million.
But they should be willing to
Yeah.
pay an extra fee to recycle to cover that extra cost.
Pay to play.
Last $1 million
Okay.
question, or $10 million, whichever you want to call it. Where do you want the mill levy, so I can start backing into this? Do you want to shoot for the 72 with the assessed value, leaving it down at 72 and there? Or do you want to be at 74, which was last year? Or we can actually, could go above that because of this calculation where, where we take and put the federal mandates or the federal reimbursements into that risk management fund. And we could probably go back, we could go up to what the mill levy was 2 years ago. We've lost 3.4 mills right now if we set where we're at today from 18 budget when the tax lid came in. And that's if we don't take the 2 mills this year. We lost 1.4 mills last year. 1.4 mills is right at the 100, I think we kind of met in the middle there, so about 180 some thousand. Okay, so we lost that, and that's not in cash carryover, that's not anywhere. It did maybe help make some people, feel better, about the taxes. I mean, I don't know. So
I guess I have a question for you. I asked kind of on those when we get into the individual departments.
Yeah.
Some of them have got substantial increases. I don't know what that would be.
I haven't put
Cumulative.
any of those in.
Right, I know you have not.
And you have to go back to that.
Yeah.
I have not put any of those in, okay? And the cash is
Got
general
it.
fund. We're gonna do some work to even get the general fund cash. Remember, it's at $699 in the middle
Mhm.
column.
I got it.
It's at 2.2 million usually, or
Mm-hmm.
1.6 million to 2 depending on where it's at. So let's just say 1.6 million. So there's $1 million. I'm gonna have to or Tina and I's gonna have to figure out how to get out of that middle column of the general fund without even looking at the department heads' budgets for this year.
So, did we overspend last year, basically? I mean, did we have a drop in those reserves?
No, I don't think so, because we haven't backed off where they're at on 19. What Tina does, roughly, is she goes through that report. So let's just say it's June 30th report, 6 months. I don't know, is that what you usually use? I can't remember. I think it's June 30th. So she takes June 30th report of all departments. And that the reason we're a little earlier now because of the way the tax lid is, see, we used to do this meeting on July 18th. We had all those numbers, roughly July 18th. But because of the way the tax lid's set up is if you have to know where you're at back in June, because if you want to have an election on that tax lid to go out from under it, it has to be set by July 1st. Okay, and we don't need to do it because you didn't want to go above it. But but that's why we meet back in June, is to kind of get the ball rolling. Okay, so at June 30th, what she does is she takes the department head budgets and goes through and puts those dollars and multiplies them, see where the percentage is, and then multiplies them to 100%, and whatever's left over. So let's just say the sheriff has got an extra 100,000 sitting there that he's not going to spend in 19.
He doesn't.
He doesn't. But let's just.
But just.
I'm using him as an example, Ed, okay? So in the middle column, let's just say he had 100,000 he's not going to use in 19, but he may use it in 20, and we're not sure, okay? So what we would do is we would reduce the middle column by 100,000. That 699 now becomes 799, and we have to do that with every one of the departments.
Okay,
And every revenue line.
So before we even get to the 2020 budget of what they proposed, we have to figure out where they're at on the 19 budget and see, like that gravel, that's a great one.
Yeah.
5 months, we're at 750,000 and we only have 750,000 probably budgeted in gravel roads.
No, we're 1.1 million.
Or 1.1 million now, okay. Well, that happened, I guess a week ago, it's already changed, okay.
And hopefully we'll get some FEMA money in, but you don't.
Not a lot, you won't get a lot.
Well, he said it won't be all of it,
No.
of course, but.
And that won't be till
Some.
next May, probably, okay?
No.
It's 9 months. It's usually I've done all these in cities or counties, it's 9 months almost to the day.
So I guess my question to you is, and basically what I'm hearing is these big numbers, we gotta get them. Right now, all that rest is irrelevant. Is that what you're saying? All the other departments right now are irrelevant.
Yes,
All
because
this
I
increases
have,
that they asked for is just, don't
I have
worry about
not
it.
figured anything they've asked for. I never figure in anything, we never figure anything in personnel until we get down to that last week probably to see if we even have any money to pay personnel.
And what about the pay
And what
plan?
Osage County started doing, they started just doing a bonus because they didn't want to lock in. That's what happens, is if you lock in a 3% or a
Right.
2% raise,
Right.
it stays on. And so they decide, that's just their philosophy. They decided it every year to see where the net profit is of the government and fund
A
that.
one-time
Yeah,
deal.
they're on the
Yeah.
Better than a raise,
They're on-
it's easier to do.
They're on the tax lid. They felt like, and that's their philosophy. I'm not saying that's the best philosophy, that's their philosophy.
Well, if that's what
So,
you do.
before we can, the reason these have to be decided is because that solid waste utility may not happen unless we can figure out a mechanism to fund it, and it's based on a vote, probably, of funding.
And what that votes no. Then what?
And we have to know now on June 24th, because if it's a 90-day, okay, it's probably not, see, that would be 2020, it'd be the November election, wouldn't it?
This year.
But the sales tax doesn't kick in
No.
for, is it 4 months or 6 months?
I think it's 6 months.
I think it's 6 months, okay, so you have till November to decide whether it's gonna happen. Once it's decided, it doesn't kick in for another 6 months, so you're already into 2020, July 1st, say, and if that payment, if you go on a bill or do whatever you're gonna do down there, that payment would probably come due in 2021, so you would have to have enough sales tax built up to pay that 2021 payment that's gonna be on that $1 million. So what I guess I'm saying is the sooner we can get these big things, because we know they're tied probably to an election.
But is there a plan B if it's elected no? Or would we try to prepare for a plan B? Besides, like, just not gonna do it?
Okay,
I'm
here's,
not
here,
just asking.
okay,
You
you're asking
got
for,
several options there.
you're asking for Plan B.
Yeah.
Okay. Say all the elections go down the tube,
Mhm.
okay? I've got 3.8 million sitting in my capital improvement fund. The general fund can pay for anything. I would transfer the capital improvement money back to the general fund, the amount that needed, to put a line item in to service the debt over in the mandated transfer station,
Okay,
if everything else fails.
okay.
So what's that gonna do in long term?
We don't know yet.
Your cash reserves are gone.
Cash reserves are gone.
Your cash reserves are gone. There's no net profit in the transfer station to build those cash reserves back. You can see how long it took to build those back. Over 10 years, we only went up from 366 to 7 something. So it doubled in 10 years. Not a lot of money, okay? And the cash reserves are gone because we now are using the cash reserves of general fund money to fund the transfer station, and the tax lid's on, so we can't go above a certain dollar amount, okay?
Mhm.
So again, we're back to that using the cash up and the tax lid's on. But it would fund it, okay? But then what's gonna happen is, he's gonna say, why didn't you fix any of my roads? Because we just used the general fund money in the capital improvement road fund, which we could put in the general fund and fund the transfer station, but all of a sudden, we just lost $1 million of road money to fund the transfer station. See what I'm saying? There's ways to do it, but you.
We don't want to go there.
No.
But see, I also thought that I thought we had like a $10 million reserve in different buckets and different things on the carryover or something.
We have $10 million or $11 million at 2018
Okay.
between all the funds.
Okay.
And that's the number, I didn't copy it for you, but that's the number that I just calculated. Of that $11 million at 2018, right now, $6,500,000 is road money, right now. Of that $6.5 million, almost $4 million is general fund money, really. It's the capital improvement fund, okay? So that $4 million can be spent literally any way. I mean, if you all three decided to use that $4 million to operate the general fund for the next year and have no levy, you could do that. But what would happen at the end of next year? That'd be 4.5 million is what you spend in the general fund, okay? Okay, and we use the whole 4 million, the cash reserves, to do that, because we have 11 million right now. But if we spend that whole 4 million on the operations of the general fund next year, we could do that, but then we would be zero. And the general fund, if you don't have a healthy general fund, literally all the other funds are going to be dried up just like that. So see, people don't understand that. They don't understand that 11.4 million sounds like a lot of money sitting there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? But it's not. It's not. Because what we don't understand is that general fund alone, like we said, was, what was it? 400 and some thousand a month. Okay, and then we go to the road and bridge, and that's another probably 200,000 a month. And you just keep, you keep looking at that, and that's why you've got to stay at a steady, even though you don't like it, you got to stay at a steady and try to figure out how we can make all this stuff work. Because some could just go out and borrow, and fund a lot of the things they want to do, but they're going to at some point answer for that. And that's something that Marion County has not decided, they want to pay cash for what they do, but to do that, you have to kind of keep a steady, not increase the mill levy, but you got to stay up with things, you can't just.
I just worry that it probably will, I just worry that it won't pass. Because, there's kind of a divided county as far as from what I hear.
Sure.
Some people understand it,
That's why
and other people are not.
That's why you can see why I said before we can do the 2020 budget, we have to know what these empty circles are going to do. Because if they don't pass,
We need to be prepared.
Put the shoe on the other foot. Say 10 years ago, a transfer station would cost you 300,000, and now you get 700,000 saved up. It cost you 700,000. You've been better to lock in the note back then and pay it and lock it in at that price, because construction costs go up 50% every year. So if you can't increase by the rate of inflation, then why are you saving?
Good point.
Yeah, because interest income right now is not your friend.
No. Interest no way.
It used to be that this county was funded by at least 2 to 3 mills because the interest rates were, a lot, 10%, 11%, so you had 2 or 3 mills there to work with interest, but you don't have that. But I guess these bigger things, the ball's gonna be rolling quicker, because if they require an election or they require this, that's why we're having that conversation today. The pencils, not the pencil, but whatever it is in those other departments of 10,000 here or 10,000 there,
Increases.
they're not gonna matter, really. We'll have to talk about them, probably, if you wanna do it or not. But they're not gonna matter because we can do that even up to the last week. But these things, if we waited to the last week, we'd be sitting there and we'd have to put things on hold, and we may have to anyway. I don't know, phase 2, is there a projected date?
No.
But at this critical point, if it's as bad as what we think it is, then really we shouldn't be considering other than really necessary increases on any department. I mean, every $100 helps, right?
Right. Yes, if you are, it's back to that thing again. The tax lid's on. You don't want to raise the mill levy. You want to drop the mill levy, maybe, even clear down to 2 mills.
Well, even if you just keep it flat, but like you said.
Well, if that 2 mills is kind of not here, but that's 200,000. 200,000, as you know, these bigger expenditures doesn't go very far. So here we're right here trying to figure out 74 or 72 mills. What we want to do with the assessed value increase, and we may not have the assessed value increase next year.
But I could just imagine if we increase the mill levy by 2 mills.
No, the
And
mill
then-
levy's not gonna increase. The mill levy would stay the same. You're picking up the assessed value increase of 2 mills.
Okay.
I'm just calling it 2 mills, but it's assessed value increases in values of land or
Okay, so
property.
you're not saying increase the mill levy?
No,
I
no,
thought
we
you
don't
were
increase.
saying-
70, we can't. Well, we could,
Well,
but
You'd have to go through.
yeah, you could add the things we did last year. You could go back to what the mill levy was in 18, and we could probably come up with things, that'd be another 1.4 mills that we picked up. But past that, you're locked in. You can't go past. And what happens is when you start dropping that mill levy, because this happened back in the 90s, it started dropping, and the assessed value kept going up. And when you're locked in, so the dollars are locked. You can't change it. And right now, there's only a 3-year look back. So if this would stay on for let's just say another 5 years, and we go in what he's talking about, where it goes the opposite way, then your dollars, once you keep dropping, you're locked in that dollars. That's what I had, and they went out for election 4 times in county Osage, and the public did not vote for it. So they were locked in dollars. The employees didn't get any raises for, I think it was 4 years, because you don't have any money. You're locked in at a certain dollar amount. So I don't know. I'm not a proponent of tax increases. I don't like to pay taxes any more than anybody else. But if you're going to run a government that's funded by taxes, you have to figure out the mechanisms, whether it's sales tax or, ad valorem or fees, transfer station. I don't remember the numbers, but the quarry out here, if you had people hauling trash to your county instead of that, those numbers were big numbers.
Oh, yeah.
I've worked those numbers through, but you have other people's trash, so that's people don't like having other people's trash. But that's the way, everybody has to work together and figure out what's best.
1.6 in Anthony's County down there, million the first year of operation.
Is that what it was?
1.6.
I don't do that.
To the county.
It's a pretty large amount.
To the county, yeah.
And they provided free pickup. They were gonna provide free pickup.
I don't know about that, I just
City
remember the
of
total amount of money.
Well, Harper County wouldn't be a lot, but it would have been something there.
Yeah.
Okay, so Tina and I probably have to ask just arbitrary or whatever, some of these questions, when do you want me back? Because I don't know if we can.
Does anybody want to make that decision now on the, giving him the big number? He's asked it about 5 times now, and I've said my piece. So I'm just going to look at you other two.
I'm in favor of capturing our increase. No bill.
Look at that front sheet that I gave you the other day, and let's make sure we're all on the same page before I leave here, okay?
All right.
Okay, so I circled the number at the very far right hand, 2.012 mils. That is not a mill levy increase. We need to understand that. That needs to not go out that way. What that is if you look over in column K has 74.237. You see over in column K?
I do. You're telling me though that that's gonna be an increase in dollars from the inflation, or the inflated.
Of the ad valorem tax assessment,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, so we have those many extra 2 mils worth of that.
Right, so if we leave the mill levy the same, I want to make sure everybody understands this. If we leave the mill levy the same at 74.237 that it was last year, and that's in column K, we would pick up that additional 2 mills or 280,000, we would pick up because of the increase in assessed value, not because we increased the mill levy.
Okay, but you're saying that the 2018, so 2019 though, it was 72, right?
That's because the assessed value went up.
Right.
If you're truly talking mill levy, we don't have a mill levy increase. We have a 74.237 in the 19 budget in column K. And if we keep the mill levy flat, we pick up 280,000 because assessed value increases was 280,000 because it went up 3.8 million.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because
So the
we have to be,
72
I'm just saying, when you go out to the public, we have to be careful because no one here is proposing a mill levy increase.
Right, you're just
Okay.
showing the 72.22 is if we would not use that increase.
That's right, that's right.
Correct.
And then what happens if that was the case? Let's just say, what's your name?
Chuck.
Chuck, okay,
Chuck's up.
okay. Chuck's land, okay? Let's just say that his assessed value was the one that went up, okay? If we leave it at the 72, that increase in assessed value will not impact because you drop the mill levy to offset the increase in assessed value.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
But if we stay at the 74, and Chuck is the only one in the county that has land increases, he's gonna feel the whole brunt of that 2 mil increase because of the assessed value increase. Okay? But nobody else is gonna get a mill increase because we left the mill levy the same as last year.
I see.
Okay? Because there's 2 different things there. And when we start saying there's a mill levy increase, it's really not a true mill levy increase because people would, if you went down to the cafe and said, oh, we're gonna have a 2 mill increase, we're really not.
I was gonna say, because
The
that
mill levy
was-
is the same as last year,
Be almost
or in
guaranteed
between, like
mill.
last year, you come in between somewhere, and you said, okay, let's just do 1.4 of that, or half of it. Let's just have-
Is 2 mil on that assessment thing, 2 mills on 1,000, is that $2? Is that, what is that?
No, okay,
On
so.
$1,000.
on
2
$1,000
mil, your 2 mil on the
2 mills is
assessment.
on 1/1,000. Okay, and so another way to look at it is it's $3.8 million assessed value increase. Okay, that's the total.
For the county.
For the county.
What is that on 1,000?
So when you move it 3 decimal points to the left, every mill is $3,802. And so that's where you get the 280,000. You have to multiply that 3,802 times 72 mills. So that's a 1/1,000. So anytime you look at a assessed value, you look at that 3 decimals to the left. So instead of 3,000,008, it'd be $3,802 a mill. It's because of assessed value. But those people will feel it because they got the assessed value increase. Right? Okay, I just want to make sure everybody understands that because I don't think I've heard anybody say they wanted to go above the 74.237.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Correct.
So we know that much.
Right.
So there's another parameter. We know the tax lid's gonna stay on, we know the mill levy is gonna stay at 74.237 or below, and we know cash, we wanna keep it cash in. So we've got those three things decided today, didn't we? Does everybody agree with that?
I agree.
Okay. So then, we have to go in and figure out, I think, this is my personal opinion, these circles. Figure out how we're gonna fund these big things and what we want. Solid waste, chip and seal, the gravel, we don't have a choice. I mean, we're funding that because we just have to keep roads drivable. And then the blacktop, 2%. And then I'll check on concrete road, I'll ask Al and even your engineer, if we can, I mean, he may know what that is.
And so just on a side note, they're talking about road and bridge and
Yeah.
that big amount of money that because of all the roads. And should we maybe be a little mindful too, because I know there was a whole list, I don't know what it was, but new equipment or trading this in or expanding this or buying that, should we maybe be, I'm thinking maybe.
We can
with all this,
always put a freeze on
I'm thinking
new
we should
equipment
maybe
purchases.
even keep that, unless absolutely necessary. I'm just thinking.
The only thing that I see, Diane, you'd like to say freeze on new equipment purchases, but those people out there that's living out in the country that wants their road graded, and wants that grader down the road, and we need to get the maximum out of our machines and stuff, but you've got to put a rotation into equipment for motor graders, because you'll get to the point where all your equipment's bad, or if you want to put it on leases, we've looked at that option too. You've got those choices to make to where at least one piece of equipment's bought to keep the somewhat rotated, where you don't have all your old equipment come due at once. Just
But I
like,
thought we were pretty good on equipment, I mean, fairly well.
yeah, but if you say that every year and don't buy one every once third year or something, all of a sudden 6
Well,
years just went by you. And,
Yeah,
and
if you do
it's-
that every year.
Yeah, and so just keep that in mind too, that
Or maybe we could do it every other year or something.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that while
I'm not
the-
saying-
While the lid's on or something, I don't know.
Some of the things he talked about, and this is something, I mean, it would take a lot to figure this out, is to look at, he talked about a little bit about this equipment needs to be done because this would take care of this or take care of this. But something I've always, and it would take a lot of effort, is to look, because contractors do this, I mean, my brother-in-law and both of them are contractors, look at those pieces of equipment, look at the cost of that piece of equipment sitting there. So let's just say you spent $150,000 and that equipment only gets used 10 hours a year. Is that a good purchase?
Not in
No.
my book.
No, okay. But if that $150,000 piece of equipment is used every day, then that's probably a pretty good purchase because you're not having to pay repairs on that. So I don't know if this engineer is gonna do that, but that's something I've always, this is a county unit system, so you have a lot more equipment than Osage. Osage is a township system. But you look at those pieces of equipment and you look at the hours used, you look at the functionality. Is it easier is it just good to have it here because you're always needing it at these emergency times? So maybe it is good, that even though you don't put many hours on it. But looking at a study like that and seeing Road and Bridge, because Road and Bridge has, I don't know what your asset value of Road and Bridge would be, but would be a big number.
We should do that sometime and find out.
And maybe that engineer is, maybe he's looked at that, I don't know.
We have done that, Diane, Kent. BOMAG, okay? The county has a BOMAG right now. A BOMAG is the machine that tears your chip and seal roads up and tears them up. We bring rock in. That's what we also build the base with and things. The county has one that's 30-some years old. It's, I don't know, it's old. Okay, we had a chance to buy a used one here and it was 600 and some thousand. Because I think the new ones was close to 900 or something like that. But we decided that, no, we'd rather probably either, if this one goes, at that time, we decided we wouldn't spend that $1 million because that BOMAG's only used once or twice a year in the summer. We'd probably rather go out and contract for a machine to come in and do it.
Yeah.
And so we've looked at that once already and done that, which is what you said there. And so, but that BOMAG's a pretty important part of piece of equipment.
Yeah, but you can go rent that. When you got a project,
Yes.
go rent one
Yes.
or hire it done.
That's
Yeah,
right.
absolutely. You don't need to own something that sits around 2 years and works,
That's right.
works a month, one year out of 5 or something.
Because I'm gonna tell Chuck that I don't know that road there is gonna be overlaid road someday, but I will say that I would love to keep it to a good rock base, clear from maybe Alney all the way to 77, goes by his place. That Bomag's a pretty big, important piece of equipment to do that, to keep his road. If we rebuild a base, let it set as rock like the Tampa East Road, and your road was done the same way too, right in front of your house there, to where we build that with rock and stuff and just do the chip and seal. But as you say, sometimes that chip and seal goes within a year and does not last. But yet the Pilsen Road, when we spent a little extra money, has lasted at least 3 years now with that rock red stuff. So it's I think it's a crapshoot sometimes with just.
And the other thing you have to look at is how hungry are the contractors? You know, we talked about that earlier. There's contractors that might be able to do something you could do, so that comes into the picture too. And then sometimes they're charging you way over what they should be charging. You do it yourself. I don't know.
That's where your cash comes in handy, because all of a sudden there's a deal.
Yeah.
And well, we got a deal on 3/30th.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
And the cash was there and we spent it.
Okay, so I've got written down here, the tax lid's on, it's not going off. I shouldn't say that. Cash is the same, we're kind of coming with that. I'm doing this because those are fixed points. And once those fixed points are in place, and the mill levy is not going to be above 74.237, which is 2019 budget. So then, the next thing we're gonna do, Tina and I, we're gonna talk to David Atterbury. This may not be done this may take a couple weeks, okay? And you guys can be talking, you know, whoever you need to talk to, like the engineer maybe for the.
See if we can get him.
Yeah, get him to come up with a rougher number. And then, I don't know, when do you have the June 30th? How, is that like 5 days after the year end, or 10 days after the year end? No, just, I don't,
Yeah,
I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
well, it's okay. It's a little frustrating. I'd like it to be sooner, but it's not. So
Yeah, it's
I
okay.
would say I wouldn't expect it before the 15th.
Yeah, of July?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm in Osage County on July 15th because they've got some software problems. I can't get the numbers there, so that week of 15th,
Let's go to the next one.
I think any that time that week, the 16th is Tuesday, that all down to that Friday, I would have available, that we could, because I think, you can see how this morning, I think it's better that we set aside.
Split it up.
Yeah, because it got kind of long this morning. But we could come up with what David says about different funding mechanisms for the landfill, or for the solid waste utility, and some of that, we'll talk to him. By then, we'd have the June 30th numbers, so we'd know where the middle column is for all the departments, and we could make those adjustments. I don't want to adjust those until I know kind of what 6 months is. Okay, we can go in and adjust those. That will then bring the cash carryover at the bottom of 19, the end of this year, to where it probably should, knowing whether it should be where it is or not, and then deciding whether, oh man, you know, maybe we shouldn't spend that cash in the middle column, we may have to put it into 2020 if it hadn't been spent yet. And then we would know roughly if we can make the 74,237 work or below and keep the cash where it's at. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And we're not wasting time then.
So you're talking about holding a special meeting.
Sometime the 16th, 17th, 18th, the 19th. I think we have one more, if we know these pieces of the puzzle that we gotta figure out, we may not know them all, but we'll have a pretty good idea, I think. Then we could see if it's gonna work.
What's going on that week?
It looks like you have a CDDO meeting on Monday at 4.
Okay.
On the 15th.
15.
Central Kansas Regional Solid Waste Authority telephone meeting for Kent at 7 p.m. Juvenile detention, that's the executive board only at 10 a.m. on the
That's
17th.
me. That's me.
Oh, you're on the executive board, or are you just on the, I thought you were
No,
just
I'm
on the
on the
regular
executive
board.
board, and I was just nominated to be vice chair. So, and then also on the 16th, I have the 8th judicial, at 11:30 Dickinson County. So 16th and 17th, both days I have.
So could we do something maybe on the 18th of July?
What day is that?
Thursday, isn't it?
That's a Thursday.
Thursday. Yeah, because I think SKID meets the following week.
Is that the
I
third
don't
week?
have the SKID meeting on here.
Too bad we can't do it on the week of the 10th and the 11th.
It's the last Thursday of the month.
We won't have numbers. You'll still be harvesting, won't you? Don't you cut some wheat?
I don't.
Yeah, that's on the 25th.
Everybody thinks I
SKID
do,
is
but
on
I
the
don't.
25th.
Of July.
Yeah.
If we do it the 18th, that gives us literally about 2 to 2.5 weeks to make decisions once we talk that day. And that's pushing it a little bit. That's the way we used to do it.
That's what you always do.
Yeah. Does that work?
Let's go for it.
What time you want to do it?
Might gonna have to be after a regular agenda, or no,
Well, no,
that's a
this would
special
be
meeting, that's
after
special
this
meeting, so,
Thursday.
I don't know, AM or PM works better for.
AM works best for me, but get her done.
You want to do it at 8 in the morning, or is that too early for some people?
Not too early for me.
Make it 8:30.
Fine, I'll have to. What are we looking at, a 3-hour, 4-hour meeting?
I would say, yeah, probably noon. If
So
we
you wanna
really
start at 8:30 then?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I was going here to see what.
Work for 8:30.
Have to wait.
What's that?
Got a partner meeting, that's okay, I'll
What, you know what?
There's a partner meeting that day, but I'm okay. There's 9 others that can figure it out.
I think there's also a SKID meeting.
No, that's the last Thursday of the month.
Oh, last Thursday.
Okay, 18th at 8:30? Okay, we'll do our best to have all the numbers nailed down with a fresh copy of the budget. Does that work?
Thanks for all you guys' input.
I'm running for District 5.
Are you? Okay.
Unopposed.
He's absorbing.
Yeah. So I'm taking your information and soaking it.
Got any ideas? Hey, you know what?
But we're glad that candidates take
That's right.
budget
Oh, yeah.
process in.
Exactly.
Yeah, you sat through the whole thing. Most of them, the others didn't. So it's good that you did that.
I'm used to budgets, but these are, like I said, these are bigger numbers. These are, I mean, it's all relative.
Yeah, it is. It all comes down to the same thing, whether it's a city of,
Business does a budget too, so I mean, but it's a little different. I mean, I'm not bound by anybody from Topeka saying, no, I didn't go to jail for that one.
okay? Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see you on the 18th, and if you, like, I mean, Tina will be keeping track of this too, but like, if you do talk, you know, get her number, or, because what I'll do is, I've got a software on my computer, I can do an amortization schedule, or David can too, but, you know, we can just kind of figure out what the payments would be, if it's a 20-year, or if all those work, and go from there.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
All right, that was last agenda item. Is there any citizen input, citizen concern?
That's what Chuck's been sitting around for.
That's what he's been
Well,
saying.
I already
this whole
addressed
time.
most of them already.
Well, that's what I mean, if you've addressed them all already.
Not all of them though, Ken.
Not all of them, okay, I guess, go
I mean,
ahead.
we're still no big win, is what I came for to start with. And I guess, you know, if we gotta have them, they talked in the meeting about money for the county, okay? Y'all are just, I'm just sitting here listening to these numbers and all the problems it sounds like we got here trying to pay for things, or y'all got. They talked about that they're gonna donate some money to the county. I mean, they're not voluntarily donating any of it, of course.
Yes.
But it's negotiation. Is it negotiation before you give them the permit or after? That's my question.
Before we give them the building permit for the towers, but it's after the CUP is approved.
Well, that's not the way to do it. You do it up front, they got you by the, you know what,
Yep.
if you do it afterwards, okay? Apparently that's what, I asked Tina a little bit about this the other day in here. Yeah, you're getting money out of them up there, and they say, well, we're paying for your engineering. That's a moot point. They're causing the cost for the engineering, okay? So that they pay for no matter what. That's just a moot point in the conversation.
You weren't here earlier. They discussed how the engineering was not being paid for.
Well, I don't care. Okay, well, however it is.
The county, so it actually.
But I mean, let's start with, well, I'd just pick a big number, like 10 mil is what I'd start. 10 million from them per year, first year of operation, not 2 years down the road. I don't care whether they make money the first year of operation. I could care less. But I could stand to look at them, and a lot of other taxpayers could stand to look at them, and every taxpayer would benefit from them, not just a very few people. And start with a big number. You know, I know they're not going to give that. But I mean, back it up to half. If we could get half out of them, that would be something well worth it. And I bet you a lot of us that are opposed to them, maybe not Randy, but a lot of them that are opposed to them would probably could, you know, gag the things down, or, I can put up window blinds on my front window and not look when I go drive out the driveway to the south, as hard. But I mean, that's something you need to do. I mean, I think that's something you definitely need to do. Do not give them people a permit without something in writing that they're going to pay you X number of dollars per year, and you guys can decide how much goes to the schools. Pays to the county and so much to the schools. Everybody wants to give to the schools, and I can, Nick Krause. I know Nick Krause well. He's this school's in great shape according to him. They don't need more money.
Yeah, they do.
Nah, yeah. For what, Kent? Not for teacher's salary. It's for entertainment, and they have all the entertainment they need out
You're
here.
talking about infrastructure. You'd have to talk to the superintendent about that.
Infrastructure. I know the superintendent. He said he wouldn't be here to push for any more money. I know they all will. But what could we possibly do with declining enrollment with the schools need any more money for? We have all the infrastructure we need and more.
And Chuck, on the subject that you're on, and those pilot agreements are very important, and that's one of my big things too. Sumner County just got a windmill farm down there, $1 million a year. What do we got up here at Trade Wind? A little over $200,000, and they're taking $100,000 away.
Yeah, and
So
they even paid you
are we
that
really going to notice that? See, and other counties are getting huge money, and that would be a big, like you just said, everybody, the county would benefit so much. But even this new one that's being proposed, what I've seen in their proposed pilot is crumbs.
About $1 million a year, that's still half the tax load that they pay over time.
That's right, the tax load.
It's still less than that.
That's right.
Well, you need to get something out of it.
Those federal.
Otherwise, there's no benefit to the taxpayer of this county at all. There are very few landowners down there.
Okay, anything else?
Thanks, Ken.
No,
I'm gonna make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye. Tina, I'm gonna try to be here tomorrow. I don't know, maybe after lunch or something to finish reading up those paperwork and stuff. If not tomorrow, for sure on Wednesday.
Thank you.
Finish it up. You got be
Thank
here?
you for all your,
Yes, I know.
No problem.
so many
Yeah,
things.
just let me know.
Well, there's,
Once you decide.
I read it, I did it a little bit today, but I'm trying to get through the text points, and most of them text points, then it's a lot easier to.
Makes it easier
A lot easier to figure
in
out.
November, right?
And you
So
got-
hit the ground running.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you for that.
Oh, no problem.
Well, I'm not above anybody helping, because there's a lot of moving pieces.
Usually I raise my hand and wait for them to call me. Today it was like, nah, I'm learning something.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take this.
Sure. No, that's awesome.
You could've kicked me out of here if you wanted.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.